second. All right, so we're going to pick up today again in RoadCraft, where we left off. We had finished the map Sunken. I did, after stream, as I said I was probably going to do, I did go through and fix those 2 routes that were failing. Like, we had completed them, but, you know, we just needed more vehicles to go by, which it's good I didn't do on that stream. That crap took hours. Like, and it was fine, but, like, getting everything to behave. So that did show us 100% even without those routes done, but I did get the achievement for getting all of the routes fully finished on Sunken. So we're back to Incommunicado. And this map is, we are, I believe it said Eastern Europe, in an area that's been hit by a hurricane. And as someone who's been through many a hurricane in their life and seen the aftermath of many a hurricane in their life, it does a real good job of showing you what the aftermath of a hurricane looks like. A whole lot of down trees, branches literally littering almost every inch of the ground, and then, you know, some low-lying areas being, you know, having standing water where you normally wouldn't see it. And mud. So, pretty much checks out in that regards. To that end, we did get our route set up here and there yesterday. We got the construction depot starting to get stuff. That's actually what this vehicle is right here. What? Okay. Oh, I see what happened. It ran into my backhoe. So, also, I missed out something that people are saying, why don't you put the blade down and mess with the terrain, as like, you know, I can't kind of thing. I was wrong. If you go in and you switch to manual, it only works to manual, and just ram that sucker in the ground, you can absolutely demolish the ground and make it incredibly awful. It does work. You can do that. I will warn you, it is really, really hard to make it anything but cursed. It also loosens up the soil, so vehicles have a tendency to get stuck in it way more, and flattening that crap out, forget about it. It seems like the only reason I might use this is if I was trying to deliberately, like, if there was like a big berm here or something, that I could go through and, like, dig the berm out and then put sand in there. And you can see with this that going slow does matter. That's an interesting way to get rid of tree trunks. But yeah, so you can see it does do a number. Like, there was a hill here, and we just kind of shoved it down. But as you can see, any vehicle, like even this vehicle right now, is kind of struggling to get through it. So, if you do dig in the ground like that, it's probably one of those things. Like these 2 hills right here, this would be a place you might actually do it. Like, say for whatever reason I needed a route to go right here. What I would probably do is get that to about what I think is a level height, and try and slowly wear those hills down. I didn't do a good job of that at all. Yeah, so you can see we could go here and just do our best to try and get those level. And so yeah, so it's not perfect, but you do see that I have lowered that hill some. As far as digging under, I haven't pushed this to see what the limits are. If I try and dig under this type of concrete, I believe we will actually chip up the roads we make, because that's something we could do. As far as actual roads, let's go over here between these 2 things here. That should be asphalt. I suspect they'll just tell me I can't dig here. Again, I'm assuming it'll be the exact same way Yeah, Simona got to the asphalt part, it just stopped digging. So we dug up the dirt a little bit there, but once I got to the asphalt, I dug the mud in between, but I couldn't touch the asphalt. But yeah. So it does work. But it's probably one of those things you're only going to use it to knock down an area to then follow up with the, sand. I should have checked where he got stuck. Alright. Right, so trying to get this construction depot going. Let's grab you. I do see that they are getting stuck in the sand back here. Or in the mud, so just dump some sand down there. But yeah, so you can dig up the terrain. But it is one of those things that, like, I think its only big use is to knock down, like, really bumpy hills and all that. And it does have a limit, you can't just, like, nose down into the earth. It does seem like after you go, you know, a foot or two under the ground, you start hitting, like, bedrock kind of thing, where it'll just bounce off the ground. Let's back up so I don't blast his horn at me. Okay. Yeah. So despite it showing me to do the road in a lot of this area, but didn't call out this spot, clearly this spot's too mucky. Yeah, that said, I can see value in doing that. Like where, I did mess a little bit where I had run the power cable on the last map, just to see how it would work. I imagine with enough effort you could do it, or if the ground was relatively flat. With as bumpy as it was, I just made it way worse. Like, it's really, really hard to control all of that stuff. Okay. Alright, that should fix you. And then the other ones are working just fine for the moment. No more rewards remaining. We need a pipe there. And I need to connect electricity up there. Alright, let's go to our actual objectives. So side objectives, we don't have any. We've got this objective here. Okay, so basically for right now, it seems like what I'm primarily trying to do is just drive around and see things. Do I have my scout out? I have it at the start of the map. That's not where I want it. So we still don't have access to the roadside base, which I don't know what we need to do with that. That's fine. We can retain you, deploy you. And start working to scout out more of the map. And going from there. I've been half tempted to go to all these places where I got all my exclamation marks on the map, marking being like, hey, this is a spot that is really not traversable because, you know, it's all mud. And just genuinely seeing if, like, that would be a reasonable strategy for the game to go through and just slap down sand on all of that right away from the beginning. Like, don't even wait for the missions, just start fixing things. You probably wouldn't want to pave it, though, in advance. The only reason I say that is just because once you start paving it, like, as me and FG happened, we paved a road because we're like, oh, this is a road that we paved to be a lot nicer. So we paved it, and then like 5 seconds later, it was like, oh, go pave that spot you just paved. But because the area we paved was ever so slightly shorter than what it wanted, we just had to redo it. Which was done... okay. I mean, I was right behind it, didn't seem to be having a problem. I'll deal with that in a moment. You still think we need to dig out a sizable field of such ground? Cursed ground must be where the zombies strikes out AI drivers come from. Yep. Okay, so they're way up there, so it's looking like I actually want to take the route to the south over here, past the gas station. Because it's saying we need concrete so we can build bridges in a whole lot, and we don't have any on the map yet. So they want us to go look for a place to make concrete. Okay. I'd say like we'll be probably going up that hill.
Depot could be a huge help for the restoration effort. The power control panel's on the fritz, though. I'm thinking you could bring one from the old gas station. Nobody's gonna miss it for a while, right?
It definitely seems like we do some really dodgy stuff where it's like, okay, we need to fix this thing. Yeah, let's just go steal it from this other place. It's probably fine. Get to the last mission and it's us trying to escape being thrown in jail from all the equipment we've been like stealing and moving around. Alright, so for here, I'm gonna mark that because I've been marking green stars for areas that... that's not gonna work. That's a mud spot we wouldn't be able to cross. Yeah, so you want me to steal this power thing from that gas station, run up, that'd be nice and easy. That said, I could probably weasel my way around this, either going up and over. Or these two cars probably move. And I do have on the screen, and I could probably take those off the screen if they get annoying, a handful of things that I'm supposed to do. That's all the dare drop stuff we have left to do. Is one, jump over some water by making a sand ramp and a scout, which this vehicle I'm in right now qualifies as a scout. Recycle a boat, which those are just, you find them on the map, you just gotta take it to a recycling center. Put 15 logs on a logging truck. I very much believe we're gonna do that here because they've been introducing logging stuff on this map. We're just waiting for the thing that actually has us cut trees, and then we'll go from there. This will go easier if I can get off the railroad track itself so I have more traction. Okay. Just drag in the train car. There's an area we can pass through over there. So we'll just drag this out of the way because there's no reason to go to that edge there. It's just a place to fall off. And while I could maybe see need to go along this path, it's looking pretty dodgy. It's convenient that we have sand quarries literally everywhere. Because in reality, you don't just have sand quarries in every like city, town, and construction area. A lot of sand has to be shipped in. Like at least in Florida, they ship in like most of the sand and clay we use a lot of here. Most of that gets shipped in from out of state. Like the clay mostly comes from Georgia. All right. Bring that along real quick. And then we should be clear to hop down there and check out the markers they want us to explore. But yeah, for those who haven't seen what RoadCraft is, it's the next game in the SnowRunner series. So, like, you know, SnowRunner, Spin Tires, MudRunner, Expeditions. It is not SnowRunner. It's not trying to be SnowRunner. They didn't market it as SnowRunner. People still really want to pretend it's SnowRunner. If you want SnowRunner, SnowRunner is still actively getting new content DLC, like literally less than a week ago, or like, sorry, not less than a week ago, that's a lie. Less than a month ago, got an expansion and all that. This is designed to be its own different take. It's a lot less focused on like the damage and gas management and all those kind of things, and way, way, way more focused on actually like repairing infrastructure. So like where SnowRunner you go, okay, bring these 2 things of branches, or 2 things of planks and a thing of steel beams to make a bridge appear in this pre-allocated spot. This one, you can put the bridges wherever you like, and all that kind of stuff. Sometimes they have specific places they want you to build stuff. But it's just different focus. Kind of like Expeditions was like the vehicle I'm in. Expedition was like, what if we built an entire game round, really kind of getting around on these kind of vehicles and exploring. People are so upset how it is. Yeah, no, and that's the thing. I keep going, let's pretend for in reality that SnowRunner 2 did pop out. Like literally it is SnowRunner 2. It has a minor graphic upgrade like we've got here, but then suddenly you go from like 15, 18 maps down to like 5. And you suddenly go from 100 something vehicles down to like 40. And because SnowRunner does use a lot of real life vehicles, it ultimately means they'd either A, have to take all the time to remake all those vehicles with new models and textures to fit the new engine, or just get rid of them entirely. Which means likely they would end up coming in later when people are like, I want the C16 back. And then it would be DLC. And then people would very understandably get pissed off that they had to buy the thing they already bought. So I don't think it makes sense to make a sequel until you start running into technical limitations on the engine.
Okay, I think we've seen enough for now. It will take some time and effort to bring it back up, but this concrete plant can still work. Great job investigating. Most of the time I believed in you. Just being honest. Exactly as we thought. No power, and we can't run a plant like that. To lay a new cable, we'll need to clear out some trees first. Luckily, my database shows there's a harvester in the sawmill's garage. I think you know what to do. Drive over there and see if that harvester is still working. But of course you can't run a plant with a damaged water supply pipe either. So, once you get there, you'll want to clear the driveways for the trucks and repair the water pipe.
Okay. So we need to get the tree harvester. And then it's time to cut down some heckin' trees. We want something different, but it has to be the same as the other thing, yeah. Well, that's the whole thing, like, it would be one thing if SnowRunner wasn't still getting content. Like, if very genuinely, like, SnowRunner hadn't seen a DLC in years or something like that, and, you know, then another game came out in the same series was very different, I'm like, alright, I get it. That's the whole Diablo problem, where, like, we didn't get Diablo for freaking ever, and then they finally announced a Diablo, and they're like, on your phone! And understandably, people were pretty upset about that. But in the case where they're still actively making content and all that, I'm like, okay, but they're still the game's still getting updates. And it's not like it's you know, it's on this engine that, like, is getting really long in the tooth where you're like, okay, you're still adding stuff, but your game feels kind of bad because, you know, the engine's super out of date and it's not running well and it's got some very big limitations. Now, the lack of the ability to terraform the ground is kind of a bummer now. We've got that available in this game. But it's always possible that what ends up happening is, as we play this, and if this game is a wild success, that we start seeing some of the ideas that this game introduces being brought back to SnowRunner and vice versa. Now, this game releases and it just gets absolute garbage reviews and, you know, isn't seen as that big of a commercial success and kind of scares the devs into not making more games. Then we stop getting stuff like Expeditions and this one or other experiments to see what's good, and they just update SnowRunner and they don't do anything else, which would be a real shame.
Great work. Now, all we need to do is fix up the plant's power supply. You'll want to use the harvester to cut down the trees around the transformer station. Besides, we need the logs. And killing two birds with one stone is the environmentally responsible thing to do, figuratively speaking.
Okay. I wish I knew I needed to do to get that working. Alright, before we go and use their crappy one, I actually do have, might say, a tree harvester, tree grabber loader. Okay, so that's just for loading trees. But the tree harvester, let's get the not rusty tree harvester, because that's going to be a lot less of a hassle to use. So yeah, so with that, I actually got myself, other than the log transport, the not rusted versions of all of those. I can't afford more, because the not rusted versions I have found to be way better. Okay, so you're pretty slow. Let's not be stubborn about this. Let's grab our heavy transport. Toss this on the back and bring it over. I guess the crafting road, it's going pretty good. But yeah, no, it wouldn't surprise me if we see some improvements in SnowRunner. The big thing they're going to run into is, sooner or later, they will run into the situation that as their newer titles advance the engine and, you know, make it more capable and all those kind of things, eventually we'll hit that point that it has capabilities the old engine can't really do, and that adapting it will be, you know, really kind of rough. Is the one thing you want to ask, if you're interested in add some customized stuff to the channel? Nope. Generally speaking, if someone randomly pops into my chat and says, do you want to buy art? My answer is going to be no. There's too many scams out there. Too much risk. I've got an artist I'm very happy with. Yeah, no, the rusted versions of the vehicles are genuinely pretty bad. Like, I'm using the rusted heavy transport still, but that's actually my recommendation for players who are new to the game is pretty early on take the time to get the not rusted versions. They do have a tooltip that's like, hey, did you know you can get the not rusted versions of these vehicles and they're better? Like, some of them, how much better is not huge, but there's definitely some that, like, the not rusted version is leagues better. Like, no comparison at all. But the entire point of the rusted version is they're, like, the really crappy, you know, it can technically do the job, and that's about as good as it gets. It's effectively make it so you can't soft lock yourself, because you can't sell them. I do wish it was something that, like, once you buy the actual version, you could hide the rusted version. So, like, once I have this version, the rusted version, like, gets kind of put into its own place to be filtered away. Because while I could certainly see reasons to grab your rusted version, put it over here, and the not rusted version, put it over there. It would be nice to, it'd be nice that, like, it becomes, like, visual clutter on the inventory screen at that point, because you're not going to grab it. Most of the time. Like, Little Caesars pizza, is it hot and ready? Yes. Is it good? Well, not really, but it's available. Do you want art high quality really cheap? No, sadly packs up previously lost Van Gogh paintings and leaves. I mean, they need to start by letting you know that they're offering a Van Gogh. I took a wrong turn back there. Are those lemons or ducks or something? Sure. It's a bunch of, like, slices of citrus fruit, so there's, like, lemons, limes, and oranges. And we want to be on the lookout for a boat, chat. If we can find ourselves a boat, that's one of the dare drops I am missing. I do think I would like to get all those dare drops done today. I don't know where the miniature toy truck comes from, so that's the only one I'm not really sure of the path to advance that one. But all the others we should be able to do. Worst case with the bridge road thing, what I can do is just put, like, a little strip of road underneath the giant, like, upward ramp thing we've got in that castle. I can just slap that down in, like, 15-20 minutes and have that one knocked out. I don't think that'll be necessary, but that's, like, our worst case scenario. Oh yeah, you just mean actual artists trying to offer non-scam high quality? Yeah, well, that's always been the big problem. Like, once you get to the point that people start jumping on something for a scam, it becomes harder and harder for people who do it legitimately to not get caught up in the noise. That's actually one of the things that's deeply upsetting about me with the whole generative AI push thing, is for as much as, yeah, you've got the generative AI, they're competing against actual artists, and that side of things, on top of it, the pushback against AI has also made it so a lot of artists get called out as generative AI as well. And so it's kind of getting hit from both sides as an actual artist. And it's just really rough. That's like, well, you know, cat's out of the bag on that one. You can't put it back in. You know, genie's out of the lamp, whatever you want to go with. Can of worms is opened. I don't think it'll be nearly as it is right now. But it is one of those things that very, very genuinely, it does nothing but harm actual artists on, like, you know, 2-3 different directions. Steals their work, competes against them, and on top of that, for people against AI art. It means you kind of almost have to have, like, aesthetics that, you know, specifically don't look like generative AI can make it look. Because generative AI has, like, certain styles it has a tendency to show. Like, there's certain aesthetics that are very common for the low effort stuff. Now, let's see where I'm actually supposed to be clearing trees. Okay, all rewards received. We'll just cancel that route. Tell you to try again. Need to connect the electricity. Hey, Digwood! Thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Give me just a second, I'll get you a shout out. But what were you streaming today and how did it go and all that good stuff? We're about to commit the all-important deforestation. How goes the roads? They're going great. We're about to do the important thing of just chopping down a ton of trees, which is what the world has always needed. You can play as both single or multiplayer, and the multiplayer is actually pretty solid. The game does a pretty good job of not having every mission just be move X to Y, so there's lots of rooms for your buddies to help you out. So where you're contributing to the same task versus, you know, 3-4 people doing their own independent things unrelated to each other. So like if you've ever played SnowRunner, that would be the thing I would say is the negative on SnowRunner's multiplayer experience, is so many of the missions are grab thing, move from here to there, and then you load it up and I guess you're just like, alright, well I guess you go work on that completely unrelated thing in the same general area. You know, and it can still be a lot of fun. Whereas this one, a lot of times you're like, alright, well we need to build a road. Well, there's like 3-4 steps to building a road in the game. So each person can contribute to each step as things go along. Where am I going, by the way? Okay, so I need to get over here because it wants me to go chopping down some trees. I think in this particular case, I don't want to take the heavy vehicle transport through all of this nonsense. I have a feeling it will not be happy about that. Oh, I actually need to lower the ramp. Then you can take our tree harvester. And then before I forget, I'm going to do a shout out for Digwood. For those who don't know Digwood, another fantastic content creator on the platform, playing a game called Muck. I have never heard of Muck. Don't go to sleep. Don't go to sleep. No, no, don't go to sleep. Can I do anything? All right, we can save this. I think I can recover this without it going to sleep. Because if you tip it over too far, it does... That's not how I was hoping that would work. Alright, let's see if we can't rub its forks off on the, Yeah, I don't have a flip command. I do have a command for hitting signs. I should probably get a flip command. Maybe if I rub it up against these trees. I just need it to be pushed up against something solid where those forks grab, and it should pull it off the back of the trailer. I have made my problem far worse. It's fine. Well, I'm not getting motion off of the tractor. But I am pulling off of the vehicle, I mean. But I am actually succeeding on pulling the entire truck out of the water. There we go. So I won't worry about that for a minute. Because that was just to make it not take, you know, a whole week to get this thing over here. Alright, so let's take a quick look. Yeah, so I want to go right so I can go around this pool of water. And then we're supposed to get to the area where we can start cutting trees. I have a feeling we're going to be pretty restricted on what trees I can cut down. Be very frugal. With terminal flips, it's not really necessary. We don't have one yet. Yeah, like the entire day yesterday, I think I had 2 or 3 of them. Like, I definitely had some stuff that got on their side, but ones that actually, like, stalled out on their side, where it's like, oh, well, you know, time to get the crane and pick it up or reset. There isn't that many. Like, we had the dump truck towards the end. That definitely happened. I can cut it. I can cut it. Now we're back to Farm Sim. The only big thing here is at least this will be way easier for me to process the trees than Farm Sim is. Like, Farm Sim picking up the trees after you cut them down is utterly obnoxious. So keep in mind, we are aiming to get a total of 15 logs. Because I will need 15 logs to load up on a trailer for one of the dare drops. Apparently, those trees, I'm guessing, are too big.
Just you look at this place. You'd think with all the industrial capacity, they'd at least take some precautions. You know, just in case something goes wrong. But no, they'd rather save a few bucks here and there, while they could easily save themselves a whole lot more in the long run.
Kelly. I don't disagree with the sentiment, I actually very heavily agree with it. But at the same time, every time we turn around, Kelly's just like, rawr, we're gonna be, like, we're replaceable, rawr, they're cheaping on the coffee, rawr, my thing doesn't have air conditioning, rawr. You're like, Kelly, friend, pal, broski. I need you to say, like, I need you to be a little bit positive. We can go back to that other map where she was like, maybe they'll make a statue of us. Yeah, well, it's weird, because we did the sunken map, and she started out a bit negative at the beginning. And then she had some positive stuff in it for a little while, and there was a little bit of negative in there as well. That we don't know what her background is with mining, but whatever it is, she's got some background with mining. And so she's a little bit on, like, the salt mines, which we were in literal salt mines, but, like, about all that. But then when we're doing some stuff to, like, help a neighborhood in the area, she's, like, very positive and being like, hey, maybe they'll make a statue of us. I'm not even paying attention, Circle. I'm just like, you gave me the power to cut trees. You knew where this was going, game. If there's anything I've learned about content creation on Twitch, it's that you cut down trees. That is how you make good content. Any game that features cutting down trees, you're fine. People just, for whatever reason, really like watching you cut down trees. I would like my prompt to go away on how to do this. I'm fine. Normally they give you like push I to get rid of that, but I don't see that prompt anywhere. Bring the heart. Oh, it's because I purchased one. It's trying to tell me how to use the harvester, but it's confused because I'm using the harvester that I bought the moment they made it available, as opposed to the one that they gave me for free. And so it's looking for the harvester that they gave me for free, and they're like, yo, if you want to cut down these trees, you need to bring your harvester. So it's just looking for the wrong harvester. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, I don't think they expected you to immediately turn around and just buy the thing on the spot. Because, like, for example, if I had switched to this map immediately, because they give you a choice after map 2 to play this map or another map called Sunken. If we played this map first, there's probably no way I would have been able to afford to get the tree harvester when it appeared, unless I was just not buying anything. But because I did Sunken first, I was actually sitting at a pretty good amount of spare change. Okay. And this is the map and where we were in the tutorial. Like when we did the tutorial, this is, I think, where one of the missions starts, is like literally cutting down these trees. No, not tutorial, the demo. I want to say they had, like, right over there, they had both, like, all three of the pieces of equipment we needed for processing lumber. This vehicle here, the trailer, and the log grinder, whatever it's called, or stump grinder. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh, yep, I gotta stretch. What we'll do is I'll pull up this next tree, start it cutting, and do my stretch while it's going on. And the reason we're doing this is we need to run an electric line through here. So the idea is we need to get the trees and the stumps out of the way so I can run the stump grinder. Okay, so what we do from here, though, is we need the log carrier, which I think they gave us one. Rusty log forwarder, I think is what they called it. So we will need to bring that down there. Yeah, we could just spot the transport and go from there. Because unfortunately I don't have the money to get a not rusty one. Okay, so the dare drop we need to do here is I need to load 15 logs on this thing, which is probably way more than overkill for what we need to do for anything here. But it is one of those things that, you know, it'll help. Wait, is that the way I wanted to go? Is it left? Actually, let's check that. Yeah, that'll be fine. Honestly, for having some of the knobbiest tires ever, I'm surprised at how terrible a job this is doing. There it goes. It just didn't need to be in low gear. Okay, never mind. I was like, man, this thing's crawling. Okay. Now let's also quickly go here. I basically have been marking areas where it's like, alright, this is really soupy. Very genuinely, we can't take a convoy out in here without doing some work. And marking those spots just so that later on when it starts having us do convoys, or if I have to haul something across the map, I could just see at a glance, be like, ah, that road's no good. Okay, do I need to just go ahead of it, dump some sand, and, you know, come back, or is it something that I can find an alternate route to get around? Like, what's the deal? Okay. And this will take us across, and I believe where we're cutting down the trees is just over there to the right. I'm probably also going to need the stump grinder to get around over there. But I can worry about that when we can get there. Okay. It's going to take me a little bit of getting used to, because the controls are a bit different than the other cranes. Two. That tree's not real. Let me guess, you're fake as well. We got a pile of them over there. I see at least 4 or 5 over here that are real. Well, just the mouse controls for this makes it so tricky. That actually work a little better because now I don't have to worry about grabbing my tire. Okay, next one. Just on the limit of our range. Okay. So the lesson here is I cannot reach behind this thing like at all. That's the important lesson there. So do not drive past any logs I intend on picking up because literally cannot reach across the bed. Arm not long enough. Alright, ever so slightly too far. This might surprise you, but the turn radius on this, not the most amazing in the world. Okay, we're at 5. That's what we need for the quest. For the dare drop, I need 15. Six. Can I reach you? I think I can. Seven. See at least 2, 3 more over there. It's got one there, and I've got one directly in front of it, and there might be one just off to the right of that. It's hard to tell since there's like fake chopped down things that just you go to grab and they just disintegrate. Eight. All right. And nine. I think there might be some more over there. Well, that's not a great place for a tree stump to be. I was too busy fussing with the camera and not really paying attention to what's happening with the trees. Okay, good. So I can literally just keep shoving it till it collapses. Hey, Grizzly Bears, how's it going? Oh, there's some more trees that are actual stumps to deal with. Okay. Let's climb up here. I believe we were at 9, and for the dare drop I need 15. Which we'll know if we got it, because that supply thing will go up to 20 when it's all said and done if we did it right. And hopefully we do, because once they all go in there, it'll be a whole thing. Alright, and that should be 10. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep. So we got a handful over here. I think the one on the bottom of the hill is a fake. $11. It's at a weird angle. There we go. So he kept grabbing, it kept, as it was doing the grabbing animation, would shove too far over and tip. Well, those ones over there look fake. The one in front of me looks legit. The one over there is legit. It looks like I got 3 in front of me that all look legit. Except I drove over that one and it instantly disintegrated, which means it's not legit. That one is legit. It's blinking green. I think the one actually to my left is not legit, but the one down here is. Okay, so I need 2 more. And those ones up ahead, I'm pretty sure are not actually down trees so far as mechanically. They're decor. So if we drive up, try and grab them, they just disintegrate. There was a couple we cut down on the other side of these tall trees. So let's go grab those ones for the last 2 I need to do the dare drop. And then we can get back on to just working on mission objectives. I have a feeling this isn't wasted time. Most likely we'll be building a bunch of bridges on this map. And my guess is we'll end up using the wood to build a fair number of them. So it's kind of like doing the work now as opposed to later, but the work will ultimately need to be done. Because that would align very closely to what we had with Sunken, where it was the same idea but concrete. And it ended up being a thing that we ended up having to build a good couple of bridges to satisfy that particular level.
Take a sip.
1 second. I believe that's 14. Where was the last one? I know we cut... Oh, there's one over there. I was saying, I know we cut down a bunch on this side. A good, like, 4, 5, or 6. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yep. So lock you back down, pull you up. And where the heck am I taking these? Bring the bring the resources to the log zone. Oh, it's over there at the sawmill. Okay. Painful conversation-wise as well as gameplay. Yeah, luckily we've only had one this week. That person's like, why are you talking? Why aren't you playing the game? Too much talking kind of thing. It's like, look, man. Every once in a while you get one of those. And my usual response is like, hey, if you want to just skip to gameplay, there's things called YouTube. Just pull up the game. You can avoid the conversation. That said, interestingly enough, like the Let's Play format content on YouTube has not been doing nearly as well. These days, the big things performing on YouTube is one, shorts can do generally well, but then the other big one is like very, very, very heavily edited down stuff. So you'd have like, you know, you'd have an idea for a run that's saying, okay, we're going to do this run, but I'm only going to use this one machine or whatever. You know, in reality, that run might take literally hundreds of hours, but then you slice and dice it down and do like 20, 30, 40-minute video where you know, kind of give like the cliff notes of like the big moments or whatever, and that's the kind of stuff that tends to be performing the best right now. But a lot of work goes into that when you consider putting in, you know, literal hundreds of hours and walking away with one 20, 30-minute video. All right. Okay, I was like, excuse me? I distinctly have more than 5 logs in here. Alright, so we now have the ability to build bridges. We can now work on the concrete plant. We also have the construction depot. In the meantime, though, what I'll probably do... Oh, if I could have someone clip where I had all those logs on the truck, that was for a dare drop. That's... I don't remember the name of it. But yeah, so we clip that. That'll be another thing we can do, but it has to be with all 15 logs on it. It doesn't matter if it's me putting the last log or driving up there, just anything before I traded in there and before I was not finished loading. Because that'll give me more keys to give out to the community later. So we need to drop the material from over here to over there. So we can go down here. Is that the mule right there? It is. Alright, so if I go out of this base the other way, it'll take me literally to the gas station. Alright, but yeah, so we're working on just getting all these things sorted out. That last one, we were clearing the trees for running power. But it just didn't jump on the next mission right that second. At the moment, it's just kind of popping back and forth on whichever. I do think what I need to do is get the stump grinder up there and start stump grinding away a bunch of those stumps so I can run the power straight through. Oh, I took the wrong road out. Okay. So I need to go back into this one. I need to exit to the north. So we exit to the north, we drive by the gas station, grab whatever the deliverable object is, deliver that onto the next spot. It makes another thing available. And it seems to be like this whole map so far has been just get the pipes online, get the steel bars online, get the concrete online. It's honestly been dealing almost exclusively with all that kind of infrastructure stuff there, which I'm entirely aboard. Like, we did a little bit on that on Sunken. Like, there was a lot of projects we did, but it seemed to be mostly expanding our network of resources. This is just trying to get it online at all. Okay. So we're almost to the deliverable object and get that all sorted out. Okay. So I've got the console. Yeah, it's just gonna be following our road up there. Fair enough. Let's go right on up this way. And we should be good. Because we got another base up here somewhere. But there's something it's missing to run. I might need to go to the infrastructure stuff and just work on that for a minute. When you first start the game, it does seem to focus on be like, hey, you need to run the power. Hey, you need to put this road here. Hey, you need to do like really kind of hold your hand through the beginning part. Now it's like, get that building online. We'll put a list over here for your infrastructure projects to do it. But, you know, do it when you feel like it. But not actually give you an objective. Which I think is good in giving you a different way to approach it where you're not... Well, you can kind of choose your priority, and there's some decision making going, okay, you know, my main objective's over here, but really, if I take the time to bring this forward base online, it's going to save me a lot of trouble. Okay. We have constructed the depot.
Great work. Now we have our very own supply depot.
And that's just showing us that we can sell supplies and buy supplies, if we so choose. So it's a way if you're on a map. Yeah, we finished Sunken yesterday, and now we're on the map that got hit with the hurricane. So it's the map that we were playing with FG. Alright, meanwhile, should have a decent number. Of those that I can just go ahead and mark on the map. Pretty sure I had more green stars around here that was like, hey, here's a spot that we're gonna need a bridge. I'm not gonna build the bridges now because we might get mission objectives for it. But you get the idea. Now I got a bunch of bridges marked. So as we feel the need, we can build those. Okay, so let's see what we need here. So main objectives, they want us to clear the areas and replace the missing pipes. That's my actual mission objectives here. But we also need to run power to a bunch of stuff. And we got a base up here that's non-operable. And we are very quickly exploring a very large area of map. So we can do that. Also go bridges here. Yeah, so those will be bridges we can build for down the road. Okay, so infrastructures. No rewards, all rewards received. We need to replace a pipe. We need to connect the electric stuff. So let's pop down here. So you need electricity run all the way over there from up here. So realistically, we'll probably want to cut right through the trees over here. So let's start marking this and say, okay, orange star, just the general area, we would be running power there. And then we had the next one, which is to get you wired up with the power down here. Same idea, but we'll do blue star, blue star. If you did get the clip, thank you for clipping. Hasn't, you know, shown yet, but we'll probably will. Okay. So let's do a quick look along this route with this to see if we see any trees that gotta go along this route. And then once we've got that, we're gonna take a quick peek real fast to see if there is any, let's grab the tree stump grinder and do a quick pass. I'm not going to worry about picking up all the logs. We're just going to cut ourselves a path straight along here, because we need to run power here. All right. Honestly, if it's that far away that I can't reach it without moving, it could just stay where it's at. Okay, and those are all little ones, so I shouldn't have to mess with them at all. Okay, so it looks like it's all clear up until we get up to that hill over there. And then I might have a couple more trees to cut down. Then we'll probably just need to take the stump grinder because we got a couple patches here and there that are full of stumps. And that's just because the electrical wiring machine will get stuck on them. I could kind of cheese it where you can like fold it up and move it forward and unfold it again. Like just keep popping it open and closed to get around stuff. That's actually what I did in the demo. But I feel like in this particular case, like, nah, let's just knock it out real quick, not fight it. It shouldn't be that bad. Don't care about those trees. Just this handful directly in front of me, I think, that I should worry about. The good news is if I need wood, there is no shortage of wood around this map. Oh, I'll probably want to get around these rocks. The rocks seem to go a little ways up that way. Let's do a little twist to the right to try and avoid this rock. So this tree and then that tree there. Oh, heck with it. I wasn't going to cut this one down, but did automatically go for it. It's fine. Just a couple extra seconds. Besides, there's probably an achievement for cutting down enough trees. Like I said, we're not going to pick up all those logs. My intention there is, if I need to come back for wood, obviously I would come back for the wood. But if I don't end up needing more wood, or if I can get away without having to go after all them, it'll be just easy not to. So little trees we don't need to worry about, and I might just have probably just this one last tree here. Because I believe once we get up to the property edge here, we've got power. Yeah, so if I can cut that tree down the right, we'll cut that one down, and that'll be that. If we can't cut that tree down the right, that'll be those two on the left. All right. So in this, I just need to get the machine out of the way. Because like I said, I believe the power grid comes outside that wall. Even if it doesn't, or close enough, I can just run it along the wall side. It should be fine. Alright, so the next thing to do is grab our stump grinder, which is here. Can I get that close to where we're working where I don't have to go half across the map? It is not looking encouraging. Alright, well I hope you're not really that slow. So do this, stump grinder, retain, yes, deploy. Make sure we make the right way. Okay, so if we go to the right, we can go across the relay, straight up through here. It'll be a long journey, but yeah, it's just what we gotta do. Alright. That's actually not that slow. It takes a little get to moving, but that's not terrible. It's sure not the peppiest vehicle, but it's not that much slower than my big, heavy vehicle transport. I hope everyone's been enjoying this. I'm absolutely have been enjoying this game a lot. It is nice that, like, the last map was so much about, you know, dealing with road building and all that stuff. You didn't get to see you play with FG? Had to go to bed? Gotcha. Yeah, this is the map we were playing with FG mostly. Like I said, the gist of this map is this is an area that's been hit by a hurricane. So where we were doing Sunken, which is the one hit by an earthquake, like all the ground was like, you know, craggy up and areas had collapsed down in where there had been the tunnels for the mine and everything. So it was a lot of like really, really wild elevation we were trying to deal with for the most part. You know, and the occasional spot with like flooding where water mains have been broken and everything. This one, on the other hand, is a lot more around there are fallen trees and debris everywhere, and kind of the infrastructure's just offline. So like the water pipes are all broken, the power grids, you know, snapped and all that. Because very genuinely, like, I was talking to Tomb and being like, yeah, that I was impressed at how well this map accurately depicts, you know, what it looks like in an area that's probably been like hit by a Cat 4 hurricane. So not like Storm Surge where the whole city's gone kind of thing. But you know, it's gotten a proper thrashing. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. So like branches down everywhere, trees collapsed, all that kind of stuff going on. When you look at the buildings and the damage they have, most of the building damage is broken windows, and then like the shingles or tiles on the roof being peeled up in a couple of places and a couple of holes here and there. And then in low-lying areas you have standing water, in areas you wouldn't normally have standing water because you've got an abnormally large amount of rainfall. You know, that kind of thing. But the one thing I'll say that they don't have accurately portrayed, there was a couple things. One we went by and there was a construction area and it had a stack of plywood, and I'm like, I'm sorry. In an actual hurricane, the plywood would be like the first thing to go. Like the plywood and 2x4s would be everywhere. They would not be neatly stacked. Not unless the people properly anchored them down and everything, and good luck. That almost never happens. If you're lucky, they'll put them on a pallet and drag them inside a building. But quite often, they're just left out there. Maybe they put a cinder block on top of it and hope for the best. Which usually is not enough if you're getting a pretty bad hit. But in that case, it didn't look like they had, like, shrink-wrapped or, you know, winched it down or anything. It just looked like a loose stack of things. Materials are always perfectly secured on construction sites. Well, I mean, this wasn't like a full-blown, like, commercial construction site. It was just kind of, you know, some type of industrial location. I think we learned this lesson last time, too. That this thing doesn't like to go forward over these. We'll just go around through the dirt. But, like, visually they had no securing on it, which is just a graphic aesthetic. So it doesn't really matter for anything. Like, I wouldn't change my impression of the game based on it. But it's just kind of one of those things like, nope. Those are not tied down, those are not nothing. Like, those would be everywhere. We don't have any, like, I haven't seen any at least. I haven't seen, like, a random building with, like, a piece of debris stuck in a wall, like, you know, your steel-grated, If you ever see, like, those steel buildings, a lot of times those get pretty messed up in hurricanes, usually by debris. They'll have debris strike the wall and puncture it. Okay, so I want... yeah, that big trek of water there, let's go up and over. But yeah, it's kind of just one of those things of just seeing, like, stuff that would normally get thrown pretty bad during a hurricane. It's like, okay. But then the other one, too, was like, well, were there any downed power poles? Like, you know what? There aren't. And that's another one you very often see, is usually during a hurricane, like right after a hurricane, there's usually some number of downed power poles and power lines. It's not like a lot. Like if you had like a series of 100, you might have 2 or 3 of them down, so it's not like catastrophic amounts of them knocked down, but it's definitely noticeable. Yeah, because that one just goes there. Yeah, we can probably cross the swamp down there. Well, I guess marsh, it may not be a swamp. The really wetlands, we'll call it wetlands, that works. Because it's wet and it's land, so even if it's not technically a wetland, in the moment it's a wetland. Now I don't need to get all the tree stumps, but at least along that corridor there, Because this is kind of the big difference we're running into on this map versus Sunken. Is Sunken we had a lot of like building where like things had caved in, building roadways along where they had caved in, that kind of thing. Whereas this map, it's looking like we're going to spend a lot more time dealing with where, you know, the storm rolled through and we gotta run new lines. I'm also trying to make the smarter decision this time than I made on the Sunken map. The Sunken map, I ran the power line right down the middle of a road, which ended up being one of the more painful things I ran into on that map. Is I couldn't get around the stupid power line everywhere. Vehicles would sink into where the line had been run and all that. Alright, let's try going up over the hill over here versus through the mud that's real bad that we marked. It's still pretty loose soil, we're digging it up pretty good, but it's fine. But yeah, so it's little things like that, but yeah, no, where you go in the woods here and it's just everything is down, you go out to the road and there's just branches down absolutely everywhere. All that's 90% of the mess left after a hurricane is just debris laying everywhere. Now, unfortunately, unlike the game where I just kind of touch the debris and it just disintegrates, in real life someone's got to go through and collect each and every one of those branches. You'll usually have these giant mounds in front of the houses for the green trash and all that. Where they're just going to be going through, and it'll take them weeks and weeks of the people who pick up the green garbage to get through it all. Which, for the record, they do a good job. Like, they'll instead of having their, like, one collection a day kind of thing, they'll, like, really ramp it up to try and catch up. But, it just takes time. There's just so much damage, so widespread, there's so much cleanup to be done. That's actually where, for most of the time, where most of your actual, serious injuries and death happen in hurricanes, is if it's not like a Cat 5 and storm surges. It's actually the cleanup that most people have problems, because you're probably without power, you don't have air conditioning, it's hot as all get out, because that's the season that hurricanes show up. And the whole time you're sitting there like climbing on your roof to try and patch up holes, or trying to cut loose a bunch of broken branches off trees and putting ladders up and down. So you have people unintentionally giving themselves heat stroke, or, you know, just injuries that can come up from all those types of different projects of like working with chainsaws and climbing on roofs and all these things, especially when a lot of time it's not professionals who do the day in and out. It's, you know, it's grandpa climbing up on his roof to throw a patch up there real quick. But, you know, Grandpa's not as young as he used to be and pushes himself a bit harder than he can really get away with and has problems. But usually when you talk about casualty rates from a bunch of those, they usually won't count those because, is it the storm? Yes, but also no. Like, the storm didn't actually do it. The person did it to themselves, dealing with the fallout of the storm, but is not the storm. Well, it is kind of the storm, considering that wouldn't have occurred if it weren't for the storm. Alright. So I don't need to clear all of these out. I'm going to assume we could start this path right over here. So we get that last little stump over there. What is interesting now that I think about it, in the tutorial version of this mission, after we cut down the trees, it was like, okay, you also need to get rid of 12 stumps, or whatever it said, or clear all the stumps out of the area. We didn't get that part. Like, that part of the mission objective wasn't there. So I clearly got rid of it. So we're just going to go on the assumption that I'm going straight from here to there. And I'm going to need to make it like 10, 12 feet wide. So that stump on the right I don't need to worry about. These two I do. Those two stumps right past the rock I need to worry about. And this is where multiplayer would come in big time. Multiplayer on this map, while I'm sitting here putzing around, like one person could have been cutting the trees. The other person could be following it behind with the stump grinder, you know, doing that at the same time. And honestly, once you got like the first couple of trees down, a third person could either roll in with the log carrier if you wanted to keep the logs, or they could have rolled in with the actual electrical wire running. Okay, I feel like the two on the sides are probably okay. We'll grind this stump on the left. And those three stumps up the hill will have to go. But the good news is I had like a couple of trees to cut down on this end, and then a big empty space, and a couple of trees to cut down on the far end. And this might also work out for us in the long run, because if I were to have to send something between these points, this is a wide enough space that if I had to send a path here, I could easily take a vehicle along the side of it versus going right over where we dropped the cable. Okay, so I got all those. We just need to zip over to those two on the far end there, because we didn't end up using that one on the left. We just cut straight across. Or I'm a liar. That's fine. I don't need to get rid of all these stumps. Yeah, so probably this one, the one to my right. I don't even think I need to do those next two over there either. Maybe those two. The one way out there, definitely not. And those trees are the small ones that we can just push over, so I don't need to do anything with it. Alright. Yeah, like I said, these trees I'm not worried about. Literally, I can just shove them over to the little ones. And then there was just a couple of trees over here at the home stretch. And then we run the power up here. And then this is the really long power run we had. Which I kind of think that was the whole idea with the long power run, was just the idea that you'd have to, like, you reasonably would have to go and deal with the trees. You could go around it, but you'd just have to fight with it a bunch. Right, so I'm probably not going to worry about that next tree right next to rock, but I will get those ones. Because we were going to go through, and then I realized that rock, like, there's more rock that way. I was like, ah, this will be faster down here. I also do appreciate that when you have this big grind wheel and it touches the ground, it does, you know, scuzz up the ground where it rips up all the mud and everything. And this will be the last one. Okay, so we'll just scooch you out of the way real fast. Alright. So now, unfortunately, I gotta go all the way back down here. Go to our base. We will need to grab our infrastructure, grab our cable thing, deploy our cable thing. Luckily we got this one, and I believe we found that this thing could cross dang near anything. Like the one you actually buy is pretty able to cross a lot of stuff. It actually gets a pretty okay speed too once it gets moving versus the rusted one. And once we got that, we'll have our new power line run, and that'll be one of our infrastructure objectives done. And my assumption of what that's going to do is it's going to turn on some of these buildings, so I'll be able to get like the concrete or whatever. Not the concrete, because that's my objective here. That's not done. Oh, I also need to remember with the dare drop to take off the 15 tree thing, because we already did that. Did you replace all the rusted vehicles? Not quite. It is a thing that as we've gone, we've unlocked new ones. So for example, my log carrier, on this map I got a rusted log carrier as a new rusted vehicle, and I have not been able to replace that quite yet. I've got most of my rusted vehicles replaced. But it does appear there's actually a lot of rusted vehicles in the game. Basically, you'll have one vehicle of every purpose you'll get a rusted version of. That way you can never soft lock yourself. Which I think is good, because that's another difference between this and SnowRunner. In SnowRunner, you can get to missions that if you do not buy upgrades or better vehicles or something like that, you physically cannot do. Like, you'll start getting to the later missions, and your vehicle just won't be able to deal with the terrain, nor will you have available winch points to muscle your way through it as well. I think especially, like, you'll see, like, there's definitely some of that in Michigan once you get to the Island Lake part of the Michigan map. That area's got some really dodgy places that there's, like, no winch points anywhere around, that you're just in the soup, and the alternative route is to just dunk it into the water and watch the engine flood. So you're kind of stuck just making it work. So if you don't get like a proper off-road vehicle or something like that, you're kind of out of luck. And then getting out to those vehicles, like your scouts really can't do it until you at least get some all-terrain tires and a snorkel. And then, like, the Fleet Star just doesn't have the fuel capacity without some support vehicles, which again means moving stuff around and spending money. The point being, you can get yourself in a situation where you just really need more resources just to continue, but the game, sometimes they give it to you, sometimes they don't. Where this one, they're like, no, here's your tool. It can do the job. Maybe not good. You might actually have a pretty miserable time with it, but it will eventually get the job done. It also seems like some of these ones, like the cable layer, there's only one model of cable layer that I've seen. It seems like a couple of the machines, you have like the one specialty machine for it, you can get the not rusted version, that's as good as it gets. Which is fine. I think that's reasonable. Whereas stuff like your cargo vehicles and your very generic stuff, there's lots of options. Okay, so the bridge is over there. So we can go this way. And honestly, we'll probably have churned up the mud enough I'll be able to see the same path we went last time. This thing does a pretty good job of crossing mud. Like, I was genuinely impressed with the cable layer that it just seems to just not care. It's got these tank treads. It's going to make progress. It can shove the smaller trees out of the way and all that. And the only way I found to really beach this thing where it gets stuck is if you can manage to, like, when you're driving off the trailer, get something stuck in between, because the treads are on the outsides. If I beach something in the middle so that both the treads are off the ground is the only way I've seen to really get it stuck. Which with some of the vehicles where they're really short and squatty, aren't that hard to do that, but this thing's a bit of a longer vehicle, so there's less opportunity for that kind of thing. Okay. If we have to have a vehicle cross this route I'm on right now, that is going to be a lot of work. Because that whole route is almost nothing but mud. Okay, and we're almost here. And if we've done our work right, this should be, you know, just clean sailing that I just start putting it down and just drive. Like the only snags in my head is like weird terrain or whatever that I have to like finagle a little bit. But trees and logs and stumps and all that, we should be good. Okay. Let's see, if you're patient, could you dump sand everywhere in that mud's bad, or is that not possible? You could absolutely do it. It doesn't seem to be like any limitation with that kind of thing. What am I stuck on? Weird. There's just like... Oh. There was one stump I missed because it was like buried in the mud where I churned it up. Okay, well that's great, literally at the start. I was like, why can't I go? And it's because I had a stump like right in the center and it's just spinning around on it. But yeah, no, there's if you're patient enough, yeah, you could take sand. The only place I've seen it won't let you put down sand is like loading and unloading docks and stuff like that where you would block an important point. The actual, like, the spot right there where the vehicles try to spawn and all that, it won't let you. And then bridges, it won't let you. And I'm assuming that's just how they've implemented it, figuring out the terrain. I'm guessing it'd create weird problems, so he just went, nah, not on bridges. Which does mean if you just don't enjoy bridges, you could just go to some of those places and instead of building a bridge, just keep dumping sand until you've got a pile high enough to make yourself a sand bridge the whole way up. Some of those bridges are pretty high though, so that would be interesting to see how that would work. And we go around this mud hole. And then the good news is because I'm running this power cable through the forest this time, and not along a road, I shouldn't have to worry about trying to send a convoy on it and things sinking into it and all that. It should be one of those things that I set it, and then I don't have to worry about it again. And then once I get this, there's another power run to the south I need to do. Which is the... I don't remember what color stars. But another set of stars in the map. That I should be able to just pop on down there and then check it out with this thing. If I don't need to do anything else, we run the cable. If we got a bunch of trees in the way, then we can just grab what we need. Okay, we gotta go around these rocks to the right. Where's the power? Oh, it's like literally in front of me. Oh, I just couldn't see it very well because of, yeah, it's like right there. I was just getting confused because it's getting close to the wall and I'm like, where's the power? All right, and we have the infrastructure online. Okay, so with that, we can get rid of all these markers. Okay, and then the next power run we were looking at was way down over here. Which is much closer to our base, because our base is right there. And that's looking like another one that I'm going to have to probably just chop through a bunch of trees. So that's fine. But yeah, it's definitely one we're just going to teleport our stuff back down for. I shouldn't need to chop any trees there. So let's go grab the infrastructure one there. Yes, that's for the radio tower. I don't know how important or what that does for us. But we'll need to go to logging. We can grab our tree cutter. Yeah, and it looks like I set it to the red stars over there. Let's get the power run down on that side. But yeah, where we've got all those mud places marked, very genuine. Let's actually take a peek at the map real fast. Very genuinely, if you look at that. So this mud spot's in the radius, so I could just literally just chuck sand on those two nice and easy. We've got some mud spots there. Those ones I'm literally in range to chuck sand. That's where we're heading now. That one's in radius to chuck sand. So very genuinely, filling those in with sand would actually be pretty easy. I basically drive the dump truck there, drive the bulldozer, and all the resources are right there. We just dump and go. For the time being, I've had no reason to worry about. Oh, let's go ahead and reset that route while we're here. Because you failed trying to. Oh, you failed up here. That's actually because normally I was failing up there. I probably need to go there and dump a little bit of sand right there on the edge to give it just a tiny bit more traction, and then we'd probably be good. You are struggling with this. There you go. Alright. And you can even go a step farther and you can pave it and all that too.
Thank you to very last Lardine for subscribing for 19 months. Howdy.
Hey, Lardine. How's it going? Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. That's 19 months you've been subbed to the channel, which is a heckin' long time. Really do appreciate it, so thank you so much for that. Do hope you've been enjoying your advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. Alright, so this is one of those things I'm best off just cutting right through to it. I am in the way of my own convoy line, so let me get out of the way first. Okay, so we take the next left, that'll take me up where I need to go. And then we're gonna have to assess on how I have to go in. You're so happy it's Friday so you can sleep in tomorrow? I actually have to wake up early tomorrow, but it's for a fun thing, so, you know, one of those kind of things. Because as a reminder, it's very likely there will not be a stream tomorrow. If there is, it will be probably pretty decently late. So not like just 5-10 minutes, but probably like a couple of hours at least. Most likely there will not be a stream tomorrow. Because one of the reasons I went ahead and did the bonus streams, you know, yesterday and today, is one, Hume got stuck with third shift, so not really a reason not to. And then on top of that, I was going to need to take off streams. So I'm like, yeah, I'll just do the bonus streams, make up for the stream I'm going to miss. Plus, honestly, I would be sitting there the whole time I had my days off being like, I want to play RoadCraft, but I really shouldn't play RoadCraft, you know, off stream and spoiling myself to it and everything. Okay, so we can actually get the power at the bottom of the hill. So I don't need to mess anything here, because I can't run line through that anyways. Let's get to the bottom of the hill here. I'm gonna mark that as the first spot so I know where to start from. Okay. So now it is time to murder a lot of trees. It amuses me the idea that I'm needing to run a power line in the ground from here to over there when I literally have power towers rolling through the area already where I kind of need them. All right. So we'll try to run it along the outside of the road here. And they'll curve in here. Okay. I'm assuming this will kind of be the same thing where we've got a bit of a stretch that's going to have a ton of trees, and then we'll have a nice little gap. We also might get down there and realize there's a nice open path through the trees somewhere. Let's have a little bit better feel for the size of the cable thing. So I'll try to not cut too many more trees than I need to. The central utility push to use those is 4 months behind red tape. Honestly, when it comes to disaster stuff, that stuff is usually pretty prompt. It's very different when it's like, oh, company X or Y wants to throw a line on this pole, and you know, it just everything takes time, or like we're going to be doing a new expansion through this area. Like those take a whole lot of time to get through because I have to do all sorts of surveys to make sure it's not going to be wider impact and yada yada yada. But when it comes to, hey, this existing cable is badly damaged, that stuff really pops through real quick. Like sometimes they won't be able to get the people to actually do the work, like they'll be short in linemen or whatever. But as far as like approvals and all that, yeah, disaster recovery, there's an entirely different rule set you run into that's pretty lax. Ooh, I'm wondering if I can actually cut through those bigger trees. That might force me to take a different route. Like a realistic thing that could happen is that, you know, up ahead several of the major poles are knocked down and, you know, eventually they'll get fixed, but it's just kind of one of those things that, you know, the steel poles and the line crew and all that just can't get in because, you know, the whole place is kind of wrecked. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Okay, so slight adjustment. We're going to kind of skirt around these really big trees that I can't cut down. It does look like this forest opens up a lot once we get into it. But yeah, so it could easily be like the big steel power, you know, power pylon towers or like whatever you know, with the heavy cranes and all that, they're like, yeah, we just don't have the people to deal with it. Whole wider area is gone, so you're just one contractor. So, just bury a cable real fast. Which wouldn't be real fast. Because realistically, with what I'm dealing with here, we would need to be dealing with tree roots and everything. So that cable barrier would have its work cut out for it. Yeah, I think we can maneuver through these trees. Because I sure as heck don't want to go the whole way around these trees. Yeah, so I think we might be able to squeeze in through here. This does not instill me with confidence. I don't think there's much point cutting down the trees inside the forest. Alright, so you got this patch of trees. So I could run it along this way. Honestly, that's probably all we need to do. I'm probably wasting my time. Then I probably could just literally run it along the existing power lines and then go in from there. Let's go see how far we can get with that. I was going to try and make a straight on line for it, and apparently that's not the play. Alright. Plus, very genuinely, most of the time, the power company wants to get the grid back online. Actually, before I forget, the power company wants to get the grid back online as fast as possible because they don't get paid by you if you don't get power. So they have a financial reason to want to get that power on as fast as possible. That doesn't mean they never fail at it. They certainly do. But it's not from a lack of motivation or pressure. Okay. Yeah, should be able to get over here pretty quick. And we'll just try slapping down the cable. We won't worry about our little stars. I'm just going to follow the power poles. Because it does seem like... The other argument you could have is that the existing infrastructure was all run... Okay. The existing infrastructure was all run above ground. It's damaged in a whole lot of places. And since it'd be a major repair, burying a cable is usually the preference for a lot of stuff. Usually for major runs, you'll have like the big towers like that, not the little wood ones. Those will still be above ground for just pragmatic reasons. Even though those towers look like they're gonna fall apart any second. But usually when you get starting like into city centers, residential, all that kind of stuff, these days they try and bury as much of the cable as possible. Makes them harder for people to tamper with them. It also makes them usually a lot more likely to put up with stuff like storms. What is happening right now? So like beached on a rock or something. What am I getting stuck on? Sorry about that. Oh, there is a lot of tree stumps here. I see. Alright, 1 second. Yeah, that's all... I didn't see it from above. That's all tree stumps the whole way around this area. And like I said, I'm trying to avoid going down the middle of the road. I've learned that lesson. Yeah, I can't get around that. Yep, and there's also a couple fallen trees. Alright, that's fine. We just bring everything. And once we get that over there, we can grind a bunch of those tree stumps, get those in position. Didn't look like they were like that north-south run through the easement or whatever. That didn't look like it had much of the tree stumps, but it looks like right along the road. Need a truck vehicle? Yeah, it's got the stump grinder. That'll be good, and that'll get us more power stuff online. Hey, Rachel, how's it going? Don't mind me, just gonna bang that rail, checking on chat stuff. Some grinders are fun, that's a big one. Oh yeah. Like I've only used really small stump grinders in real life, and not like I've only done like once or twice. Here's the way I've seen a lot of people deal with like tree stumps, you know, on property is I believe it was copper nails. That when you have a tree stump you want to get rid of, but you don't need to get rid of like right now, they would stick a bunch of copper nails into it, and there was something about copper that, you know, causes the wood to rot much faster. So the idea is you'd put a bunch of copper nails in it, leave it. A year later you can just kind of knock the rest of the stump apart with just about anything that's got some heft to it. You just hit with a sledgehammer and just blow off chunks of it because it's all rotted out. Versus when you freshly cut down a tree and you're trying to deal with a stump, it is an awful time to try and get rid of it. A lot of time just becomes a mechanical power kind of thing of just grinding it to bits. Because you can't, a lot of trees you can't just like rip it out of the ground either. If you try, it just ends up pulling up so much of the earth around it, you've just made your problem way worse. Those root systems get pretty widespread and pretty deep. Depending on the tree. Yeah, I'm having the sneaking suspicion at some point this might be another one of those roads we might have to send a convoy down later. And this is probably going to be a really rough one if that is the case. So the last thing I'm going to do is make it even worse by having that. Part of the reason I'm thinking that is we've got all these trees. Crossing the road every which way. And that wouldn't really matter unless I'm going to have to either A, move a hard-to-move vehicle down here, which, please no. Or B, we're going to have to convoy down here. Which is also going to be a rough ride. Low gear or no low gear doesn't seem to be mattering at all. There we go. Like, it didn't seem like the tread was slipping. It's just like, sometimes it's like, nah. Too hard. I don't have this road marked as particularly bad. I'm going to add that marker on here. Basically be like, if I have to convoy this road, we got to get to work. Yeah, so that's what caused me a problem. It looked like we had two rocks back to back and us beaching the cable layer on them. Yeah, if we have to convoy this road, it's gonna be work. It's gonna be a lot of work. All of this is just mush down here. Okay. And I don't need to chop everything. Just trying to give herself a nice little path along the right here. Okay, and we're trying to get to right here. That's because there's a bunch of big trees on the other side there that I couldn't chop through. So the direct route I wanted to take became a no-go. Like, I probably could have finagled it where we, again, moved forward, like, ran the cable runner up against a tree, backed off, folded it, went to the other side, opened it up, backed it up to the tree again, and it would just pick up where it left off. And we did that in the demo, but I want to try and do it, like, the not cheesy way. Okay, we should be able to sneak around the right here without a problem. Okay, I'm gonna just keep running up here. Now the hope is when we turn right, we don't see stumps. Looks good to me, just a bunch of little trees. We can shove those over, so let's grab the cable layer. Run that right over here. And then try and follow these power towers. And then if that works out, we should have all that infrastructure stuff done. Then we're going to be down to basically replacing a bunch of pipes in a lot of places. Now here's where we find I missed one stump. Did it not get rid of that stump? Okay, the stump is actually gone. It just didn't remove the graphic. We had that with a fallen tree yesterday. Okay. I might be able to finagle around that. Without having to do like the fold unfold trick. Yeah. It's fine. And right over there is the radius we gotta reach, so it's literally just drive forward. Okay, and with that we've got the power online to the radio tower, whatever the heck that does for us. You got up here. I'll need to fix that. We can go over here real fast and take out these markers because they're not needed anymore. Okay, so infrastructure's been repaired. So as far as other infrastructure things, we have replaced the pipes up here. Let's go mark all our broken pipes. We have broken pipe here. I will mark that with you. I'm pretty sure it was other place in the map we had marked broken pipes too. Oh, wasn't it the 3 over there? Okay, so I guess that's literally the only pipe I gotta fix is way up there. We got all our rewards now, and that one's struggling. Objective-wise, I have just you. So we just need to clean this area. And this area. Which it looks like just stuff I gotta drag around. I'll put up here because I have sneaking suspicion I'm going to need to have that stuff. Storage Solution LLC provides infrastructure improvements with minimal environmental impact. We make no guarantees about any environmental impact anything. The environment will be impacted as we see fit. Are these usable as salvage? I don't believe so. They're not shimmering blue for being metal, which is what I would expect if they were usable for salvage. Okay. Interesting is that one container way on the end there, it's not acting like that's one I'm going to be able to pick up, which is curious. Oh, there we go. All the other ones had a quest marker, and that one didn't. I was just like, okay. It's probably fine. Okay, so that one's done. So now, This one I don't have a crane I can get to, so I need to get my own vehicle to go in there. We've got a bridge here, that's a problem, but I did make a path across there, that'll work. So we will need to go... So what we can do is go way down over here. I have... Where's the steel pipe factory? We have steel pipes here. Alright. So let's grab you. I will want cargo. Grab the mule. Retain. Confirm. Deploy. Alright, so let's take the road to the relay, then to the north. Because that'll let me grab the pipe I need. We can roll up there, replace the broken pipe, and then this will be good to drag those other vehicles just off to the side. Can I actually fit you on here? Okay. A little heavy from the back. But you know what? We could probably balance this weight out. Can I pick you up? Are you a real car? There we go. We just had to balance our weight out a little, that's all. So we've got our weight and our counterweight. Now if we look at our wheels, we're almost balanced. We're ever so slightly front heavy, so let's bring it in closer. There we go. A nice even weight distribution. We just gotta worry a little bit because I am noticing as this car swings a little bit, my left-right weight distribution, not the greatest. Alright, so we're gonna need dip lock. Good as new, better even? I know, right? See, because if I didn't do it right there, we would have wheelied and I would have lost steering from it. Am I going the right way before I commit to this? Yes. And it's added bonus, that means I've already got probably 2, 3, 4 pipes worth of metal on us right now. So I don't have to go schlepping around looking for it. Saw some used cars and I'm just well, not even used. Wrecks. Take our time. I didn't manage to twist the arm in time. Oh well. Don't let your memes be dreams. That's fine, we can go grab our crane, grab the big crane, deploy. We can just go right after and just pick it up. It's a little more top-heavy than I gave it credit for. I moved some pretty unreasonable stuff in that little vehicle. I still think my favorite was moving the transformer, where we had the big ridiculously heavy transformer on the back and then the pipe on the front as a counterweight for it. And that we didn't even roll it or anything. It got dodgy, but it is what it is. Alright. You were robbed, that was clean. No, I tried to... You saw me try to get the stilts up in time, but it was just too little too late. It already leaned up to the point where it just went right over the stilt. There we go. Oh, that's a great place for you. That's certainly not going to cause me any amount of grief. You could just, swung back in front, please. Alright, 1 second. I need you to get back in front of the vehicle. There we go. Big groove dug in the ground there, so let's avoid that. I also just realized I already have pipe that I could have literally just taken out of storage. But we'll just pretend that's not there, so that way it doesn't seem ridiculous what I'm doing. Okay, where's the pipe factory? Okay, so I can cross this and then take a right. I'm sure sooner or later I'll have to make a bunch of pipe and ship them half across the map or something for some reason or another. Pretty much exactly what happened on the last map. Okay. And I believe the place we get the pipe is just to the right. As I drag all this here, look, there's even a... Oh, that's not a good pipe. It's got a big hole in the side. Like, as I drag this all here, and this whole place is just full of scrap metal. Like, more scrap metal I could possibly need. Look, I still feel like we did an important thing in cleaning up the neighborhood. The neighborhood was full of completely burned down wrecked cars, and we have, we're taking them in to be recycled. That wasn't worth as many pipes as I thought it'd be. That was one pipe per car. Well, about 1.5 pipes per car-ish. Alright. Now need 2 pipes, but we're grabbing 2. At this point, I gotta go all the way up to where that red flag is. And it appears if I just follow this road here, it'll take me right to it. Alright. Part of me wants to grab a third, but the problem is I don't have a place to ditch them along the way. So I'm grabbing the extra just because I can. Because you never know when it's going to be like, you need 1 more pipe up here. But it may end up getting just dropped in the ground and left behind if I just don't need and I need this thing someplace else. Hey, Bassett, how's it going? Alright. So we go here. We take this left. This is a road, right? It's not a road. There's not a way there. What I saw as a road is not a road. It looked like to me like this went over here and then down that way. Oh, that's just straight up a cliff right there. Alright. So we gotta go around the other way, that's fine. It's road-like. Yeah, if you very, very slightly look in the completely opposite direction, it might appear like a road. Just slightly in the opposite direction. Okay, so we'll just zip on through here. I have a feeling that we are going to need to be making a lot of pipe at some point. With how much metal scrap they've made how easy to get. I could very, very, very much see us needing to get like 10 pipes for something or other. Alright. This game feels like it forever rains. Welcome back, Darth. I hope you had yourself a good dinner and all that then. Alright. I've still not seen in this game any real reason to turn off the diff lock or all-wheel drive. Like, the diff lock does seem to ever so slightly hurt your turn radius. I don't know if that's entirely in my head or if it's actually a thing. But considering how much easier it makes to traverse terrain, it doesn't seem to have any negatives. It might hurt our top speed as well. That's kind of another thing that doesn't really matter that much. Okay. Yeah, so we want to turn to the right, get around this building, and then cut across the railroad tracks.
Hello there.
Hey, Bentley, how's it going? At least it's not nighttime and not being able to turn the lights on at all. Yep. I really enjoy SnowRunner. I also really enjoy not perpetually dealing with everything being dark forever. Like, SnowRunner's fun, but I could use it a little less dark. Is today a long stream? I mean, we've been going a little bit long, but it's not like with the collab streams. The collab streams, the big reason those were so long is to accommodate schedules. There is a chance that in the not too distant future we'll have more collabs. Because I definitely would be down to collab with FG again, and she has expressed the same. I definitely know there's a number of other content creators I would very much like to collab with. Some of them would require me to finagle my schedule a whole lot, and some of them, you know, basically stream almost overlapping schedules, so it'd be very little change to the schedule to stream together. And I'm very much enjoying the game. I need to be far back than this. This thing's arm is not that long. So for once, I don't have to remove a pipe from here. It's already gone. Alright. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. And bear with me for just a moment, chat. We're about to hit an ad break, and I have really got to use the restroom. So if we do that real fast, I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. So be back in just a minute. Okay, and relocate our position over here to have some cover. I think in all my time, that has been the single most effective orbital bombardment I've ever used. Considering there is nothing left. There is a pair of corpses left, and everything else got wiped out. Did they revamp that? I remember orbital bombardment being a lot weaker, let alone mining out chunks of the mountain. Okay. You saw that crazy move? The one where I advanced on him with the axe, like hit him with the axe and ran through him. I did not feel good about that move, but I'm like, man, I'm getting cornered here. Keep the threat on one side of me. This is not good. All right, sweaty time. This is really bad. That's that. Yeah, no, that was definitely when they're all like, that's the whole scare. All right, and we are back. Get that. I've got. Oh, I see what happened. 1 second. There, that should fix my light on the side a little bit. Looks like the stand that light's on got wonky. It's a cheap stand, so it doesn't surprise me. It was a gift, but it's like a really, really inexpensive light setup, which is totally fine. Eh. I think that'll be good enough. I just need to drag stuff out of this area. I did notice where we had all the sedans and all that in the art place that these are vans. So I think the idea was they deliberately added harder to move vehicles over here. I'm sure I'll end up finding out I need to clear some space for convoy or whatever later. And if so, that's fine. Oh! I missed the Rawlbot post, so it's like, what about genies? What's going on? Alright.
I suppose it's about time we got that power supply going. Installing the power cable should be pretty straightforward now that you've cleared out the trees. But there's one catch. Since it's concrete we're talking here, we can't have the mixer stop once the process is started. This means that we need not only a new power cable, but a backup power source too, in case something goes haywire. Luckily, there's one at the transformer station. So, you can fetch it when you're done installing the power cable, or the other way around. Create your own destiny.
Original location is obstructed? Okay, it's not though, but that's fine. Alright, so let's check on our objectives and all that. So restore the power cable. So we already ran power here. Like, we look at our infrastructure stuff, it's done. Meanwhile, you're still having problems over here. I need to just go over here and put some sand down. I keep hitting that every time we pop over looking at stuff. All the rewards and all that stuff done. So you need to deliver the object. And the object we are delivering is going from where to where? Okay, you're down here at the transformer. Honestly, it wouldn't be the worst. What I am going to try to do, though... What do you need for this to come online? That's what I don't understand. This base is still not available, and it really is inconvenient. Because it does mean every time I go to do something, I gotta way the heck down here. Yeah, I'm figuring with this I could all-terrain it, pick up whatever the thing is, and just drive with it on the crane. And this crane will handle it real well, and then I don't have to worry about the pipe and just discarding it somewhere. Because we're not super far away from the item I need to pick up. Alright. Oh, that's the one, the recycling center, isn't it? Yeah, it's fine. It might just be one of these things that, like, we get this transformer to the concrete place and be like, okay, we need, like, 2 concrete slabs into the base. Okay, base is online. Could be one of those kind of things. All right. Zip on over here. Extend that in preparation for the pickup. In this case, I don't really need to worry about like where we saw a road that wasn't really here, up here. In this particular case, I'm cutting straight across the other side, and there was a road that way. No problem, Bentley. I know how those days go. It's also kind of interesting, the idea that, you know, we've got Kelly, who's our, like, dispatch person, and she's almost like, okay, yeah, so we've had this disaster, there's this, like, lumber company over here, they've got this, you know, this harvester, just go grab it and start harvesting stuff. And you're kind of sitting there going, wait, do they just leave the keys right there? Like, am I breaking and entering? How is this working? It's not like I'm meeting their rep locally, and he's like, here's your key so you can do it. Am I hot wiring it? Okay. So I could probably just follow where I ran the power cable here, because you know I've got a fairly clear route through there. It wasn't too awful of a route. You just try to avoid the actual ditch of the power cable a little bit. Actually, that seems fine. As you said, you've heard secondhand, so you don't have any experience, but your understanding is a lot of construction fields don't have key, or they have a common key, because basically needing to hand out different keys to everyone who might be driving was a logistical nightmare. Honestly, have no idea. Like, the closest thing I've driven is stuff like forklifts and cherry pickers. That's, or what do you call it, high-risers? But that's about the most I've driven, is just the thing where you can, like, have the big scissor lift to get yourself pretty high, or, you know, forklift's a forklift. And those did have keys when I used them. But as far as, like, proper construction vehicles, like giant cranes and all that, I have no idea. But my hope is we could sneak in here over on one of the sides. I can probably push the tractor out of the way. That'll likely work. It might be... let's see if we can push the tractor. Let's see. Rural construction type, even common to leave keys in your personal vehicle in case someone needs to move it. My name said, forwards and harvesters for the forestry into keys have keys. Besides that, you have users on the machine's computer. When it comes to those machines, they only ever go at speeds of like 20-30 kilometers per hour, so no one steals them. The tractor you have came with like 4 of them, so naturally we have just 2. Yeah, came with 8 keys. How many are left? Well, we only have 1 that is actually in use. You have 1 in the office for when that person's out sick. Or, you know, when someone accidentally brings it home with them kind of thing. Alright. So we got the concrete plant online.
Not bad at all. The concrete plant's power woes are finally over. It's ready for its grand reopening, courtesy of your efforts. Well, maybe not so grand. But still, the only thing left to do is start delivering the concrete slabs. Plot a route from the concrete plant to the warehouse nearby.
I was like, that's right there. Okay, I can plot a route 10 feet. It's fine. Oh, sorry. I'll go fix that route here in a minute because it keeps coming up. Start plotting. Okay, so meanwhile, you've got all that going on. We don't have any other objectives real fast. Do I have my dump truck someplace? Yeah, my dump truck's over here. Can we get it over to that spot? Make sure I got my other markers removed. That spot. Yeah, so I'm here. Yeah, so I want to go south of the gas station. And drop just a little bit of sand there. And then flatten it out so I can get that route to stop flagging for all eternity. Because I keep putting it off and putting it off and putting it off. And it might surprise you, chap, when you ignore your problems for extended periods of times. It doesn't magically go away. I know it's deeply upsetting for me too that doesn't just sort itself out. Yeah, that's right, Rob. Why would you tell me this? Oh, I should also check, where's the farthest I can get sand? We can get sand right there.
Well done! Now we have a steady supply of concrete. No need to cut the ribbon. So, if you find one, you're welcome to do so. Now that you've restarted the relay, its transmitters have enough power to let us talk anywhere. But we've got to restore the whole system to provide reliable coverage for everyone. Our workers need equipment. And I know just where to get it. When the hurricane hit the eastern quarry, they evacuated, leaving behind a whole bunch of climbing equipment. I know you're just itching to check it out, so I won't stop you. And if the equipment's still there, take it to the workshop. That's not all, though. We have the tower frame ready at the steel mill, but guess what? Yep, we'll need a road to transport it from the steel beams facility to the workshop. And while you're at it, set a route to deliver the radio electronics there as well.
Yeah, so this is where they're getting stuck, so you can literally see where it's going wrong. Yeah, and as you can see, they're just getting in the muck. Here, have a nudge. Nah, you got it. Don't give up. You got it, friend. Yeah, that should be plenty. And then grab you. And then go work our way up. Figure that out from there. And I mentioned it earlier in the stream, like it gave a quick demo, but since a lot of people, you know, it takes a while for people to get here and all that. I did figure out where I said you couldn't really manipulate the terrain by, you know, using the forklift. So when you switch between like flattening and the asphalt destruction, it won't mess with the terrain that much. But if you switch it to, I do not want to carve that up. If you switch it to where we have this set to manual, that's an exception. So what I can actually go over here and do is just off the side of the road, since it's someplace I don't care about. And I'd say just smash this into the ground. And we can dig up the ground a little bit. I'm at a weird angle, so it's not working that great. Yeah, so as you can see, I'm just carving a hole in the ground. It does work. And you can make it useful. It is real hard to do in any type of meaningful way. So about the only use I think that's really worth doing is if you have like a path that there's like a big bump in one spot, you can use that to kind of clean that up. But with how much your vehicles bounce around trying to go up like a hill like we're on now and not utterly destroy everything, it's not going to give you much of the results you want. It seems like what you do from a practical standpoint is that you would end up, you know, laying down everything, or like you dig out like a hole or whatever and then put sand in it to flatten it out. And that, like, a big part of it would just be kind of carving into the ground, that you're not really going to flatten the ground with that. It's just too hard, too bouncy to really execute that. But the point is, you can manipulate the ground. It does seem like most of the time there's effectively like a bedrock after a certain depth that you start skipping on and not really being able to control it too well, that you kind of hit a bottom that you can't really go farther. So it isn't a thing that you can just carve yourself like a quarry or something. But you can manipulate the terrain a decent amount. I noticed that because, as I mentioned yesterday, after stream, I went back to Sunken, the map we had been working on that we got finished. And I did go back and fix those 2 routes that sometimes would fail, which I'm glad I didn't do on stream because that took me hours. And a lot of it was send the vehicle, you know, see where it gets stuck, go in, maybe put a little extra sand, maybe flatten it out a little bit, send vehicle, and it took a good couple minutes for the vehicle to reach it each time. So it was a whole lot of make minor change, wait to see if your minor change fixed the problem. If no, make minor change, and repeat. But it got there. Okay, one more pass in the middle. Okay, so take away that marker. Infrastructure, send you. Infrastructure here. We need to build a road. We need to plot a route. And we need to plot a route. So objectives, we don't have any side objectives. So the first thing we'll do is we'll build that road. Because most likely the road will be the thing that'll be the biggest blocker. So good news is the road... Oh, okay. For a moment it didn't have like where it wants me to build the road. I'm like, alright. That's actually a pretty interesting path there. And the good news is that's not far from where we need to be anyways. I'm just going to assume that turns out and go ahead and grab our dump truck. And get that working. And then from here, it seems like we're going to be making a pretty long road across a pretty marshy area. It's not where I was expecting them to have us build a road. Like I was like, okay, we're gonna shortcut here. Like, no, straight across the water. Let's do this. I wonder if it's gonna cut across areas with a bunch of tree stumps, and that's kind of why they chose this route.
Probably can't tell under all that water, but there used to be a driveway there. If you use that as a foundation, a new road built over it might have a shot at surviving future floods.
Okay, so they made an excuse as to why that works. Okay. But yeah, so it looks like we're going to be putting some routes through here. We have another route to set up. All that's fine. Need to get this more in line with this. There's a good chance I'll have to fix some of this up by pouring some more sand back there and widening the path. Okay. I also don't believe one word of her. It's like, there was a driveway under there. Nah, don't lie to me. There's zero chance there's a driveway down here. It'd have had to have been, like, overrun by mud years and years ago, not just one hurricane rolling through. Like, how far am I sinking in here and not finding it? Okay. I'm a little worried that once I start bulldozing, I make the sand pile too low. Well, that wasn't enough. Okay, so let's get you out of the way. So where did you get stuck? Oh, you're probably actually getting stuck on the door itself here now. I'll have to deal with that in a minute. In the meantime, let's go back down to our base. Grab our front loader. Not front loader. Our bulldozer. And get you in position and get back to flattening this all out. The big one to run into in a minute is getting the actual paver and all that down here. This time I'm not going to be stubborn. I'm just going to grab the heavy vehicle transport and just be done with it. I keep putting that off, and honestly, some of those vehicles are pretty awful for going on anything but paved roads. It's probably also time that I purchase the not rusted heavy vehicle loader. We use it enough. Okay. The other thing we might need to do with that path to the south is I might just need to build the bridge to make it an easier to cross spot. Like, we've made it work, but we could definitely make it better. Oh, I didn't even see that I didn't have you set up to go the other way. Okay. Yeah, so there'll be a lot of cleaning this up. Okay, we can turn around here real fast. I'm gonna widen it out a little bit. I'm gonna try and split it to be 2 shovel fronts wide. It just gives me more room for the vehicles to not just immediately fall off into the swamp or whatever as they try and do their routes. It did update to be happy with that. Alright, now we go down the other side, and then we go down the middle, and it'll be time to go get our asphalt layer and our steamroller. Make it into a proper road. Okay, and then right down the middle, just because when I do it that way, it makes a big seam on the middle that the vehicles can have some weird times with. We still have a little bit of it along that edge, but I think that's okay. Now, one thing that does make me curious is there's a bump way over here on the end. I'm curious if that's like actually a terrain issue. It is. Alright, let's see if I can't get rid of this bump. Because I haven't tinkered much with this. Let's change you to manual. I'm gonna lower your gradient even more. So you dig into the ground just a bit. And the goal here is to just dig right into that spot. Okay, so let's see, now if I turn around, if I actually got rid of the one spot that was like the actual underlying mud that was higher, which is the reason I couldn't just get rid of it. Or if I just kind of pushed it farther back. I think I basically need to get more sand in that spot to make it less lumpy. Because if we try and go over there with the asphalt layer, it's just going to keep catching on, and I'm going to spend like 10 minutes zigzagging back and forth on it. Alright, so grab you. Let's go to that far end where we've got the one bad spot. Gonna put some dirt over it, sand, whatever. Then just smooth it out, we should be good. Alright, get you out of the way. Yeah, so did I need to fix that spot? Probably not. It could have caused the occasional vehicle to fail. It would also have made the street probably look horrendously bad because it would just be a nice flat road the whole way and then this one big bump that you hit like in the middle of it. So I do think it was worth me taking 2 seconds to fix it. I also don't know what kind of vehicles we got going down here. If we're going to be dealing with just like the little SUVs that do a really good job of getting through here. The kind of cargo trucks that have the big like winch on them, crane kind of thing on them that again can actually do pretty okay all-terrain. Or if it be like the wayfarers who do not like any terrain that's not flat at all. Alright, and let's turn around one last time. Just make sure this middle spot's okay. Alright. We also have like a little bit of a kind of turn-on area. Oh, I probably need to be farther forward. all that. Okay, so we've got that sorted out, so let's pop back down to our base over here. I will want the heavy vehicle thing. So retain, confirm, deploy. And while that's deploying there, I will need to go in here to the road construction stuff, the thing for the asphalt. Oh, so which route failed? I'm gonna have to go down there and see what's up. I'm basically putting it off till other stuff gets resolved. Because one of those ones, I think it only needs like 2 more passes. But my guess is it's getting onto the bridge, but it's getting onto an angle and just gets stuck at the door or something and can't get through and lining itself back up because there's not a lot of wiggle room. It's not letting me really turn this on here. Okay, and the steamroller. It still feels like the entire reason for this transport is these 2 vehicles. Just because they don't really move well at all. Versus like, yeah, the lumbering tools aren't the most spry either, but they're at least okay when they get going. Versus these things putz and they get stuck on stuff super easy. Alright, so we can get this road put over here. And then we'll need to set up, I think it's like 2 or 3 routes that we should be relatively okay with. And like I said, at some point I probably need to go back up to where we had that one route that succeeded a bunch of times that's failing right now. That we just, you know, slapped down a sand spot. I probably need to go in there and try and like either get the bridge built and have it go around that way. Or just finagle it till it starts going through the door fine. It's just nothing urgent for now, it's just holding up a little bit of money and such. Versus a lot of the other stuff is supplies I'm almost certainly going to need for other things. I need to lower you. And just get you out of the way for a minute. Okay, so now I just need to put down the asphalt, roll it, and we're good. I'm not going to bother trying to do the entire thing, like the whole width. When you have these roads that's like a mission location, it will kind of finagle it at the end to meet where it wants it to be. And then if you want after that, you can add more, and it'll let you add more. But it'll kind of cheat it on the missions. We'll try and flatten it out. Got a couple of rough spots in here. Yeah, so you still have a lump in there that didn't fully get rid of, unfortunately. But I am a bit hopeful that what'll happen is when we get to the actual thing being done, a lot of those lumps and all that are causing this thing to swerve all over the place will get smoothed out. Let's see, so when thinking about some try-hard settings, what's a challenge you could see yourself doing in this game? I think that depends on what they give us, because really there's not a whole lot, like, there's simple stuff like, oh, you can't fast travel. Fair enough. Oh, you're not allowed to reset, redeploy. That's something you could do as well. But because money is strictly for kind of bonus nice things, you could say, hey, you're only allowed to use the rusted stuff. But in this particular game, that doesn't really hurt your overall capabilities so much as your speed of being able to do things. It's not really a challenge run kind of thing so much as a how long can you tolerate it kind of thing. But we'll see what they have once they start adding more stuff, because I could see them having a hard mode to this game where you can redeploy, but there's expenses to it. Or for a lot of the different maps, that ultimately, instead of just giving you a free quarry and a free this and a free that, they cost the fuel and whatnot. But that would only matter with game setting, like them adding stuff to make it work that way. So we'll see ultimately what happens with it. No fast travel? That poses real problems? No fast travel will just mean a bunch of driving back and forth. That one only becomes a challenge in... There's certain things you can get away without fast travel, or with fast travel, where you can, like, kind of just huck your stuff at it and it's good enough. Okay, so we got the road built. I think the vehicles are out of the way enough. You got stuck. Yeah, it's saying you got stuck on this side. Let's scoot you over here. And let's start going through. So that's the route we've just set everything up for. So let's start plotting the route. And you need to get down to the workshop. So needless to say, it literally was like, hey, put this road so you can do this. So obviously we're going to use that road we just made. Now the question is, for the workshop, it might be a little soupy. I still think it's the lesser of evils. No, don't do it. Don't do it like that. We can have you go around this way. Okay, so let's see how they do. All right. Well, there's no on foot. You would have to drive the vehicle back and forth. Oh, I see what you're saying. I think it'd be okay for you to jump between the vehicles. When I'm saying fast travel, let me say redeploy. Recovery, redeploy. You could say no recovery or redeploy, and that just means if you tip over a vehicle, it doesn't matter where it is, you must take another vehicle to recover it. Which does have the negative of when you first start a map, you could run yourself into trouble, where if you take your like SUV at the very beginning of the map and tip it over, there is no vehicle to rescue it. So you'd effectively have to exit the map, reset it back to start, and try again. Once you get your first garage unlocked, then, you know, as you get more vehicles, the more vehicles you get stuck, that's fine. You still have more vehicles. I don't think it'd be that hard of a challenge. More an inconvenience. But still. From what I thought, they're gonna go way too wide and just go right off the side. Alright. It's looking pretty good. But yeah, right now with the stuff in the game as it is, there's not a lot of room for, like, it's not as well geared for challenge run kind of things. I think we'd have to get more difficulty settings again, like the ability to disable recovery, which that kind of thing. Maybe making it so recovering always costs you fuel or something like that. Or like, you know, money is used for more stuff. They could add gas and maintenance. I don't think they will. They do have gas stations on the map, but I don't think it really makes that much sense. And we don't have any like service parts or service, you know, vehicles or anything like that. So I feel like it's kind of one of those things. They could add it, but at the same time, I don't think it really does anything to, you know, benefit anything. All right, well, we got these vehicles. They're falling back to back to back. Cool. Alright, I guess no dialogue. That's fine. Objectives. So we will track, set a path from the relay to the workshop. So I can have them follow that same route there. Or are you going to follow this route? This route looks like it might be really muddy down there. I think I've got that marked as a muddy route. I'm just going to go with, let's just send all the vehicles on that same route. They're going to the same place. If this worked for that group, we can literally just weave this together. You know, barring them being like wildly different vehicles. Then it should be fine. Oh, that vehicle probably could have done it fine. It's fine. They'll just take the scenic route. Cool. Okay, we did have, it's probably the path that's on that bridge failed again. Where previously succeeded. Yeah, I'm feeling good with that one. I'm gonna go sit here and just watch it the whole time. There's a couple bigger vehicles on that route. So that's you again. And this time you got stuck way over here. Let's scoot you on down that way. And then bring the climbing equipment here, which just reach that location. So from there we can go to our base, redeploy our rescue vehicle, and just start working our way over. And get back on over there. It's gonna take a hot minute for all those routes to get where they need to go. We've got the bridge over there. Probably not go down that way if we don't have to. Take 2 seconds. Okay. Yeah, so we're missing all the way across here, but if we go the north route, I can just follow straight over. just need to get enough of a wide berth that these convoys can keep convoying. Hey, for once they didn't blast their horn at me when I went by. Oh, there's a route over there, isn't there? Okay. I wonder how close we are to getting this place done, because we've explored a lot of map. We built out a lot of infrastructure. We moved convoy points between a whole bunch of things. And the entire mission in here has been basically to get the infrastructure back online. And so far we've got like the water's back online, the power's back online, a bunch of stuff like that. Okay, so find the object in this whole area. And we've got this big chasm here. Which the assumption being is I'm supposed to go over here, grab you, yank you down here, and get that to be in this spot, and do all that. I don't have the right vehicle to do that right now. So, as an alternative solution to this problem, what I'm thinking is instead we backtrack over here.
Take a sip. What's the worst?
Funny story. Right before the hurricane, they found some peculiar fossils in the wall of that quarry you're right next to. The eggheads from the local university got all hot and bothered and scurried right over with climbing equipment to study those fossils on site. Our guys could use that equipment to work on tower construction. So, if you find it, drop it off at the workshop, pretty please.
And I'll go get that stretch and a hydrate real fast. Just steal from the scientists. Well, that's like half the stuff I'm like, okay, disaster situation or not, like we are just nabbing all sorts of expensive equipment. You know, hand waving being like, it's okay, we're solving a disaster. But it's like, hang on. Well, certainly some of this, it's like, yeah, no, in the circumstances, absolutely justified. And then there's also sometimes like, we're just straight up stealing right now. So what my hope is, okay, so there's nowhere with an obvious drop-in point. So what we're gonna try doing is we managed to pull this off the other day just fine. That did not go. Come on, come on, come on. Port stalls. Port stalls. Port stalls. Please. 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 It's getting worse. This is the opposite direction I need to be going. Alright, either way I need to get a crane. What it's going to do is winch on there and then lower the winch out to tip back. I was not expecting to immediately roll, because obviously I need to go in here and get the climbing equipment from in here. And I needed a crane to do that, and I didn't have a crane. Where is my crane these days? So I'm heavy, not in the right place for what I need. That's where it is. So let's go here, crane, grab you, retain, okay, deploy. But yeah, so the issue was they had, it's a hole, and I've got these big, like, concrete plate things I could put over some girders there, but I need to be able to put them ahead of me. There wasn't an angle for the SUV to be able to, like, drive and drag them over. They'd have to just jump it into the water. So in this particular case, we're just going to go over, fix that real fast. I can grab the SUV and put it where I need it. Is it pretend we got our contract directly from the government and they gave us power and commandeering without payment or reimbursement? Or maybe the government pays and we have an thing. Well, I mean, realistically, with what we're doing, we probably are working for the government. Because considering we're not responding to any specific company's needs, like I'm not going and being like, I need to get the power company up and running, the water company up and running, you know, the pipe company up and running. We're here fixing the infrastructure just across the board. We happen to be fixing the various companies' systems as kind of a means to an end because I need the things they make to do what I need to do. So it would be very likely in this case, it would be, you know, county government, state government, city government. With this kind of place, we're talking county or state, maybe federal, because there's no city here. But yeah, we're almost certainly working for the government in this capacity. Hey, Mark, how's it going? Okay. And right over there to the right is where we're supposed to go do this correctly. But like I said, I needed a crane. And I didn't have one, so I just tried my best with the scout to begin with, just because. Yep, so just move this on over here. Kelly's just playing the long con. She knows the company is like the retirement fund and the pension are bunk. So she's just sneaking stuff left and right. Not feeling the greatest about that position, but okay. Looks better than a couple of 2x4s here. They still do have those bridges in this one too. The bridge you're like, I'm not driving across that, are you kidding? Alright, where is the hiking equipment? Alright, first, before anything else, I don't think we'll need this way up here. But that's fine. When you're looking over those slabs when he was going to drink. Yeah, that last one when it kind of bounced from, I was like, oh. Oh, I think I just gooped. It worked out okay. But there's definitely that moment where like, oh, nope. that was not as in place as I thought it was. Slam it down nice and good for the suspension. Yep. Yeah, that's the reason why Kelly was bemoaning the company at the beginning. Is she was feeling out if she should cut you in on it. Being like, is this guy also like aware of what's going on here? Like, is he also gonna be someone down to not let themselves be taken advantage of? And then when we were a good little Boy Scout, she was like, alright, we can't cut him in on this. He'll turn me in. We just gotta make excuses and I'll just pretend to look the other way. That way, if he starts noticing that I'm lifting some stuff, you know, he's also culpable. Okay, so workshop. Well, your D&D group might be becoming evil. It happens. I've not driven any sus ramps because the moment I look at something, I'm like, I am not driving. Like, this looks dodgy. I should not drive across this. I look at the idea of how much weight is behind all of that equipment and all that, and what that can do to my soft, fleshy body, which is not made out of metal like all those weights are, and go, you know what? Nah, that's just a no. I can think of better ways of getting seriously injured or killed than that. We can need someone to steer and I can't push at the same time? Yeah. Then you get to the next mission, and just Kelly's gone. Just straight up gone, and we've got like a new dispatcher. And it's just like, what happened to Kelly? Oh, she's in jail. Yeah, there's a lot of that stuff was not okay. We're doing it by the book now. You don't just commandeer equipment from private companies, just, you know, that you don't even necessarily need. It's just mildly convenient. It's nice to get back at the NPCs from time to time for their aggressive honking ways.
Got all the tower parts ready. Now, it's time to deliver them. You don't even have to install the parts yourself. Just send the convoy to the tower and sit back. Isn't delegating duties great?
Okay. So, we have a new route. Start plotting. Well, crap. I can already see this is going to... Okay, how much wood do I need to fix that bridge? Alright. Real quick, we're gonna go ahead and get this sorted out. So, the issue I have is... I would really like to send my other vehicle that's not here. How much wood do you need? We need 4. So we go ahead and do. We could go up here. Now I'm not gonna grab my good mule. I'm gonna grab my crappy mule. Actually, you don't even have a crane. We'll grab you. And that's because my good mule currently is on the opposite side of the map and has a pipe in their cargo, just in the off chance I need it. So we go over here, I load up the 4 things of wood, we build the bridge, and then the convoy can go straight across the bridge and down the hill versus going all the way through and backtracking through another convoy's path, and I fully expect that to just go bad almost immediately. I just realized I need this up here. Alright, we're going to retain you, redeploy you. We're going to back you up over here. Then we're going to go to our vehicles and go to our garage here, go to our cranes. So I've got you 2 deployed. I don't have you deployed, so I'm going to go ahead and grab you. It's been a long time since I've used this vehicle. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh, right. You have an arm that is like... Why did you drop it? Don't drop it. The arm of that thing is really short. Okay. It's certainly not the right way of doing this. But also, my logging trailer is also out way on the other side of the map with something like 10 logs in it. And in hindsight, I should probably get back here. I was nowhere near as close as I thought I was. Good enough. Okay, so I'm gonna complain about all those? Nope, it's cool with it. Alright, so let's check on these routes. You received all rewards, so get rid of it. And all the other routes are going just fine for the moment. Alright, I'm going where now? That way, I think. Yeah, that way. It's a regarding stealing from corporation, your region has and traditionally had a lot of steel industry traditionally to nab non-iron metal in certain home products. Before that, it was taking them as a miner from the mining site, probably since the 19th century at some point. 2 decades ago, companies started actually caring about putting security guards around their storage sites, and it caused quite a lot of ruckus. Worker rites of passage had to be changed. Gotcha. But this will be the first of these bridges built. And it could make them out of concrete, but we did that all in the last map, so I'm like, let's make them out of wood. We're surrounded by forest, and I've got wood equipment here. Let's do it. So I believe I just followed this path right on over to where we see those 2 green stars. I've already got the bridge markers there. Just plop these in and we get it. Because in all honesty, it feels like processing the trees is way less of a pain than, you know, dragging one thing after the other, after the other, after the other into a recycling center to then finally get, you know, a slab of concrete to then drive the concrete to the other side of the map. When in theory, if I really needed it, I could potentially go way over here, grab the logging thing, cut the tree right there, and then just winch the tree over to where I need it. Yeah, all good stuff. It also amuses me the idea I'm going to be taking these 4 logs that are different sizes, everything, and just huck them down and be like, bridge. I understand it's like the simplify resources, but also kind of silly. Alright, we have ourselves a lovely bridge here. So take these markers up, and now we will go to this route, start plotting. And this is where this is going to get messy because I've got vehicles needing to go back and forth across the same path, and I am absolutely expecting them to collide. All right. Do they sneak around each other successfully? Barely. My assumption is after a, oh, there's only three trucks that go through. So yeah, so once I get that, there's not many vehicles that are going to take that route. Yeah, so this group should get by before that other vehicle gets over here. And that's just a matter if one's going this way at the same time this one's going this way. And have a, Well, that's fine. Have an interaction. Okay, and that takes care of all that. Which will be good. As I said, it seems like we're getting pretty wound down the map. I'm not seeing very many paths going off any of the edges of the map anymore, and that's like a cave entrance. I'm not seeing any ways to go out to the periphery up here. There is a road that goes that way that they could potentially put something up there. Maybe force me to build a bridge there. It doesn't seem like it because there's not really a path that way. But I could see maybe having something here. I don't think so. But it is possible, because I feel like in the general area, this map is around the same size as our last map. The difference being is how much more of this map is forested, and reducing the amount of elevation has made it easier for us to get around.
Well done. The first tower is up and running. The others won't be such an easy fix, though. Repairing the others is something our workshop just can't do. Making high-tech equipment is a bit harder than welding a few steel beams together, after all. Still, the plan is already in place. Just gather enough resources. That should count as environmental credit or something with HQ. They say we can get new equipment in exchange for just that. Convenient, right?
Okay, objectives. Gather a bunch of resources. Did I mention they were almost certainly going to make me have to do a bunch of stuff? Okay, so I need 10 steel, 8 logs, and 4 concrete. Yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah, HQ demanding that. It's HQ. Definitely not Kelly herself requesting that. So the good news is, I already got the logs loaded. I just need to get them where they need to go. Wow, that turn radius is so terrible. So I've already got the logs. We have the steel beams and the concrete in storage, so that'll just be a matter of going to get a vehicle and load them up. We'll see what the path is. I fully expect the path to not be something the Wayfarer can do. If it is, then I'll bring it. Otherwise, we will teleport the thing down right now. That's our mule. That's the thing. The mule down, which is currently carrying a steel steel pipe we haven't needed. We can have it grab the 4 slabs of concrete, and I might still take my chance of trying to put the 10 steel beams on top and just going for it. Should really check the route before we went there. Yeah, this is a dead-end route. Okay, we can still make it work. We can creep around this side to the relay and then take the relay's route over. Yeah, this should be 10 logs, I believe, because I think we needed 5 logs earlier. And we grabbed 15 for the dare drop. Turn. Turn. Yeah, no, it could do some pretty ridiculous terrain. What it can't do is turn at all. Alright. Which it makes sense for a tree that's going to be hauling a bunch of logs to be designed to go through some pretty ridiculous terrain. Because one assumes you're not going to be leveling the entire area for just getting out into the woods to cut some trees. Okay, and this is the relay. This is where we ran our power cable earlier. The clips yesterday? Yeah, the clips yesterday were good. Thank you so much for that. I do appreciate it. One thing I've noticed is I haven't seen a single boat on this map to salvage, which is one of the things that we need to do for a dare drop. We just haven't had the opportunity. Okay, there's the sand quarry. Nope, yep, no, it's appreciated. Stuff like clips can seem like such a minor thing, but it's very, very helpful. You know, again, clipping actual moment stuff are happening, but you get the idea. When something fun or interesting or exciting happens, something that seems to represent the channel or is otherwise just a good chuckle, whatever. Those kind of things are the same things that others will find to find their way to the channel, or existing viewers, you know, they find it's just kind of like, oh, there's that moment I missed, that was really fun. Or even later being able to go back and be like, oh yeah, I remember that time. That was ridiculous. But if no one clips it, you know, once the 60 days passes, the VOD gets deleted, and it's gone from Twitch forever. Oh my god, rain insta-lurk. Alright, you have yourself a good lurk. Yep, nope, the game, like, SnowRunner is always nighttime, RoadCraft is always rain. Not literally, but it's like, oh wait, it's not raining? Weird. Yeah, so you get like this momentary pause in the rain, and then shortly after it'll just pick up rain again. They're like, a developer on our team put a lot of time into making this rain good, and therefore you shall witness it. Okay, so this is where we're going, is in here. I figured it was. That's interesting. It's not committing them all. I have to have them all in there at the same time. So that's fine. So what we're going to go ahead and do is I'm going to figure out what happens with this, which is I'm going to go down here to here. We're going to grab our hauling vehicle. We're going to grab our mule, retain that, and deploy it. So somewhere in the map there's a steel pipe is just fallen on the ground, is rolling around. I just realized my concrete slabs factory... Never mind, we have storage. We don't need to go in there. I have it all in storage. I was about to be like, my concrete slabs factory is up there, so I should have just stayed up there. No, we're good. Okay, so the plan is as follows. Load up the 4 concrete slabs. Then begin loading all of the steel beams you need. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And it does look like finally we had 2 of our vehicles collided and drove each other off the road. So we received all our rewards. So we're gonna cancel that route. We received all rewards. We're gonna cancel that route. Literally none of those routes need to be doing anything, but that's okay. Let's see, oh, clipping from VODs, that makes you wonder if a VOD has been deleted and you upload part of it as a highlight, otherwise upload, we can clip from that. I have no idea if you can clip from a highlight. It is something I have never tried. It wouldn't surprise me if the answer is no. But again, it's also something I've never tried. Because right now we have a very limited amount of highlights now. And it does very heavily limit what we can do with that. Alright, so it's probably not gonna let me just hoist that up. Let's go tangle underneath. I mean, if that wants to do it that way every time, I will not complain. There we go. All right, so we got all of those. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm sure it'll go fine. Okay. Just taking the farm sim strategy of we could just lock it in and unlock it. It's probably okay. As long as it settles in place, it's good enough for me. I'm expecting this to drive horrifically, by the way. I think this will be the heaviest load I've ever put on this vehicle. Okay. This is gonna be bad, isn't it? It's fine. We are properly stacking our steel beams and figuring out the limits on how high we can strap things in at. You see, like, all of the steel beams settle just a little bit, like, don't slide off. Okay. Alright, well, we didn't immediately tip over upon doing that. Okay, so where am I going with all this stuff? I'm going all the way to the east. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. It just needed a minute. Let's keep it in low gear. Okay, so I might have a problem, chat. I might be ever so slightly off balance weight-wise. So if it seems like I'm driving really slowly, it's because I'm driving really slowly. Because I need to be able to steer here. This won't help much. But if I fully extend that to the front, that's a slight bit extra weight on the front. Give me a hand here, you. Alright, you enough a counterweight to help out? It's slightly better. I'm still ramping up a little bit. Tiny bit of a counterweight on the front. If we see a burnt out car, we should grab it. Alright. Why do in 2 trips what you can do in 1? Oh, it's absolutely not going anywhere. That's not the problem. The poor suspension. Oh no, you don't need to weep for the suspension. It's already dead. Just fully depressed. Actually, now that I got this thing in front, we're actually driving relatively okay. Like I'm still definitely too heavy on the back versus the front, but not like I was when we started, where it's just immediately like dipping back suddenly. Vehicle seems to be struggling just a little bit for some reason. Okay, just up this one last hill. Just let's go check in on OSHA. This feels like one of those things that you really double check to see if we're good. Hey hey OSHA. Yeah. Do I have this loaded correctly? Is this okay? All right, cool. OSHA says it's okay. Alright, going uphill, not the greatest. Tipping real easy when we go uphill. Also, whoever lashed that down is a genius. Made it work. Okay. And with that, all of it in one quick go.
Good job collecting all those resources. I'm sure they'll all be properly used in construction and not end up in a dump somewhere. Well, you've got enough for us to exchange for brand spanking new tower parts, which is all that matters. All that's left is to send them to HQ in a convoy. Should be easy, right?
Okay. So I'm sending them from where to where? Okay, Eastern Tunnel. I understand, game. I understand. I'm not happy, but I do understand. So you've got 2 logs left. And I need 5. So what we can do here... It still weirds me out that we have this base and it's just non-functional this whole time. Watch, I'm gonna drive a vehicle in there and it's gonna be like, oh yeah, we could put this to use. I wanted to, and I was supposed to get a key, and they sent me the wrong key. So they hopefully are correcting that, but in the meantime, I can't do anything about it. Like, this isn't me complaining, it's a very genuine, honest mistake. But I tried to use the key they gave me, and it was like, you need to own the game. I'm like, is that not what your key's supposed to be doing? Because it's not DLC for the game. I'm sure it'll get sorted out. But yeah, no, it looks interesting, like a top-down Terraria-esque game. But yeah, no, I did request a key, and just like I said, they gave me the wrong one. Because it's also going to grab the dare drops for that one as well, because they've got the dare drops going on. That way I could then turn around. Oh, good. I had 750 vehicles convoy across the map, apparently. Is this right? Yes. Yeah, basically want to cut across here, and I need 3 more things of wood. And in hindsight, I could have just gone to Storge and probably gotten them, but I'm already more than halfway here. I'm just going to commit to it. We can just cut a couple trees up there, load them up on the truck I've got already up nearby there, build a bridge, convoy gets across the big gap in the ground, and then we'll be good. Maybe they sent keys for some internal build or such. Yeah, no, I think it's just they sent me the wrong keys. Like whatever it's for, they just sent me the wrong keys, which is not a big deal. It's not the first or last time that happened. A lot of devs are really, really good about the keys they send you, but especially when going through publisher, like not publishers, especially when they're going through like a marketing agency, so like third-party kind of stuff, or when it's like a really small dev that's kind of their own project, then it's a lot more hit and miss. Some devs really have their stuff sorted out together and all that, and other devs can be a challenge to work with sometimes, where there's a whole lot of back and forth. I'm guessing they sent the supporter pack upgrade key? Probably. Alright, Basset, you have a good one. Sleep well and all that. Man, I've already gotten like a notification through the airdrops that are like, yeah, you know, we gotta sort this out, it'll take a minute. Like, not take a minute, like, you know, the people we gotta communicate aren't available right now. So as soon as they're available, we'll get sorted. But yeah. Nah, it's that one. That one's one game I'm planning on checking out, and then Tales of CQ is the other one I know I would like to check out, which the Tales of CQ is a Stardew Valley, Coral Island-esque game that just came out in early access. That the big gimmick with that one, more than anything else, is instead of just you have copper pickaxe, you get iron pickaxe, you get gold pickaxe, you get osmium pickaxe. Instead, there's like spirits that you kind of befriend or whatever to get their powers to do stuff. So you advance stuff a little bit more on an automation standpoint through the use of the spirits. So that, like, you know, oh, instead of like you have to sit there and hoe the dirt for all the time, eventually you get a spirit that does it for you, so you flag all the places you want it done, and that the spirit would just do it, I believe is how it works. Even if you still have to do it manually, but they, like, you know, let you do whole areas. The whole point is it's going with that kind of a route. This reminds you a ton of Core Kicker. Oh, Tinkerland? Yeah. What's the name of the game? Tales of CQ, or like Seikyu. It's like Seikyu, I believe is the spelling. It's got a little bit of an anime kawaii kind of look, so if that's something that's going to bother you, just be aware. Like, that doesn't bother me one way or the other. It's not an aesthetic I typically seek out, but it's also not an aesthetic that bothers me. The only time it bothers me is chibi in itself isn't a problem, but like when it really kind of goes to an extreme where like the big head thing is just like way over the top, there's definitely a point where it's like, all right, it's a little bit much. Like I had to see a decent amount of Sunhaven, like, you know, and everything it had to offer to kind of be like, all right, I'm gonna give it a try, because that art style was really not my thing. There's not many things that, like, the art style is a big put off for me, but like the big head in Sunhaven was real extreme. You get over it pretty quick. So you only need 3 of these. Yeah, yokai. You New Fantasy Life? Yeah, no, I definitely enjoy that genre a lot. That said, that is a genre out there where there's a lot of really good games and there's a lot of really like not that they're terrible or whatever, but there's definitely some games in that genre that just, you know, you get them and you're like, but what did this actually do differently, or like why did I play this one versus any other? And like kind of really don't deliver. That said, I think that's a genre that's kind of hard to deliver in, kind of thing. And the reason I'd say that is it's really easy to put the mechanics together, you know, walk up to ground, hoe ground, shove seed in ground, water seed, plant happen, harvest plant, repeat. Like mechanically that's super easy to set up. But the thing that carries that genre ends up being kind of more along like the vibe, the world, the characters, these other things. It kind of takes a certain level of being able to write a good character. And that's not that easy. And especially with stuff like, with the whole romance thing going on in those games, it's not only that you have to write a good character, you have to write several good characters. It has a very large cast typically required for a lot of games. So you had fun playing the game, going back to Ellen's, the game after Alona, you think? Yeah, I saw, that was the one that's supposed to be like a farm sim, but, or not farm sim, like a Stardew Valley, but, you know, going into extreme depths. So like the UI is a little, sorry, going through like extreme depths, like the crafting has depth. It would be like the Dwarf Fortress of that genre from what I saw. Where it's just like, this has so much more depth. But like the pro and the con you run into there is, from what I understood, that it's got like just kind of a lot of just little ancillary problems. Like the game is good, but you know, a little bit hard to approach. UI is a little on the rough side, but I've heard good things. I haven't seen anyone play it too much though. The UI is good? Okay. They're very combat focused. Yeah, that's the reasons why that was a game that didn't really strike me as, in that genre, the Stardew Valley, whatever you want to go with genre, the you know, farm sim, slice of life, whatever you want to call it, genre. It's very common that so many of those games add combat, which is fine. But unfortunately, it's also those genres that a good like 90% of those games, the combat's pretty terrible. There's exceptions, but like the vast majority of them, like the high marks of combat in that genre is usually, it's not bad. Which does make me curious that Concerned Ape was talking about with the Haunted Chocolatier that's coming out, whenever that's happening, that's the same dev behind Stardew Valley, that there's going to be a lot more focus on the combat. It's going to be a lot more front and center than in Stardew Valley, and that wants to make it play a lot more like an action RPG. And I am curious on how that will go, because it is a very common thing that when a dev has a game that they've gotten or some product they've got very famous for, and they make something completely different, it's really hard to have that one game that's a knockout of the park. But as hard as that is, it's immensely harder when you've kind of established a brand to do something completely outside that brand, which I would certainly argue a proper action RPG like approach to things would be a pretty wild switch. All right. You know, you say like you like it a lot though, Ellen specifically. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It's not that none do it well. Like for example, my time at Sandrock, my time at Porsche, they have relatively decent combat from what I recall. Not amazing, but decent. Decent. Like you got combo moves and all that. Stardew Valley's passable. It's fine. Like, don't get me wrong, it can be fun, but I would not say that Stardew Valley's combat is, you know, particularly awe-inspiring. Coral Island's combat's pretty... It's not one of its strong things. It's again, it's passable. It's not great. It's one of the weaker points of that game. But then, you know, and Sunhaven's combat was alright. But, like, there's a lot of them that come out that they have their combat, you're like, this is really not amazing. It's a game concerned a background. It's gonna be a hack and slay, in a chocolate confectionery, clearly. I'm a bit optimistic, because as much experience as Concerned Ape has in game dev, even if the combat isn't amazing, I think it would be fine. Because if you look at that genre as well, that's kind of one of the things that Concerned Ape delivered so much better than so many others, is that like the characters are actually really easy to care about. Whereas like that's actually one of the things I would hold against Coral Island, is they give you a huge cast of characters that are all over the place, but as much as I enjoy them, they're just not the same grab you get compared to the compared to what you get from like Stardew Valley. Alright, surrounding area. As the hissing and crackling subside, you sense dormant towers reaching out into the world. The need for the connection has often taken for granted. Now returns, all thanks to you. Yeah, so that's and it's funny because you look at, for example, like Coral Island mechanically, it doesn't have just all the parts that we had in Stardew Valley for the dating and getting to know people and all that. And like I would say they've actually got better stories.
Now that we have the tower parts, it's time to put them to good use and get these comms towers going. First one is the western radio tower near Reedwood Bay, famous for its reeds. In wood. I'm sure it's a charming resort. All it needs is a convoy with tower parts from the port. And then make sure the tower is connected to the nearest power station. Next one on the list is the northern radio tower. You know what? It's quite close to the concrete plant, so you'll have no trouble finding it. All you need to do is send over a convoy of tower parts from the transit point. And last but not least, the central radio tower. There's a piece of construction that needs transporting from the transit point to the tower, and that's all 3 towers. Go get 'em, Tiger.
Okay, so basically, I got 3 convoys to do. I'm sure all of them will have something wrong that we have to fix. But yeah, so what it's saying is, like, mechanically, they all have... Oh, wait, I'm literally just... That's fine, I'll deal with that in a moment. It seems like I'm going to literally just drive that one myself. Yeah, that one I need to drive myself. We'll start with the northern tower. We're tracking that. Let's get the infrastructure route. Plot route. Okay, and you are going up here. So, ideally, we repair that bridge, and then I probably need to patch that spot. So let's plan the route out, and then we need to go and get that all sorted out. But yeah, so like mechanically, you look at a game like Coral Island, and you've got, as far as the cast, you've got a wider range of characters, have a lot of stuff. And just for whatever reason, though, they just don't really hit at the same depth. And don't get me wrong, they've got a couple of characters that are pretty generic, like just whatever characters. I'm hoping we can kind of skirt around that mud pit, and it just won't have to deal with it. Okay, so no point in me sending the vehicles, they're just gonna fall in. Because the alternative is I went all the way around here and then crossed here, which would still need a bridge, so there's no reason to go the other way. Alright, so that's the first one. We can check for any of the other routes that it wants me to make. So objectives, then we got you, which is I need to deliver a vehicle from there. So we can go ahead and do this. Okay, so from where I'm at, if we take this vehicle down, I can cross that bridge, and yeah, that's fine. Yeah, this one's me just driving over there on a vehicle that sucks. That's all this is. So for once, I get to play the part of the person in the terrible convoy and just make it work. Okay, we'll take the left up here. Man, I wish I could really put my finger on it, because it's one of those things that, if you actually look at Stardew Valley, only like one or two of their characters have their own track. Shane has his own track unique to Shane. And I think Leo has their own track unique to Leo. But otherwise, all the other characters, they share music. And I guess technically, I think Abigail has her time she plays her flute. I think that might be a unique track for her. So it's not that, which a lot of the games actually do have a thing where the different characters have their own music. And it's not even like the depth of the topics they hit, because you know, Shane's topic in Stardew Valley, like where he gets into self-harm and all that stuff. Like, it's a pretty hard topic. So, you know, in that one, it kind of hits hard there. But, a bunch of the other characters hit way harder. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and follow this road this way. And if I recall correctly, it was skip this one. Yeah, it's the cul-de-sac. Go over to this way, and then take this left. We're going to the central tower, so let's figure this out. So I've got this ramp here, or I could take the much nicer paved road that goes around That's probably my better bet. So I could take the short route, that's going to be awful, or I could take the longer route. Where am I again? Where am I? Okay, so you're here. Yeah, if I take this south, cut across here, go across a bridge, go past the base, go up this way. That's not the way I need to go. Yeah, let's go south towards the base. We can cut across and just follow this whole area that's paved. So I want to take the path to the right. Because keep in mind, this has no diff lock, this has no all-wheel drive. So if someone spills a drink on the road, I get stuck. So they're kind of making us do the SnowRunner thing of evaluating of all the routes, which one's the one to take. And you can take the direct routes, but in reality you're probably just going to get stuck and have a miserable time. Or you could take the way out of the way route that's way easier to take. Now granted, so far with the way this game has worked, I probably would be able to just grab the big crane, pick this up, and then just use the big crane to transport it the whole way. Which we've done a bunch, and it's a fun meme. But in this case, I'd like to see if I can't just drive it on over. Yep, so we take that across and down. Since I've already fixed these roads. I guess this might also be checking your map awareness to see if you remember where you've patched things up to give yourself better routes. Which fortunately, on this map I did something I haven't done on any of the other maps, which is I literally went around and I found deep mud, I put a marker there and it was like, hey, there's deep mud here. Be careful. Like, this is a place to get stuck. Okay, so we can follow this paved road. Nah, don't follow that paved road. That's a mistake. So you can cut through the base, cut through there. Yeah, and then join the convoy. All right. So we cut through the relay. I believe it's straight on through. Yep. Yeah, this is one of the ones, this is the one and only thing when it comes to the map I wish was different. I really like the map in this. There's a lot of things it gives us that we didn't have in SnowRunner. The one and only thing I wish we could do is I wish we could kind of do the thing where you just like right click and like put your little markers along the way. Because if we could do that, it would be way nicer for in these cases where it's like, oh, here's the route I want to take, and not have to stop and be like, wait, was it a left or a right here? Okay, is this my turn? Like that kind of thing. And we should have a road over here to the left that we take across. And I believe it's paved all the way up into the last turn that goes up to the central radio tower. Okay. Yep, so I've got a bridge to build, and then that one should go easy. This one, I just got to drive it. It looks like it's going to be fairly easy. The other one, I think it said I had to pick up something and move it, and then set up a route. So it's funny, we marked all those places where we're like, oh, I'll need a bridge there, and I'll need a bridge there, and I'll need a bridge there. We did that, like, right at the beginning of it, of the map, as we wandered around. And kind of in the end, one that also all proved to be true kind of thing. I believe we're exiting that side. So the tower we're going to. Alright, so we go straight across and to the right. And I follow it paved to the left until we get really close to the tower. But it's kind of proven that almost all those bridges we either needed to build or they would have been better to build. Like we did the convoy and we managed to like wiggle it across that little bridge that was already there that was not meant for it until, you know, we turned them all in. But very clearly, had we built the bridge in the spot that was marked, it would have been way easier. It would have gotten done way faster, but still, not a big issue. Okay, so somewhere over here we'll have a right turn that goes up pretty steep looking hill from what I saw on the map. Oh, literally this, never mind, this literally goes past it. Never mind. We just stay right on this road until it takes us in. Yeah, so I took a scenic route, but it's fine. Never hit any mud, never hit anything. We would have had two really bad mud spots to go across, but we already patched them, and there was a bridge we crossed that we had built. So, again, it's kind of taking all of those repairs and all that, where instead of us sending a convoy to do it, they just let us drive it this once, as opposed to using the convoys. The thing I noticed on this map is they gave us a lot more opportunity to just build bridges and that where we felt we wanted them versus forcing us. Okay, restore the western tower. Oh! Okay. We already had the electricity here. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom really bad, so I'm going to go ahead and do that really fast, and I'll be right back. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute. Metal pipe is actually a pretty crap weapon. No. I missed. I'm about to go up. Everything has stopped moving. What have we done? It's going to be an emerald eruption. Look at them continuing to expand frame by frame. They're continuing to launch into space. Oh god, what is this? Why? I have a frame. I have individual frame. Look at the height those things got. Just let it settle down. Okay. Surprisingly, didn't instantly go slideshow again. We can do it. We can do it. I think I can. How's that gonna work? That's how that works. Excellent. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that box facing the wrong direction? You just can't do it? Here. I'm sorry. That's my mistake. All right, and we are back. Okay, so the things we got left we need to do. I need to get these two boxes, and I just need to run up there. That's probably going to be just 2 laps of the crane, and then I need to go up here to build this bridge. This bridge is how much wood? 4. I happen to have 4 wood. And weirdly, we never got our roadside. I don't understand. Let me take 2 seconds. Do I have a vehicle nearby? Yeah, we could just drive up this road. I'm like, is it just I never actually drove over that place and so it never activated my second base? Because the map feels like we're basically done. And I really could have used that base point a lot. I had to drive across this map a lot. And so I'm genuinely wondering if I just didn't get close enough to it to ever have it set. Is that the right direction? Yeah. To ever have it, like, trigger for me to get it? Or if it's something that, like, because me and FG were playing together to begin with, again, like, it just didn't set. So let's just roll up here real fast and just see what happens. Because it's weirding me out that we've basically finished almost everything within like a square mile of that place, and it's still not available to me. It feels like something's not working correctly with it, that I should have gotten access to that base by now. Because the thing would have been great for when I had to, you know, pave roads on the north side of the map and all that kind of stuff. And the reason I'm thinking about it now is because it would be nice to be able to have access to it for its warehouse, for the grabbing those 4 logs to chuck over there.
This place isn't too shabby, is it? Still, the locals are loaning it out, so don't break anything.
But I still can't use it. Like, I wish I knew what that symbol meant. It's fine.
Another base up and running. You have the locals to thank for that.
Yeah, so literally all I had to do was drive there. I already had the rest of the supplies I needed for it. If I would have just driven there, gone out of my way to drive there, I would have had access for all of this crap up here to do that. Anyways, so what we're going to do with that, though, is I'm going to go to the garage here. And I've got a little bit of money. So I'm going to go over here to our forward loader. Let's see if we have anything better. Tree harvester. Oh, we can get a fancier tree harvester. I don't really need that, though. Log grabber. So let's grab the log forwarder, so we're not using the rusted one. And do we have a better cargo vehicle available now? The light equipment, we got the cargo vehicle. You're an odd one. Okay, we'll grab that one. Alright. Now worry about other ones later. So the reason I wanted to grab that is now what I could do is go here. We can grab the... Okay, sure. And go over here. I can have it spit out the 4 logs. We can load those up real fast. And get those in place. Whoa, that claw goes fast. Okay. That is a real aggressive claw. All right. should not have grabbed these this far on this end. You know what? That'll probably make my life easier. Which map is this? This is Incommunicado. It was hit with a hurricane. Okay, so this machine seems like it'll be able to carry way more logs on it, but this claw in this machine, it's pretty aggressive. Definitely gonna take some getting used to, because compared to the other one that moves a little bit on the slow side, that arm's got places to be and it is not waiting. Okay. Cool, and that's what we needed, so now we need to get to our destination, which is way up to the north. And your turn radius is still terrible. Okay, so we're getting to where we want to go. I will want to take a left, cut through here. It'll start working our way north to that bridge. Alright, so it's going to take us a minute to get there. It's not the fastest vehicle, but with that, we'll be able to put the route. That'll get this one done, and then we'll just have 2 pieces of cargo to move, which is where I was kind of looking at that cargo thing. I can get it. I don't believe it came with an arm, so it'll be one of those things. I'll get the big cargo vehicle, drive it over there, then I'll need to grab like the big crane, drive it over there, and then I should be able to carry both of them on the back of the other thing. It looked big enough. Okay. So we can cross here, take the road we paved. Yeah, it definitely feels like we're in wrap-up for the level. Now we're going to get all these towers back up. We're not seeing hardly any more side quests or anything like that. We haven't been seeing any more map getting revealed, so looks like we've kind of exhausted the existing map. And I wonder if that stars where we're going, because it didn't mark all the places I need bridges with stars. Is that where we're going? I don't think that is. Okay, we do not want to build that bridge. That's the wrong bridge. I need this bridge. So we need to go... I actually might just try and cut across here. Yeah, I don't need that bridge. Like, it's a bridge I could build to, like, more complete the map so far as having pass opened up. But it's not a bridge I need for really anything. I guess we're probably backtracking. That's fine. Basically, we see an opening that's going to let me turn right. We're going to take that instead. We can circle around to the other side and do all that. Was there no right path? I guess there's not. Okay, so we're just going by the gas station. We turn right, then we turn right again. I'm willing to bet we've long since finished that contract's every reward we can get for it. Or that infrastructure route, whatever. We can check it in a minute. I'll get these dropped off. We'll set our new route for the northern tower. And then while that's happening, we can double check what's going on with the other route. Get that resolved. It makes me curious what the next set of maps are going to be, though, because I've deliberately not spoiled them. And in a lot of ways, so I'll definitely say of the maps we've done so far, Sunken was the most interesting. Like, where you went in, the whole landscape was completely demolished because, you know, earthquake. And that's not the one we're going for. So we want to turn right up here. Has anyone been having the bug where the crane isn't available to buy, even if you have the rusty one? I do not remember having a problem. It's possible you might need to have a rank or something. I can't look back to see what the requirements for getting it beyond just the story. There's also always the tried and true, you know, save, exit, reopen, and try buying it then. It might also be, you know what it could be? Have you actually jumped in the rusty crane? Because I have noticed sometimes I have to actually jump in a vehicle before it shows up as in my inventory, even though I've unlocked it. Yeah, no, definitely say Sunken to me has been the most interesting map for what's got going on. I've actually really enjoyed the flow of Incommunicado. Like, it's got like a nice steady pace. Do you have the tracked dozer yet? That is an excellent question. I know I bought the not rusty version of the starting dozer. But I haven't bought everything. So let's see here. Alright, so we actually... Alright, so here's the other thing that I was saying that we might have to pave over. I'm hoping that when we drive through this, it'll be kind of sturdy ground. Yeah. So I think we tell them to not drive through that dirt there, and instead have them drive like over along here. It's looking like this ground is relatively okay. Yeah, no, I don't know, Gange, like, I didn't personally run into a problem, but I can't, like, see into Pandora's box of what happened. Alright, so let's get you out of the way. And now I've already got that route planned, so we should be able to just click here, click there, and I've already finished that route, so we'll just cancel it. Dispatch the vehicles and let them do their thing. Meanwhile, I will need to go down here for that objective. Alright. So we can go to this base, go to our cargo. Yeah, you're supposed to be the big cargo one. I'm hoping that'll be big enough to load up both. I am fully expecting this to be a situation where I gotta drive over there. But map plane, so I'm incommunicado. And I have done Sunken as well as the first two maps. So we're about to get to like the next tier of maps here. Because I'm assuming we're on the home stretch for this one. Okay, do I go north? No. Yeah, this also seems, as far as the hauler, is way less maneuverable, but it seems like it's going to be able to go through whatever terrain I need it to go through. Gonna find that out here in a second. I want to test it. Both these big knobby tires, I have pretty good feelings about it. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The Greenway is bigger you think. The Greenway. Maybe. Right now we're already on our way, so I'm just gonna go ahead and grab it. Either way, it's gonna be one trip to get the hauler out there, another trip to get the crane out there, load it up, and then I don't know if we'll need to unload on the other side. I should have actually guessed that. It'll be fine regardless. Yeah, it definitely seems like a good choice of any time I need to deliver something to a pretty awful location. So far it's just like mud and muck and all that. The turn radius is pretty rough, so it's probably not good for mountainy trails that much. But anything else is probably fine. Okay. Yeah, because it seems like what this one's strength probably is that there's probably not much terrain so far as just like getting down in the mud and all that that could stop it from moving. Oh, those are much bigger than I thought they were. I think I could still make it work with some shenanigans. Alright, so where is the crane right now? It's not the one I'm looking for. Okay, so big crane is not here. Let's go ahead and grab the big crane. So what I'm kind of hoping is I can take those two frames and stand them top, like standing up in the back, and that they'll fit. I think that might be the case. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. Is I'm assuming that the specialty of the one I grabbed is just you get into areas like this, and it's like, yeah, no, it's fine. I'll make it happen. You might have to wait a little while, but we'll get through it. All right. Posting better than the Ural unless you need the turning radius. Gotcha. Which realistically you probably wouldn't need that much. I'm sure you could get like in the more mountain pass kind of areas, turn radius could become very relevant. You know, when they do like a switchback with like a ledge or whatever. But outside of that, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So start just by getting this into the back. And what the plan is going to be is switch. Oh, the convoy happened to reach there. I was like, excuse me? What did I just get? Right, we had the convoy going. I was like, I'm definitely not done yet. I am making this worse. The other possibility is sometimes they'll let you just do curse stuff like this, so we'll just see if it'll accept this. Way to stand up. Trailer's not big enough to account both of these. And I don't want to make trips because trips sound terrible. On top of each other, that might also work. Is that satisfactory, or is it gonna be like, no? Deal. Done. Wait, didn't you already finish your job? You failed right at the start? And actually, it looks like there's probably even a better route over there. If it gets stuck again, I'll just remap, reroute it through the dirt. You're fixing the crappy castle one? That took me forever. That took me forever. I actually had a very, not cheaty. I came up with a creative solution for how I was going instead of having it go the entire route. I created a shortcut. I won't spoil that for anyone who didn't see it, who wants to come up with their own solutions. Because I feel like that's a big part of the game is running into your different problems and figuring out how to solve them. Because they also like that there's so many different ways people solve the same things too. Alright, so let's quickly go and grab you. So you failed here. So it's getting caught up in this mud. So what I'm seeing here is that I might be able to actually do this. So my hope is that they'll be able to turn far enough. Actually, you don't need to do that. They could probably just drive literally straight through. So if this one gets stuck, I'm going to replace it to just drive straight through there. Come on, you got this. Yeah, because it seems like it's catching just the edge of this and getting caught up in the mud. Alright, well, you don't got this. Okay, so let's change this route again. So get rid of you, get rid of you, get rid of you. Shift these over here. Squiggle just around that. You just finished a big semi-truck route on Sunken. You made it drive all the way around the map to get to the port, and you saw someone stream earlier trying to fill the harbor with sand. Yeah, no, it's I've definitely used stuff where it's like, here's the route they intend you to take. It's like, and I'm just gonna cut a bridge across to not do any of those. Yeah, that's way easier than going the way they expect you to go. Cool. So that should solve that. Alright, now if I had the bridge there, I could just cut across the bridge. But I don't. So I can't. And it wouldn't be that bad to build a bridge there. It'd probably be 5, 6 wood. Of which I could probably get right out of here, but then I gotta take the time to do all that stuff. Yeah, no, I'll make a lot of roads and all that, including ones it doesn't necessarily say, but it's kind of one of those ones that I'll route it, and then when it's like, okay, here's the trouble spot, I'll fix it. But that's when it's a convoy. When it's a one-time delivery, I'm willing to go out of my way for a one-time delivery if it means I don't have to do a bunch of work. Because with a one-time delivery, it's like, alright, I'm just going to cut across this terrain, it's fine. I am suddenly realizing if I have to cut across where we didn't build the other bridge, this vehicle will be too wide for those doors with these sideways. So that might end up being a problem. I'll see if we can't take the north route and then drop down on it. But otherwise, that means another bridge on this side. Oh no, we're good. This is fine. Well, actually, yeah, I think we're fine. I think it was down where he just was. There was a path across with a narrow route. All right. And previously, even though the game didn't tell me to, I was like, this building doesn't have power. Okay, I'm going to run power. So we've already run power to the building. Like, we did that pretty early on the map where it's like, oh, I'm running power? Well, what buildings don't have power that need it? Okay, let's just run power to all of them. Yeah, you can drive first person. Alright, we have restored communications.
All 3 towers back in action. You did good today. Real good. Tonight, I'll raise my mug of cocoa to you.
All goals completed. This is the kind of work first responders do, day in and day out. In the face of danger, it's not about finding a way out by yourself, but about making sure we all make it through together. 1 second. It just said route failed. Why did my route fail? I do not want my route to fail. Okay, now we could sit here and watch all of that just work its way through because I have just that one, but that makes no sense. That's something I could do on my own time. So we're going to return to the hub. Which map are you playing? I am literally switching maps as we speak. We were on Incognito, or whatever it is. Incommunicado, that's the word. Incommunicado. Joestar, we get the dump truck now? Alright, so now I gotta make my choices. We've got Deluge. After a continuous season of bad weather, the water level at local river has risen. Unfortunately, the aging upstream dam, already weakened by recent seismic activity, collapsed, causing the reservoir to drain. You've been tasked with restoring its spillway before it can get any worse. We have a Sojourn. As a result of mistakes made during gas extraction, a large section of a natural gas caverns below the region have explosively collapsed, resulting in the formation of massive sinkholes across the land. You have to assess the risk of repeat gas destinations by scouting the collapsed parts of the region. And sand swept. After an especially violent sandstorm swept through the region, the solar power plants surrounding it were rendered entirely inoperable, threatening the region's power grid. You've been tasked with repairing the facilities and restoring the remaining solar plants to working conditions. I mean, and then we'll have Colonel as the last one. So to me, Sojourn looks like, honestly, they all have their own cool thing. These ones seem cooler than this one. That seems like we just got mounds of sand everywhere, which maybe, maybe not. This one implies that we're going to actually go like inside the caves a little bit, which might again be total garbage. That one sounds like we're gonna have like lots of sinkholes to deal with. I'm gonna go Sojourn, I think. So this is the one with the natural gas thing blowing up. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we can start. We can only start with our scout per the usual. And it'll have us do some work to set up our garage before we can do anything. Oh, interesting. So, yellow debris is sold, not turned into materials. Okay, so we got another map in North Africa. Looks like a different map though, so we're not going back. All right.
This area is what happens when you get overly enthusiastic about digging up gold. Or, in this case, natural gas. Hard to blame those folks. All this money just waiting to be made. Too bad that when all the gas is gone, you get an empty cave that collapses. Who would have thought? Well, they didn't. You can set your first base up in the nearest town to the south. Drive on over there and look for a good spot.
She's like, yep, gonna be salty. A whole lot of people died terribly. Just gonna be like, well, serves them right.
That's your first base of operations sorted. Well done. Now we peruse the old to-do list. My favorite part. And I'm sure yours. So, first things first, you need to set up a convoy path from the nearest tunnel to the countryside base. Then, check out the emergency report we received from Waterfold Estate Orange Farm. Who knows what happened there, so be careful. I'd stay on the lookout for falling oranges specifically. The last thing on the list is replacing the damaged fuel tanks in Sirocco. I bet the locals will be grateful for this one in particular.
Okay, so objectives. We have the side mission. We need to visit a nearby farm, set up a supply route from the tunnel to the base. Supply route seems like it'll be a straightforward one we could just do. It's a mix of just pavement and sand. We didn't run to literally any mud or anything. Okay, so while you do that, let's go visit the nearby farm. Yeah, so you have a road that goes up there. We can go down this road. And see what we can find. Got some more off-road paths over there. Got an orange orchard on the side there. I think the road's out. Okay. So a lot of these, we've been able to use our winch to anchor. They don't seem to have anything I can winch to on here. There's another gate on the other side over there. Yeah, I don't have the ability to winch that. Not entirely sure how that mechanism works. It's possible maybe it rotates, I need to push it from this side. Yeah, because like I say, I got nothing I can grab here. It could also be something that we have to get the power on, and once we have the power on, then it becomes possible. Let's go around, see if the other gate's the same mechanism, and see if we can't get around. It's also possible something I'd need a crane or something to mess with. Yeah, that's a lot of oranges. Okay, before we go through where we have our objective, let's again check this other side here. Okay, yep, so it doesn't look like you can do anything to interact with that right now. My guess of what'll happen is we'll get the power on, and I'll have to come in here, like, flip the circuit box there or whatever, and then that gate opens for a convoy later. Okay, so this place looks a little bit more crossable than the other one.
Looking at this place, I shouldn't have said what I said about oranges. The damage is extensive. You'll need to restore the road to the farm and bring a backup generator to the main building. Then you'll need to open the river lock to reach the production site on the other side of the river. But to repair the river lock, you'll need some decking panels, which you can grab at the South Canyon Resort construction site. There won't be any resort construction here for a while, so use their crane and load up on those panels. If the crane has no power, just get a backup generator from a nearby building. And don't worry, we got permission for all of that.
I'm gonna guess we did. Okay. Yep, so we gotta get this crate over here somewhere. We got those crates. We got a pretty long road we gotta build over there to circumvent this. We have all that. Yes, that's the missing fuel generators. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Yes, we got delivered those, and those are just delivering down here. That's actually a pretty easy one for us to do. With that, I don't know how big those things are. Let's deploy that real fast and see if we can't get a peek at them. Those are pretty big. Let's get you out of the way. I'm sure I'm gonna need you, just not right this second. But what we can do is either A, as I can take the big crane and do stuff like that. What we can do here, I didn't put the parking brake on. Alright. We can check the garage, see what new stuff we got in the shop. Because crane-wise, the cargo crane truck? Sure. I'm down. Let's see what the cargo crane truck can do for me. I have a feeling it's not going to be as good for what I want to do right now, but it does seem like something that could fit stuff side by side. This seems like what it's probably going to be used for is when we're like going to recycle stuff, that I can just pick up stuff and chuck it in the back. And then it's going to be pretty high horsepower and all that. What I'm hoping we'll be able to do is grab those gas tanks and chuck them back here, because it looks like it's got enough capacity back there for it. Did I take the wrong way? I did. I'm a little worried that its arm's not going to be up to the task lengthwise, like it's just not going to be a big enough arm. But we'll tinker. It's a new toy. I'm sure it's got its place, it fits and everything. Yeah, that wide, it'll carry both those gas tanks, no problem. And I imagine with these big treads, you're only concerned about getting stuck as... Oh, actually, that's pretty raised off the ground, too. Yeah, this is probably a pretty hard to get stuck vehicle. Okay, the treads don't like the bridge very much. I'm kind of sliding back and forth a little. Part of me is like, should it not be labeled as all-wheel drive? All wheels are driving right now. All two of them. Like, it wouldn't be a mode you toggle it on and off. But I could see them just having the marker that's like, all-wheel drive, yes, it's on. Okay, so gotta go around here. Yeah, the other thing is I'm a little concerned is that this claw won't be able to grab those gas cans that it's expecting to have, like, the straps. But we'll see. We're tinkering. We're learning. Experimentation does matter. That said, it's definitely not winning any awards for its top speed. That's what I think the purpose of this is when you're salvaging to just, you know, plunk down next to where there's a bunch of concrete, just pick it up and chuck it in the back, pick it up, chuck it in the back. You know, that kind of thing. Pile it up real strong, because I imagine this has a pretty ridiculous carry weight. I'm just gonna stop work and eat a bunch of orange. Don't mind me. Okay. Alright, so it should be right here, kind of off the ledge. Which is why I was like, I'm not sure if the arm is up for it.
Yes. These tanks look intact and should fit right in when we deliver them to Sirocco. And if you're still worried about ownership, don't be. We're not stealing them. We're just borrowing them. And not even for ourselves, but for the good folk of Sirocco. Who'll owe us a big one, and they'll pick up the bill later. So put your guilty conscience to rest and get to work.
I don't think it's gonna work. I have minimal confidence. Eeh. That's not gonna work. Well, I'll leave it there for right now, because I can still put it to some level of use. Because what I can probably do is grab our big crane here, and it'll quickly run that down there, and I can use the big crane to chuck those in the back of that thing and do it all in one trip still. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Because in that way, you know, I can load them all up in one trip versus like this will have to drag them one by one and all that. And thank you for all those follows. Do appreciate it. The thing is not designed to be lifted by its manhole. It's okay. I'm sure it's fine. But if we're really worried about it, I can go ask OSHA. No problem. Hey, hey OSHA, you there? Yeah. Can we pick up the tank by the manhole? Ah, OSHA says it's okay. Yeah, no, but OSHA says it's alright. She says don't worry about it. Alright, I'm literally doing the same thing I just did. Haven't had a chance to learn the map yet. Yeah, but no, obviously trying to grab that whole thing with like a hydraulic claw from the top, even ignoring like the manhole's durability, just that much force just pinching on the top of it is probably not going to work out for the tank. You'd want to go and get it by some kind of anchor point or straps underneath it or something else. There would be something, some other way you're going to want to grab it. Plus, you'd need an absolutely obnoxious amount of strength to have that grip on something that's got no meaningful texture to grab onto. There wouldn't be enough friction. It'd be like playing the claw arm game and trying to pick up a bowling ball. They're gonna have to be reevaluated by an engineer because it's been displaced, probably dented. Oh yeah, no, the idea is like, yeah, we could just grab this and just shove this in. It'll probably be fine. It's like, I don't think it fell there. Like, I don't see a place that looks like the kind of place you would potentially mount any type of pressurized tank. Like, there's no concrete slab with some, you know, with some sheared bolts or something in the immediate vicinity. Nor is it laying on its pallet that maybe it just shifted and fell or something like that. Like those wherever they came from got hurled somewhere. And quick adjustment here. So just trying to make sure this is close enough to be loaded, but far enough to not be a pest. It's probably fine. Yeah, that loud mouth talk thunk. That's fine too. Definitely don't need to worry about any welds. You feel like we need a refund? Oh no, usually when you refund things in these games, you lose money. So I'm not too worried about it. I mean, this is still useful. None of my other vehicles other than the Wayfarer can hold two things this size. And the Wayfarer has no differential lock or all-wheel drive. So while it can carry a lot, it carries it badly. I feel... Looking at this, I feel like I just booted up Red Alert 2 from back in the day, and that's some flamethrower just gonna, like, just blast out of the front of it or something. Just have some, like, Russian accent being like, napalm tank deployed. Burn them up. Just maniacal laughing. Hey, how's it going? Because, for what it's worth, with all this cargo, I don't need low gear or anything. This is just cruising right along. Like, the only way I see this thing getting stuck outside of, like, rolling it over is you'd have to beach it pretty hard on the bottom. Like really beach it on some rocks, and that'd be really hard where you couldn't get at least one of the two treads on the ground. It does feel like this can probably get around the map pretty well. Again, not the fastest. I am suddenly coming to the realization that when I get to the other side here, I'm probably going to need to have one of the cranes move it in place. That's fine. We do have the mule over there, and I can always teleport back the crane if we need to. Because something tells me the precision swinging the arm to knock it out of the back of the trailer into its rightful place, probably not going to work out as much as, like, yeah, it's actually even got enough clearance that I don't have to worry about these things catching on the rails. Alright, so we gotta get to Garage in Sirocco. Let's go around this way. But yeah, this definitely feels like a salvage vehicle. That we just go and, you know, pick up a car, chuck it on one side, pick up, you know, piece of pipe or two, chuck it on the other side. You know, load it up something good. Grab a bunch of concrete. I was hoping to ram it with the front to move these out of the way. That's not gonna happen. Okay, let's do this right. So get you back out of the way for just a minute. And grab the mule. We can just drag these out of their position around the corner. And we'll do the ethical thing, which is we see we have a problem on our side. So we simply go over to the neighbors. And we just toss it on the other side of the fence. And it's now no longer our problem. They might even hire to remove it to me. I know, this is just future-proofing our business plan. Oh. Went too soon. There we go. Now I need to switch this vehicle. And you're gonna have to move up. And we will turn this around. That's one thing we can't do with any of the other cargo vehicles. Be able to like turn literally on a dime. Anyone else find the paper handling a bit atrocious? You have to make the ground real flat. It cannot travel. But you've got to have the ground like super flat or it just slides all over the place. So it's pretty rough. Alright, so I've got that to get over there. That's probably not bad when I could probably just get the big crane over there and deal with it. Just drive it up here, go around. Hit a pebble, went sideways? Yep. There's just certain vehicles out there like that. Alright, so we need to build a road here. That's going to be a big road. Vehicles. We can... Sorry, not vehicles. We need to go to the garage. Let's go to the garage. We can go here. Construction... Well, actually, yeah, construction stuff. Let's grab a really big one this time. Where can I get sand on this map? How bad is it? Oh, interesting. So the sand pit... That's fine. So we gave herself the sand pit. So I'm going to dump the sand here. Because this thing likes to spill absolutely everywhere. So I'm going to drive it over where we need it. Because this thing carries 4 times what the other one does, I'll still use the smaller ones most of the time. Because as I mentioned, that thing, you hit a pebble, and it spills some sand. And then you go over the sand that you just spilled, and it spills some sand. And then, you know, you have a slight breeze, and it spills some sand. And someone whispers the words of wind, and you spill some sand. It sits idle and stationary with no change in the environment around it, and it spills some sand. I'm exaggerating a bit. but it really spills sand super easily. And it is one of those things you're doing like the rough terrain with it and just keep spilling sand behind you. And just gets worse and worse. Yeah, no, I'm glad they're going to be a little bit more lenient on the thing for putting down the asphalt, because yeah, you'll have like the tiniest little bump and the whole thing just kind of wiggles like it's fishtailing everywhere. But yeah, I found any time we see those things where it's like, oh yeah, you need to pay a little bit of stuff to open up this quarry, then it's like, yep, no question, doing it. Doing it. They also might be adding fuel management? Interesting, because I've had people talk about that, and it was kind of one of those comments that I said that while SnowRunner fuel management absolutely makes sense, for this game, I honestly think the fuel management's going to be more of a negative than a positive. And I literally went through the same path that I've gone through every single time. But and the reason I say that is when we think about it. So if we go to our map, and you know, I start from here. Here's my base. Now let's pretend this bridge is in here. So I'm working right here. So we get our fuel. We go around here, and I build my bridge. And then we go kind of back over here, and I have to refuel. Okay, well now it's time to go up there. So I go down here, and I follow the same perfectly awesome road all the way over here, and I build my road across here, and I go all the way back, because, you know, I get like a third of the road done. I'm like, oh, I gotta go get my gas. So you go back and you get your gas, and you go all the way back out here again, and you build a third more of the road, and you go all the way back. Now, obviously, they're gonna give us some type of like middle vehicle that you can have like a refuel kind of thing. They said they may introduce hard mode. Yeah, my thought, like the damage thing I feel fine about, like if they add damage. Like I'm neither here nor there one. But I feel like the fact that we make our roads really good and all that, I don't feel like the fuel management will, like, I feel like it'll end up being kind of just a chore. Just the same where people are a bit annoyed about the magic sand that falls from the sky. I kind of feel like for how much sand it takes to build some things, if you just had to drive back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, it'd be like doing just nothing but the logging contracts in Michigan from SnowRunner, where you kind of feel like you're just dragging the same crap back and forth and just being like, why am I doing this? Like, for the record, I like SnowRunner, but that is one set of contracts that you're like, look, man, I don't care what you do different. I just want it to be different. I don't even feel like the fuel management would be horrible. I feel like it just turned tedious. Now, obviously, they give us some type of like fuel truck that could mitigate it. You know, if they gave us a full truck, I have no idea. But let's say this thing carries like 60 liters of fuel, and you give us some fuel truck that's got like, you know, 600, 700 liters in it, that'd be relatively okay, because, you know... Oh, I can just drive through this one straight. I don't have to... I'm sorry, I moved forward, so it spilled. And we're stationary, so it spilled. Up, went over a bump, so it spilled. Can I, like, put a bolt in the door or something? Can we, like, latch that closed? Like, I get what it spills over the top, but just that gate on the back opening, I'm like, man, just give me some type of, like, locking bolt or something to just be like, yeah, no. If it spills over the side, I get it. But can we, like, secure that door in some way? Because closed tipper doesn't do it. Nope. Bounced, spilled some. Bounce again, spilled some more. If it wasn't for the fact, for building roads like this, being able to do all of this in one tip, It's gonna be a lot of rocks to push out of the way. Okay. But yeah, so like I know a lot of people are upset because they, SnowRunner's a brutally hard game. The first thing I've been warning people is like, this isn't SnowRunner. It's not trying to be SnowRunner. Like, the expectations for SnowRunner, leave them with SnowRunner. SnowRunner's a wonderful game. Definitely a game that if you're into simulation games, I highly recommend. And it can be as brutal and unforgiving, or, kind of actually relatively not that big a deal. Really depending on your settings and all that. And then one is like learning to explore the map before actually trying to do anything. Which is one of the things the game isn't particularly good about, making you aware of, is how important map, like, just exploration is. It's like, no, really, this is one of the most important things, to explore the map as much as possible before you spend any real time doing anything. But I very genuinely think what the devs are trying to do is that they've got SnowRunner. SnowRunner's excellent, and they're continuing to update SnowRunner. Like, literally just got a DLC less than a month ago. Or about a month ago, somewhere in that ballpark. But at the same time, they are experimenting with different ideas to see pretty much if they can get ourselves a new series from the looks of it. And so that's where Expeditions came from, there was the mission type in SnowRunner that's pretty popular, where, you'd go kind of grabbing a vehicle with all-terrain vehicles and just kind of going up and over the mountains and exploring kind of thing. And they're like, what if that was a game mode, just by itself? And that's effectively Expeditions. They took that idea and said, what happens if we fleshed that out and made that its own thing? And admittedly, it got pretty mixed reviews. But I think a big part of that is it wasn't SnowRunner. Even though they're like, they've tried to be clear saying this isn't SnowRunner, it's not trying to be SnowRunner, it's a different idea. And people are like, it doesn't have the things that SnowRunner has. And I think that's really bad for the series, the company, and everything, because it means they are only ever allowed to make SnowRunner and SnowRunner alone. And if you want to burn out some devs, it's a great way to do it. And then just the same with this, it's kind of in that same vein of, it's not SnowRunner. We don't have damage, we don't have fuel management. It's not one of these games that you have to kind of sit there and, really figure out how to navigate the map at all. How you're going to tackle the problem because you're just going to get stuck in the mud or whatever. It's got its own challenges. But I am hoping people still generally have positive, and that the devs don't just cave into making it into SnowRunner. Because again, SnowRunner's good. It's out there. I literally played it before we started playing this. So like, this isn't me being like, I want less SnowRunner. SnowRunner exists. It's great. But yeah. Whereas this one's a big part of it is at the beginning of the game, they kind of handhold you a little bit, being like, you can build a bridge here. But like for Incommunicado, they had us, did they ever make us build a bridge specifically? Like tell us this is where you build a bridge? I think it was kind of, they gave you a couple places that were fairly obvious choices to build bridges. But like for me with Sunken, I built a bridge to bypass a whole bunch of issues. To just shortcut, because I'm like, I can build the bridge, and this will be a much better solution than me trying to deal with all this other stuff. And then, using the fact that we can pave roads to, you can just patch up the one spot that's a little scuffed and make the vehicles take a long route, or you can just kind of build a big, road over the top of an area and just bypass what was supposed to be an obstacle. And so I think it gives you a lot of opportunity for like creative solutions and all that. Versus with limitations we have in SnowRunner, there'll be the two passages. You go to get to a place, one is nothing but deep mud, and the other one's relatively okay, well, you can go through the deep mud, but 99% of the time you're going to go the other way around because it is the correct route. That's actually part of why I think the first 2 maps in this game, they're fine, they're decent, but it's honestly the second 2 map, or the third and fourth map, that really do kind of stand out, is because the game is less scripted in how you approach it. Which again, no complaints about SnowRunner, but that's just the way infrastructure works in SnowRunner. You put the bridge in the bridge build spot. You put the, you don't get to really build roads in SnowRunner. They're just different, there's different aspects of the game that are supposed to be the focus and the challenge. I definitely feel like this needs to be built up more. If they give us something, for example, the Wayfarer, and make us take it across this, it's gonna be awful. So basically make the really low part, build that up more, so it's less of this like giant down ramp. I'm also going to widen it out because almost certainly we're going to have to convoy over it. You refuse to buy the semi-truck? Those are the dare drop objectives, I'm guessing? Yep, those are the only dare drop objectives we've got left. Yeah, I'm actually, so I bought the semi, like, and I had messed with it first before I bought it, because originally I was going to buy it. And then, you know, I had people warn me, being like, hey, just so you know, it doesn't have diff lock or all-wheel drive. And it's, don't get me wrong, it is not a great vehicle. Like, it has a ridiculous high cargo capacity, but that's its only, you know, only good characteristic. Everything else is pretty bad. But I have used it in cases where it's like, oh, I need to get a bunch of salvage, no problem. You know, there's this big flat area nearby, there's a ton of concrete where I need to get my concrete slabs. Let me just get the Wayfarer. I can grab a crane and just spend a while just loading up the Wayfarer as much as possible. And so it is a vehicle that you kind of only use it when you've got everything sorted out. And even then, you got to be a bit picky choosy where you use it. Use the Maz? Yeah, the thing to keep in mind is you can get the Wayfarer way earlier in the game than the Maz, I believe. So it's kind of like when you're playing, you know, SnowRunner and comparing one of the end game DLC vehicles or stuff like that against like the Fleet Star. You know, Fleet Star will do, well, I mean, the Fleet Star's not as bad as the Wayfarer, but like the Fleet Star will do its job. Maz Unsunken? Yeah, I believe you can get the Wayfarer on, I want to say the second map. I want to say a whole tier earlier. don't know if you can get the Wayfarer on Incommunicado. You can buy the Wayfarer 5. Yeah, so that's kind of my point, is you can hit level 5 well before you have access to the Maz, I believe. Still, I've been pretty, like, I've had its uses. You did Sunken first, though? Yeah, same here. But yeah, and I've definitely used the Wayfarer a couple times. I will say it's a pretty weak offering, though. I do agree the Wayfarer is not going to win very many hearts. It is very much a vehicle that very quickly you can be like, yeah, I just have better options, sorry. Alright. Like, that's wide enough. It still feels pretty steep, though. I think I'm gonna go for it anyways, which is probably not the correct choice. There are still all those rocks all over it. I'm kind of hoping as we just go through with the asphalt thing and all that, we could just shove them off and not have to worry about it. In the meantime, we will need you. Honestly, that's another use for our little crane machine over there. I can use that claw to pick up the rocks and chuck them on the back. So when you're in those areas where like a rock gets in a little dip, that you know the bulldozer just goes over the top of it, that you can't just like really wedge it in very well. I could probably just go down, pick up the rock, and then go about my business. So let's go back to here. We will want the thing for putting down the asphalt. And we will want the thing for steamrolling. I still need to get a not rusted version of this one as well. Because pretty much any time I do any real road work, I end up needing it. Oh, you're just gonna beach, aren't you? No, we're okay. I was worried it's gonna beach like the where between the front wheels and the trailer. Yeah, and that's exactly the thing as we get high centered. Luckily it did okay. Make a really wide turn. You bought the Maz immediately and promptly drove the rusty one into a ravine and left it there. Yeah, no, the rusty vehicles are a bit rough. But you get the idea. They're mostly just meant to be there so you can't soft lock the game. Might see if you can bury it in sand. Yeah, unfortunately, you'll find when you start burying the vehicles in sand, just like the rocks, they'll try and come up to the surface. As a warning, the physics can get really unfortunate. There's a clip from the demo where I actually had one of the vehicles kind of implode on itself. Thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. Where, like, you know, the front part of the vehicle is one piece, the cabin that rocks around, then there's a frame, and then there's, like, the back part. They started, like, inverting on themselves and, like, rolling around, and eventually, like, just snapped into position on top of it and sent me flying through the air, like, 50 feet. Probably, well, more than that, like, 200-300 feet. Like, I went sailing through the air to, like, the other side of an island kind of thing. The game gets pretty upsetty spaghetti if you do bad things with sand. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Okay, so we got you out of the way. Oh, not yet. Gotta lower those. Now we can get the steamroller. We just needed to just sit wherever for a moment. And get the asphalt layer. And now let's see what happens with all these rocks I left on here. Because I'm hoping they're big enough and this low to the ground enough, we'll just shove them out of the way. But also, this thing doesn't like anything that isn't absolutely flat terrain that is nearly immaculately placed. You left the bucket in the up position? That's a no-no. Let me go check with OSHA real fast. OSHA? Can I leave the bucket in the up position? Okay, OSHA says it's fine. Also, it's a video game. OSHA defunded? You wouldn't defund a person like that. That's just mean. Also, all of that deeply upsets me. Yeah, so the lesson here is the rocks do just absolutely get in the way. Which I kind of figured was likely going to be the case. But I was hoping it wouldn't be. Alright, so what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to lower this enough to push the rocks without lowering it so much to jack up literally everything. Well, the good news is it looks like maybe just that rock and that rock are about the only ones in the way right now. So get you out of the way real fast. So I want to be very careful, because if I lower this too much, we'll just tear up the train. And thank you for all those follows. I do hope you're enjoying the stream. I already know I'm going to destroy the train doing that. We'll just push this around. If we mess up the sand, that's fine. Alright, thank you again for all those follows. I do appreciate it. Did I just roll right over it? You know what? That's probably fine. Okay, so it looks like we got all the rocks out of the middle. Yep. Yep. Yeah, no, they definitely could use buffing this thing's ability to do terrain. Because it may not look like it, but I was holding right the entire time there. And just trying to get it. But yeah, and anyone who takes this seriously, like, they're like, you are not following OSHA-regulated stances, you have your bucket up, or you need to be wearing your PPE or anything. It's like, video game, buddy. It's a video game. Genuinely don't care. Besides, if you think that's bad, you haven't seen half the crap we've done. Like, for example, there is a way to use the Wayfarer with all-wheel drive and diff lock. It's really effective. All you gotta do is you get the Wayfarer, you load it up, strap everything down, and then you get a crane, and you pick up the Wayfarer, and you drive the Wayfarer around with the crane. Which is exactly the way I've done more than one delivery. Because I'm like, I don't feel like dealing with this right. This crane can handle this thing. We're just gonna take the crane and go for a ride. And it works shockingly well. Or the number of vehicles I have overloaded to an extreme. We're talking in real life, you would load up the vehicle, you just hear what sounds like gunshots as all of the, you know, bolts holding the bed to it just shear, and the axle snaps like a twig from the sheer amount of weight you've piled on a thing. Where it's like, I'm rated for 12 tons, how many have you added? Somewhere in the area of 30. It's probably fine. I already am not expecting this road to go well. Yep, pretty much exactly, Doggo. Doggo is. I think that same mission. I think I just picked up the Wayfarer and just drove the entire way up the hill and across. Like, literally drove the crane, like, put it in the turn-in spot. Didn't even drive it the rest of the way. I love it as if you had a job with driving a forklift and a fair idea of what it's like driving with your forks up in the air. Yep. Okay, so we've got that road done. No. It didn't like the one spot down there. It's blue, which does imply that it actually feels like it had enough. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Like this, like the game absolutely lets you abuse stuff. And you'll have the person like, "Ugh, people just don't take it seriously. If we were playing in hard mode SnowRunner, you wouldn't do that." It's like, yes, I would. I've been playing hard mode SnowRunner, and believe me, the crap I do in that, not any better. Admittedly, they didn't give me a crane that I could pick up my own vehicle and drive with it. Admittedly, that is not something I've done, but only because that's not an option on the table. But I have absolutely done the thing where it's like, I feel like going this route, drop a winch behind me and lower myself off a cliff. Okay, so now we need to get the next thing going. So that is you. Deliver object. So right, so we'll want the big crane for the deliver object. And deliver object. I see. So it's gonna be one of those ones where I take the truck. And deal with that real fast. Your video on Twitch on Firefox again? I just stopped it working a week ago, had a big question mark. On 2 big 5. Gotcha. Well, I'm glad you got your video back. Same thing as cheating in single player games. Do whatever the heck you like. Or not. Enjoy the game however you like. Yeah, another classic. If you're having fun, congratulations. You're playing the game correctly. There's no additional parts to that statement. It's literally, are you having fun? Cool. Keep doing that. So you seem like you're actually down below. Okay, so I see. So the next move is I drive up here. Then we get around, we push down the piece up top. I'm assuming that let's drive across into the building. You've had issues in the past running Twitch and Firefox? Yeah, that's the weird thing. So like Twitch for me on the browser that I've been using, like when I was using both like I've used Chrome, Edge, and Opera and all that, Opera GX. And it's worked fine in there, except for Stream Together. Stream Together, for whatever reason, I can only seem to get to work reliably on Firefox. Which is such a weird thing that everything else works fine on all the others except that. Okay. So the next move is to roll on in here. Oh hey, that must be the toy car I'm supposed to get a screenshot with. That is a lot of concrete there. Yeah, we can't really go very far on this because I don't think we're climbing that. I could see, you know what I bet you the idea here is? So we don't drag this thing the whole way. What we do with it is this. I go over here. We grab it from here. And we drag it all the way over here. I love how we keep getting these generators and it's still always get your truck and just drag it along outside. Okay, so I've got like basically a wall over here. So if I drag it over there, I can just grab it from above with the crane. Well, okay, well, so downside is that's downed, and I don't think I can get it back up. I've got nothing to winch through other than the crate. And if I can get, like, the far side of the crate, I might be able to do something with it, but I can only get the close side, so that's a stuck vehicle. But yeah, so it looks like what I'm going to need to do is let's actually also check on the shop, because we didn't really look on the scouts to see what we got. I can't afford anything I care about, though, so that's fine. Yeah, so unlock newer ones, not that's fine. So garage. Let's go ahead and grab you. Because unfortunately, one, I didn't pull it far enough, and then two, I do. Isn't it mean to crane out of there? So the thing is, right now, this crane doesn't have power. I need this, like, power junction or whatever, I believe, to give the crane power. Yes, that's where we're at with this. I might still be able to get it, but one of the other things is I have the dare drop of screenshot with the miniature toy truck. I did see the miniature toy truck. I didn't see how to get to it. But honestly, it doesn't say I need to be sitting directly on top of it or anything. So honestly, if I just get to the angle where we can see it again, that'll probably be good enough. Because it's down there. Yeah, so it looks like there's a tunnel over there. Let's go check to see if I can just literally just drive through to it. Because the thing is supposed to be like an Easter egg or something. Alright. So it says screenshot, but I have to submit a clip. So if someone could clip that we just have that on the screen there real fast, that'll be for the dare drop kind of ones. There. Because it shows as a yellow item that's worth money. Maybe it'll be worth enough for me to go after. So unfortunately, we do need to, we do need to work our way back around here because I didn't get the generator thing far enough that I should be able to get to a crane easy enough. Now I got everything clear, it's just a matter of driving over there. Okay. Let's try this again. Hopefully without rolling. We go way over here on the right. Okay, and that should be plenty close enough now that if we go over here and grab our crane, I should be able to just cruise over there and just grab it off the side, bring it up, and that should give me access to the big crane. And I'm assuming that the reason we need access to the big crane is there was a ridiculously large amount of concrete there, at least a good like 8+ slabs of concrete. That my guess is we'll need that concrete for a bunch of stuff here. So we just pick up the concrete, chuck it on a vehicle, and go haul it wherever we need to. And that'll be the big reason why this mission comes after the other ones. Because it's not until you do the, it's not until you do Sunken that you get this crane, I believe. And without that, I'm not sure if the smaller crane can do this. It might be able to. All right.
All right, you got the crane going. Congratulations. Now, get it going really fast and load up those decking parts. We need them at the river lock post-haste. Once you pull them all out, drive straight to the river, no detours. Not even for a burger.
I'm like, okay, do they have burgers here? I didn't need one before, but like, you know, do they have burgers? Let's see what else we've got in here. Okay, so got the Greenway. Yeah, it looks like literally everything is available now. So what was the last one? So the Greenway is the last big one we have for cargo. We still have a handful of these available. Right, I got that giant thing over there. So we do have a couple more cranes available. For road building, there is a better version of the asphalt and the paver, as well as the dump truck. And that's going to be in our bulldozer. And I don't really know what you do, ATV, but you do something. And then we've got the Scout. Oh yeah, so the Malmut definitely looks like it's an upgrade. Can't afford it though.
Tasty one. I haven't had lunch yet. Anywho, I believe in you.
And meanwhile, we got a side mission to explore areas. So I'm gonna do real fast is we'll do the side mission first. Yeah, so this is going to be pretty much immediately going to left. Explore areas of potential historic interest. So we need to find objects. It's not looking like we're probably going to climb over there. Interesting. There's a little bit of a path over here that might be where we're expected to go. Yes, it's just over to this side, where I was like, I'm not sure about there. Alright. Probably over here. Okay, so let's go over here real fast. I believe we can climb this spot. That'll get us up top to our first objective. And I think from the first one we can get to the second one. The third one, I don't know. It looks like it's up on a big ledge. But it's entirely possible that'll be one of those things that while I'm up there, there might be some big wall thing I can shove down to make a ramp, or there'll be like a path on the other side or something like that. Okay, so I'm assuming we want to get up here somewhere.
Hey, feel like something different? I have a request from a bunch of scientists. Sounds like they're on the lookout for things to dig up. They want you to check out a few areas where some relics of the past could be hidden. Nothing wrong with helping out science for a quick change of pace, I guess.
Okay. And this is very Expedition-esque gameplay right here. We're going on like absolutely destroyed areas that you can barely navigate. Oh, okay. It just didn't have a dialogue or anything. We just went up to it. It's like, okay, you found it, move on. Alright, so we've got that one found. But yeah, so this is more like what a lot of expeditions was. You'd have these completely ridiculous to navigate areas. You just have to kind of figure out how to get around them. Now granted, that one they gave us a bunch of tools that at the beginning you'd be like, hey, I would like 2 anchor points and these kind of things, and you upgrade your vehicle to get a bunch of that kind of stuff. And then you could use those, so you might hit a spot here like, alright, I don't see how to get across, let me just shove an anchor point up there and I can pull myself up using that. I'm gonna try and stay up top here. Just in the off chance it's up here. And then if it's not up here, then we figure out how to get down below. Alright, let's try... see if there's someplace I can navigate across back there. I can cross here. At least I think I can cross here. If not, we're about to find out. There we go. A little dicey, but it's fine. I'm assuming that's where my last thing is, right over there. Looks like there might be a spot back over there on the left, just by those ruins. I forgot. I'm used to SnowRunner having snorkels and everything on, so we dipped in the water. I was like, oh, we are already flooding. Cool. Yeah, so it looks like you can drive onto that spot in the middle there. And then from there, I might be able to get up that shore. Okay, probably over there by that bush. Okay. Cool, so I found the second one right there. So now I got one more up there. I don't think we get over there, so I think we go that way. Yeah, so it seems like the idea is this is a really hard to navigate area where we have to actually deliberately take our vehicle through areas that would flood your vehicle, which if you let your vehicle stay flooded too long, your engine cuts out. And then that's kind of that. Okay. That tricky thing here is somehow I get up that higher ledge. I think. But yeah, so a lot of Expeditions was doing this, but in Expeditions you had limited gas and a whole bunch of other stuff, so you'd bring like extra repair parts, anchors, extra fuel on you. You'd have like logistics vehicles, so I might pull up a vehicle really close to the area so I can kind of, you know, piggyback from my logistic vehicle to give me fuel and supplies to push for the next area. You did have some like refills and all that you had limited storage capacity on your vehicle, so you had like side storage and everything. Okay, so clear it's gonna be that ruins right in front of me. Just gonna have to figure our way across one more waterway. Yeah, because I'm not climbing that mountain. Okay. So this one looks really bad, because that is really deep water there, and there's a bit of a ledge on that side. So the challenge is, I don't really have a winch point here, so if I flood, we're stuck. Nor do I think I can cross the rocks themselves. The rocks themselves look pretty sketch. I think if we go over there, I'm just going nose in. How do I approach this? I don't see an anchor point on the other side of the rocks that I can really use. And I don't think I can get up there anywhere, but all that looks really deep. I mean, the best bet does look like there. They're like, we're going to nose into the deep spot, and I'm going to just have to use the winch to keep the car going the right direction. like right by where that rock is in the water. Use the turbo boost? Ah, man, but I already used my turbo boost this episode. You know we only get one of those an episode, right? I am really expecting to beach on that rock, and that to be it. Time for objective number 4. Oh, the problem is I can't get sand anywhere else. What about a second turbo? That's why there were budget cuts. Yeah. I'm just gonna have to go for it. Like, I'm sitting here being like, I don't know, I don't know. Going. Okay, we did it. I was just really worried about getting caught up on the rock for even just a couple of seconds, and that being enough that we would just stare longingly at the, Oh, that's the beginning of the range. Oh, okay. We're not there yet. Well, I'm not going through anything on that side, which means we're going up this river. That might be it over there, those handful of columns. Okay, that looks a bit shallower. Let's just go for it. Go, 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 go. You're flooding. Go, go. Come on. Yeah, I can already see the artifact. It's in the middle of that ruin ahead of us. I just need to be careful that we don't roll right at the finish line. Yay, I'm driving up to it because I want to. Cool. Yep, so it's basically the exact type of stuff you would do in Expedition. So where basically we did all that really rough terrain and having to get through the water and all that stuff. That's what Expedition plays like. Except you wouldn't be weirdly sitting in utter silence. Now with that, chat, I need to use the restroom really bad, so I'm going to do that real fast and I'll be right back. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. Don't hit. That's not good. Alright, you know what we're doing? We're gonna go with this is not our problem. We want no part of this. So something is getting messy in the physics calculations. Oh, I see a real problem with going this way. Hang on, we might need to go around. That one log on the right looks like it'll be a little problematic for taking through there. Just gonna go on a guess here. Stickers. Oh, I forgot the stickers. I forgot about the curse that is the stickers. Oh man, guard, don't do that. Why would you do that, guard? That is unacceptable behavior, guard. Alright, and we are back. Okay, so we got that all done. So that was definitely the most important thing to work on. Alright, right, so you want me to deliver this thing to there. So the easy answer for that is we just get the crane, we grab it, and we drive off. And then the other, I'll just do it now. So let's go grab our big crane. And pop on down here, do this, retain, confirm, deploy. Alright. I will say, this map is taking a little while to, like, expand the map. We are kind of sticking around the same relative area, which is fine. when it hits 88 miles per hour, you're gonna be seen serious garbage. You're not wrong. This thing hits 88 miles an hour. It's not gonna be great. Thank you, Jay Walker. I appreciate that. That way we can do the dare drop stuff later. Oh, that does mean I can go over to our dare drop objectives, because we did take the screenshot with the toy truck. So the only things I've got left is to build a road under a bridge I built, to jump a scout over water, like a water gap, using sand, and to recycle a boat. Now, I already know where I can find a boat. Like, all three of those, I know where I could do those. If we went back to Sunken, there are boats on that map. I could just grab one of those boats and then, you know, huck it wherever I need to huck it. Is this the right path, or am I going the wrong path yet again? Yeah, ultimately, at some point, let me go ahead and set this. Oh, I'm not going to do it right now. I'd say at some point, I should build the bridges over there to get around. If for no other reason than I keep constantly going over there and trying to do stuff with them. But yeah, so what I could definitely go onto Sunken, grab the boat, and just chuck it into a recycling center. Easy peasy, that one will be fast. I do have an extremely high up in the air, ridiculously large bridge already on Sunken that I could probably just get the equipment underneath and just make a bridge or make a road underneath it. If not, there's bound to be a place I can make that happen, even if it's a completely illogical road. I mean, I could even do it here, just chuck down a bunch of sand and just make it squiggle underneath there. Even though it'd be an utterly useless road, it would satisfy the dare drop. I really wish I knew how to open this gate. My guess is we're going to do something to this building to give it power, because there's like a bright yellow circuit breaker thing right next to the gate. But I tried operating the controls and I couldn't interact with them in any way with like the winch or bumping into them that I could figure out, or the gate itself. It might be worth trying it with an actual crane as opposed to a winch. I don't think that'll matter. But at the same time, you know what? Can I pick this up versus going around every time? I can. Alright, that'll save me doing that anymore. Yeah, before we go after the actual thing, I don't think this will matter. Yes, there's like the yellow electrical box over there that's wide open. Yes, it's not a matter of just physicsing it. Yeah, I haven't been able to get any anchor points on it, but like I said, there's a breaker over there. I'm pretty sure I already checked to see if I could interact with it. Yeah, I can't switch to anything there. Oh, I bet you what it is. I bet you when I put that thing we're working on right now, it probably makes that electrical thing work and the gate opens. Give me a shortcut through there. Alright, so the thing we're looking for is in the middle of all that. Yeah, it's that one box up there. So the idea is they want you to go through this whole elaborate maze to, you know, pick up the path and figure it out and do all that clever kind of cool stuff. And I'm just going to go with, what if instead I drive around this side, put down my anchors, and then just pick it up from over here. That actually might be far enough I can't reach it. Yeah, I can get over there. They may have thought of it. We'll see. They give you a pretty generous range. I've already cheesed more than one thing where it's like, do this whole puzzle. I'm like, or meet my friend Crane. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we just go right over here. That'll be right on the edge of what I might be able to reach. Okay. Been doing a stream for about an hour. Figured to decide whether or not to get the game. Yeah. Like I said, I very much enjoy it a lot. For people who are expecting, you know, like SnowRunner, it's not SnowRunner. It's not trying to be. It's just a different game. And I think that's good. Because SnowRunner is also actively getting updates. So it'd be weird to have to be like, well, do I want to play that SnowRunner or that SnowRunner when we could instead have completely original ideas. And then plus, like, SnowRunner is also not looking, you know, it's not looking worse for wear or anything. It's already downloading? Nice. Well, I hope you enjoy it, because I've been very much enjoying it. And I do enjoy SnowRunner as well. I played plenty of it. But I'm just saying that because like a lot of people are giving the game bad reviews because like, no, it doesn't have this feature that SnowRunner has. It's like, it's because it's not SnowRunner. So one thing I'm gonna do, put the green star marks here and here for building a bridge. But yeah, no, I've definitely been enjoying it. I'll still say I think my favorite map so far is like aesthetically and all that is Sunken. Whereas I think the map that kind of like the flow of it was the best, I think was like Incommunicado. Like it just has a nice pacing going from one thing to the next thing to the next thing. There's not this weird like, okay, I need to like put a lot of effort into trying to get this line figured out or this figured out. It just kind of went like one thing flowed directly into the next thing really well. I want this game at some point, but not a hurry as you're playing something else. Yeah, that's fine. It's not a bad strategy, especially with how many games come out nowadays. It is absolutely a valid strategy. Like, yeah, I could buy this game right now. Or I could just play one of the other 1,000 games I've got in my Steam library I haven't touched. And just wait for this game to go on sale. I'm honestly curious what kind of DLC we're going to get for this and all that. I'm really hoping they find a lot of commercial success with that so we just get more stuff. You haven't found the real use of storing materials in the warehouse? So, the reason you might store the materials in the warehouse, so we look here, we've got my base. Now, let's pretend I've got a warehouse down here, and then I've got a base up here. I can go and drop a bunch of the concrete in the warehouse, and then go up to this base and take it back out. And there's sometimes that could be really helpful. You're not sure whether to get this or the cop game. Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't looked that much into the Precinct. To me, Precinct was less my kind of game, so I kind of, like, opted to go with this. There are no shortcuts to success, except this one. Don't you need concrete slabs or beams? Aren't those just laying around?
Now it's
Not
time
always.
To get serious about those river lock repairs. We're going to need a mountain of concrete, that's for sure. Take a drive to the concrete plant and see what shape it's in. And you can also set up a direct route from the countryside base so our engineer crew can get there. And fill any major potholes on the way if you need to. They're engineers, not test drivers.
You want this to go where now? Okay. So, we have objectives, no side objectives. We have a main objective of bring decking parts to the river lock. We've got plan a route to the river lock repairs. And we've got visit the concrete plant. So let's go ahead and grab you. I will need to teleport back my scout because it's up in the mountains. No, we're going the wrong way. And a picture with the toy. Well, we got the picture with the toy. We got that sorted out. We got a screenshot of that. I took a screenshot, and then someone clipped it because I can't provide the screenshot in Dare Drops. I have to provide a clip. So we took a clip of a screenshot, which is certainly a thing. Oh, cool. We just hit our follower goal of 8,700 followers. So thank you so much for hitting that. And weirdly, it popped twice. Good job on functioning. Did I take the same wrong route every freaking time? The only reason I haven't built the bridge there is I want to get a different bridge. Oh, I think there's someone who is following and unfollowing and it's triggering the goal again and again? Maybe? I'm guessing that's what's happening. And they're not getting the alerts right, I think, because they already have a thing where if you follow and unfollow and follow and unfollow, it will only alert once. Well, the only reason I'm not building the bridges, it's only the crappy bridges. Yes. You're just saying, oh, they're a pain. They're being a pain. What is? No, stop. There we go. Click the wrong button. Yep. So we could get someone to just go ahead and have like a couple people follow, so one person can't do that anymore. This isn't me also trying to trick everyone into following. But yeah, because that'll be very annoying to have that prompt pop up again and again. Worst case, I'll give it, like, if it keeps happening for another minute, I'll just remove the goal. Alright, I'm going to start removing the goal because you can't see it, but my entire activity feed is, you've hit your goal, you've hit your goal, you've hit your goal, because there's someone just mashing that button again and again. And that is really hard to ignore, because it is super spammy. All right, so thank you. Actually, that might solve it. We had like, two, three quick follows real fast. That should stop one person from being able to do that anymore. And then if it pops up more, then that means people are going out of their way to troll. And if that happens, then then we stop having a follower goal, and we don't get to have nice things. Okay, now it doesn't matter which path I take. Good, the spamming stopped, so thank you for that. Because literally I have my activity feed is about 24 items long that I can see on the screen at a time, and only 2 of them are not the goal being reached. So with that, genuinely curious what would happen. Yeah, no, it spams it. Like, genuinely, if you sit there and you do, like, the follow-unfollow thing, it can be very obnoxious, because some people forget to turn off the alerts so that you can only get the follow alert once on a stream. And, like, it's a very common mistake people make, and it'll just spam the crap out of their alerts. Thank you. I like this shirt. My wife got it for me. I guess it doesn't matter which way I go. Alright, so it looks like we'll want to take the bulldozer and shove some of these rocks out of the way. But yeah, no, the only reason I'm not building the bridges is if we look at the bridges I have available right now, I've got these 2 really crappy bridges, and that one, it'd be doable. I'd much rather get, like, the normal wood bridge or the concrete bridge if possible, because if I can get either of those, then it's much easier to cross. I don't have to worry about, like, the convoys having their wheel fall into the gap in there and all that. Oh, all terrain and all that got turned off. Wife shirts are the best. Wife shirts are pretty fantastic. Yeah, it's just the bigger bridges make it less finicky. That is a lot of shovel heads we got up there. Okay, so it looks like we would need power and other resources up there. I do like the orange groves.
Looks like we can do a little trade with the folks at the supply depot. If we get them powered up again, they're willing to spare some supplies. All you need to do is lay the cable and connect them to the grid.
I'm gonna be honest, Kelly, the concrete factory's not looking too hot. I'm just gonna go ahead and put it out there. I don't think it's gonna be a little bit of concrete and metal and running a power line to get this concrete plant back online. Where there's supposed to be a building, there's just a gaping crater. So, you know, we mayhaps have a significant thing. Oh, you know what this could be? The idea behind this map could be that we have to actually use the workshop heavily to trade stuff. So bring in steel, trade it for concrete, that kind of thing. I could see that being an interesting twist. That is some really loose sand there. Oh, let's mark that. We use the same strategy we did on the other map. So if it's an orange triangle, that tells me really, really bad terrain. So if I go to do a convoy, I gotta patch it up. Then green stars we were using just to be like, hey, it's a bridge spot. So the real question is, how the heck do I get down in there? Maybe that side over there I could ramp down in there? The absolute worst case, they just take my crane, I lower my vehicle down to, I think it's over there. I think we go down that dirt ramp there. Now the next question is, there's that, what looks like a water tower knocked down there blocking the way. I know those are movable, but not, I don't think my scout can handle moving it. Oh yeah, no, definitely if it was just one point, I could just throw the scout down there. Like, just drive off to make sure I'm close enough to just have the landing in the circle, and that'd probably be good enough. But there's 3 spots, so we're trying to make do. So that's one spot. Right here is where I'm thinking we're gonna go down. There's another spot over there that's a maybe. And she goes, we just need to fill this up with sand and then concrete over the entire top of it so we can just build a new factory here, right? Proceeds to just drive into the middle and spend the next 2 hours just dumping sand in one spot. Fill up the entire chasm. Okay. I don't know what that is in the bottom, but that's not water. Yeah, you just stand back and just a valve turns, it's just the sky sand coming down constantly. On the plus side, there's a lot of concrete down here. It needs to be recycled. This also kind of feels like playing Expeditions, about just being like, alright, what is this horrific terrain? Just figuring out how to navigate it. Come on, catching something. We're almost there, just need to catching something. Don't just keep dragging this way, catching something. There you go. Slowly, so we get facing the right way. Okay. One more circle.
Louise. You know, in this line of work, I've seen things. Heck, I've seen things today, but I never expected this. A concrete plant still in usable condition. Now that's something. Okay, so it has no power right now. But it's still much better than if it had no power and was completely destroyed, right? Now you just need to get a backup transformer from the supply depot to the main power substation. And we got ourselves some concrete. Oh, and patch up the road to the concrete slabs facility. That will get us on the right track.
I think that one building up there is the concrete plant for this. Yeah, so like, just hand wave this entire thing. Okay, well I can delete that marker because very clearly we're on the same page. It's like, this is not a drivable road. Well, is it bad that I want to fill that in with sand? Like the whole thing? Just the whole thing I just want to fill with sand? Even though I know that will take hours upon hours upon hours upon hours. I'm also curious if the concrete will float up to the top if I do that. Okay. Because if it will float up to the top, you could, in theory, you could just dump the concrete, dump the sand, get all the concrete top and just shove it all. It would not be an effective use of time because you'd spend 2-3 hours filling up the pit with sand to save yourself, 15-20 minutes worth of actually doing the concrete collection. But, who's keeping count? Plus, then we can pretend nothing happened at all. Yeah, keep in mind, it does seem like rigid objects it pushes to the surface. It doesn't make sense from a physics standpoint, but from a gameplay standpoint, it would suck to be like, oh yeah, find this thing. You buried it in the sand over there. When we don't really have a good way to scoop sand back up after we've dumped it all over the place. No backhoes, not that I've seen. You've got like your bulldozer kind of thing, but there's not like, a big shovel I can scoop the sand back up that I've seen. There could be one that I've just not noticed. It's only a waste of time if you aren't enjoying filling the hole. This is true. I like how I'm not actually driving. It is the sand pushing me forward because I'm on just enough of an elevation that that tiny little extra makes me roll downhill. Okay. Magic sand summoning? That's what you meant by the sky spigot? Yeah, no, this is just because, like, this is a really, really big dump truck. But otherwise, if you didn't have this, it would be incredibly obnoxious to have to like go back to some common point to get more sand again and again. Considering this dump truck represents 4 of the smaller ones. So if you think about this, we're on our, what, 5th one? That'd be 20 laps with the smaller one if we didn't have sky sand. So they have sky sand as long as, and for the record, the sky sand has a limit. If we go to our vehicles, it's inside this circle is as far as I can get the sand, which that's a really big one. But there is stuff you can do to finagle some of that. Which is also interesting now I think about it. I spent resource points to turn that sand pit on. We haven't seen another sand... Oh. Yeah, so if I didn't use the sand resources here, I would have had to grab the sand and drive, or the fuel resources. I'd have to drive this whole way per load of sand. So where, like, yesterday I had a whole bunch of people being like, oh, you should use your fuel so you can respawn at your vehicle. And I was like, well, no, the fuel is a finite resource. Like, I'm not going to just waste it on that. I'll use it on things that, you know, unlocks or matters or whatever. That's a perfect example, because it cost me 5 to unlock that. So if I had retrieved my vehicle, what would be, 7 times? We would have effectively trapped ourselves into needing to just run back and forth. And that's including building that road. So yeah, for me, it's like I'm not going to really use that fuel resource for respawning pretty much ever. Barring some like really extreme circumstance. Like, if there's a place where you could only get that vehicle to, and then you had to spawn a vehicle to it to continue, but I can't imagine they do that. That's more like puzzle game kind of behavior. No, stop. Well, this vehicle lives here now. I'm kind of hoping it's just enough that it will spill out on its own. For the record, I'm not gonna sit here and just do this, but there is part of me who, after stream, does want to do this sometime. Just be like, all right, will you stop me? If nothing else, it'd be good to have a ramp to go down there, because there was a lot of concrete in the middle there. Honestly, well, it's going to take an incredibly long time to fill up. That would be doable. Right, let's actually be productive again. So let's grab you. We can roll on up here. Flatten that out. Get ourselves a road made. Oh, I should probably actually mark it. Objectives. Build the road. Now we got some routes to set up and all that kind of stuff. Clearly we're going to restore power at some point to reach the other side of that water. Like, there's zero question I have about needing to go to the other side of that river. We're going to unlock that somehow. Oh, wait, did I pass? Was that where I need to go? No. Up ahead still. Because we can build the road, then we'll start trying to get all the routes. Buy gold? I'm sorry, they're getting buy gold ads. Never do the buy gold thing. Hey again, Rachel. How's it going? Yeah, no, to give you an idea of like how trustworthy those buy gold things, since people mentioned the ads. I used to work in a building in downtown Orlando that the guy who ran it would basically, you know, rent out places to literally anyone. Did not care. And so while the company I worked for was on the up and up software company, the people next to us, they started out as mortgage adjusters. That what you would do is you'd call them and they would guarantee that they could get you your mortgage at a much cheaper rate. Don't worry. They got you all squared away. And so you would go and sign up for them and you would sign over your mortgage to them. To be clear what that means, you are signing over your debt and your house to them. In a way, like, and to be clear, you would still have that debt, but basically you'd sign over your house to them. And they would tell you, okay, don't worry about paying your mortgage anymore, but you need to pay us whatever amount. And the reality is, they weren't paying your mortgage. There was no agreement with your mortgage or anything. You just gave them your house and you're paying them a check. And it'd be this whole thing, and I don't know all the details because I wasn't part of it. But basically what ended up happening is your bank would foreclose on your house because you're not paying your mortgage and all that stuff, so that wouldn't be a problem. I don't think they actually got your house. I can't remember. But the point was they would scam you out a whole bunch of money and you'd lose your home. And eventually things escalated to a point. Let's see. Do you expect this game there will be an end goal? Like at some point there's no more to do? Yes. Just like SnowRunner, at some point you will finish all your missions, and then all the missions are done. The devs estimate there's about 80 hours worth of gameplay, and based on this being our 4th stream now, and we are only on the 4th out of, I think, 10 maps or whatever it is, it seems to be about on track for that. But yeah, so the point was basically that scam you out of a whole bunch of money and you lose your home as part of it. I think in the case that your house was worth enough, they would potentially try to like sell your house and all that. I don't know all the details of the scam. I just remember they were getting a whole bunch of people out of it. But it came to the point one day that, you know, showed up for work in the morning, so entered the downstairs of the building, and there was like 4 or 5 police officers there, and I'm like, huh, that's unusual. And with as hot as it is here, it wasn't unusual for like 1 or 2 police officers to duck into the building for, you know, 15, 20 minutes to try and cool off a little bit, since we had police officers who'd ride bicycles as well as, you know, the regular ones out of their car and all that. So ones in the bicycles would, you know, use our building to take like a, you know, 15, 20 minute cool off break. But 5 is a lot. So it's like, huh, weird. There's like, you know, like 5 police officers down here. That's a bit odd. Not setting a red flag, you know, maybe like the subway had gotten like one of the tenants downstairs, someone had thrown a fit and they called the cops in, or someone had gone into an altercation. You know, there's plenty of reasons they'd be like, yeah, 5 isn't unusual. Like that could be, they could be the first time I see it, but it's like there's reasons that could be that wouldn't be immediately a major concern. But you know, I go in to hit the button to go up to the floor I'm at, and the door's open. And I just see FBI, like, right on the front of this guy's jacket. He's got a bulletproof vest and everything. And there's, like, 8 or 9 cops up there. And he's like, where are you going? I was like, down that way. I'm not going to say company name. It's like, I work for them. And it's like, okay, you know, you got an ID. Like, let me go ahead and get your name down here. We're just gonna verify all that kind of stuff. You know, go about your way kind of thing. But basically, the people pulling that scam, eventually the FBI showed up and shut them down. And, like, and it was never, like, a big thing for me. Like, I didn't have anything to do. It was just basically confirmed who I said I was, and they just kind of ID'd that I had been there, you know, in case I had been involved in it and whatnot. And so you think, cool, all right, well, that's probably all said and done then, right? Well, the only people who really got caught were the handful of people working the phone or whatever who were there at the time. The business owner didn't get caught. He walked off. He managed to evade it or whatever. I don't know any of the details of how that worked out. But, you know, about 3-4 weeks go by, you know, that office is vacant, and it opens back up. And, like, 90% of the staff are the exact same people that were there before. And the guy running the business is literally the same guy. And it's okay, though. Now they're going to be selling precious metals like gold and platinum and silver, but don't worry. They'll take care of everything. You just go ahead and send them some money. That's right. You just spent enough money. You got 5 pounds of gold. You are set, my friend. But, you know, obviously you don't want to keep that at your house. That wouldn't be safe. So we'll keep it in our secure location. There is no secure location or gold. But they'll keep you all squared away and make sure you got your precious metals. That way, when the dollar loses value, you still got that gold. Gold is always valuable. And I like, the company I worked for moved to a different building before I saw how that shook out. But yeah, so with the buy gold ad, it just made me think that. Now, granted, I realize with the buy gold, they're probably talking about pawn shops where, you know, they will buy, you know, gold jewelry or whatever at a pretty discounted price, so that they can make a pretty good buck off of it. And, you know, if you're in a pinch, it's a way of getting really quick money. Trade in some gold jewelry, get yourself, you know, 50, 60 bucks if you got enough of it or whatever, for what's going to be worth way the hell more than that. But that's the whole deal. That's how the pawn shop makes their money, is on the margin. But still, if you ever have a thing where you can buy gold or buy platinum and you aren't physically getting it in your hand, absolutely assume it is a scam. And honestly, if someone says buy gold in general, just assume it's a scam too. The pawn shop isn't a scam, it's just really not great rates. But again, they're filling that need where you need money now to make payroll or something. Or to, like, pay the plumber or whatever. You gotta do what you gotta do. See, now they added something for some kind of app where you could buy gold. If you're half paying attention, brain parse that right. Oh, I would just assume that's a scam. I would, like, genuinely that's the kind of thing I would end up looking into and trying to report to Twitch, being like, hey, this is a scam thing. Because the vast majority of those, if it's some, like, online broker for gold, it is there's probably no gold in existence involved in that. It is probably the exact kind of thing I was talking about, where you pay a bunch of money, supposedly they're holding on to X amount of gold for you, and sooner or later people start demanding their gold or whatever, and they try and, you know, just sneak by as long as they can until eventually someone investigates. Yeah, I mean, it could be legit, but definitely that's a whole basket of red flags in my thing. Well, it's not even a bank rush kind of thing, because there was no gold to start with. Like, the bank rush, the idea is, you know, the amount of money the bank is holding for onto people is usually significantly less than the bank actually has in the bank, because they take that money and they invest it to make more money, and that's one of the ways that banks make their money. Is that they, you know, invest it by putting it out in mortgages and car loans and big business loans and all these kind of things. And, you know, all of those pay, you know, 5, 10, 15, 20% interest, whatever. I mean, 20 would be pretty criminal, but you get the idea. And then a bank rush is when suddenly everyone goes to pull their money out at once, which again, the bank doesn't actually have all that money there, because that's how the bank makes their money, is putting that money to use. Yeah, no, I get you. So like, but yeah, so that's like the run on the bank analogy mostly just doesn't work because there was never gold to start with. It's just a scam through and through. And some of those businesses, they'll actually do a little bit of legitimate stuff to give themselves some legitimacy, but by and large, it's just kind of they're building up a big reserve of cash and kind of thing that, you know, they'll probably try and get it out of their business as much as possible until the floor falls out. And there are legitimate things like exchanges and whatever. But yeah, because in real life, you have a lot of really big restrictions. Like here in the US, you are only allowed to have so much actual gold. Like buying up mountains of gold is just not allowed. There's lots of rules about how much gold you can have, how you get a hold of it, and all that. Come on. Come on. You could maybe do it. Come on. You want to buy a swimming pool full? So, if your pool was gold lined, you could do that. Because when it's gold as material in use, you know, that's probably not a smart investment, but that would be fine. But gold isn't like you got gold bars or whatever. There's some pretty heavy restrictions on it. Gold as a commodity has restrictions on it. Gold as a material for manufacturing and all that. I imagine there's still all sorts of legal loopholes you got to go through to make sure you're not just stockpiling. But, you know, there are commercial uses for, like, electronics and all that using gold for certain parts and whatnot. You know, you'll say an artist with a swimming pool full of self-designed gold coins is an art installation. I feel like if you made it, like, skip the coin part, I feel like if you had a swimming pool that had, like, some type of gold art, you just said, you know, gold statuettes or something like that, you might actually be able to find one of those, like, a weird wiggle room. For the record, this is not legal advice. I don't know crap about the rules around gold, other than there are rules around it that are strict. But I could see that being one of those, like, kind of weird workarounds if you just had a bunch of gold art that you could hand wave a lot of the restrictions around gold. But the moment you melt it down into, like, gold ingots or gold coins, I imagine all those rules come back into play. It could also be one of those things as well that maybe the possession of it isn't the big problem, but is the acquisition or getting rid of it. Let's see, you live in the UK, and the rule is if you can find any gold in the field, you have to carve a king's face in it. Is that, like, actually true or just nonsense? Because that's really kind of a 50-50. So you do love the way the dude in Tower Heights hides his money. The car in his parlor is actually made of gold and painted to look right so no one would know. Owning gold without the king's head on it is beheadable. It wouldn't surprise me if there's, like, because with the way we write a lot of our laws in the US, I would assume it's if you have gold over a certain amount. There's probably a whole lot of things that's probably just the writing of it, but I don't know. So one thing I haven't done, because this particular vehicle we're driving does not drive over anything well, and they've got a thing where you can actually make the AI do it. Oh, click on the vehicle to start. Road construction request. Ah. Let's see how the AI does compared to me. Because this thing, as you can see, it's wibble wobbling a lot. So you've stopped moving. Well, just stopping would be the Farm Sim 22 strategy, where it goes inch, job done, walk away. Farm Sim 25, they do a really good job, but Farm Sim 22, you tell it, go spray that field, and go, no. Nope. So more or less, they treat it almost exactly the same way the player does. Where you keep fighting with it, it eventually gets really, really out of whack, and then you're like, fine, and you put the thing home, like, you close it up and you back off, and you try again. I also don't see a cancel option on it. I'm sure if we go out to the top, it'll probably give us a cancel option. I'm just gonna let it drive him backwards. The AI does better if all stages are done by the AI? Yeah, that makes sense. Because it would know when it's satisfied with how flat it should be. I mean, this part's going really smoothly. It's honestly just like the flat straightaways where it's not perfectly flat, like it's kind of got a slight ramp to it going up. That seems to be where the AI just throws a hissy fit, where it's like, this is not perfectly level, everything is awful. Yeah, I'll let it finish this job and then I'll do the steamrolling, because the steamrolling goes fine. It's just this one task, and people said that apparently they're gonna buff its ability to traverse terrain a little bit, which makes me curious if they're just gonna give it more horsepower, or if they're gonna like tweak the model a little bit to make it so it's like slightly elevated so it doesn't snag as easily, or you know, find some way of like fudging the numbers to pretend like make the collision box slightly higher than it should be, or something like that. I can see a couple ways of like gimmicking it to actually work. Okay, so you're just getting stuck in the same spot now. Might be a model issue? Yeah. Hey, it figured it out. Everything is awful. Everything is awful when you're part of the team. Let's see, Google says about 2,500 to 3,000 tons of gold is excavated per year, which converts to about 150 cubic meters. Swimming pool plan saved. Where did... Okay, so you just went over here to the end. I just want to get this out of the way. Alright, needless to say, I'm definitely on the team. It would be nice if they, finagled the concrete thing to be a little bit better. And to be fair, I do actually think the steam roller could also use a nice little buff. And the reason for, like, even to get it onto the ramp there, you kind of have to back it in. If you don't back it in, it kind of just weirdly shifts all over the place. Like, it slides sideways off of it. Which, I get it. It's a big metal roller. It doesn't exactly have much traction to work with. But at the same time, it's the vehicle. It's designed to go up. I feel like a little bit of leeway is, you know, affordable there. Because one would assume then that maybe the ramp would be like coated in rubber or something so that the steamroller going over it would get some grip on it. Or whatever it is they do in real life, I honestly don't know. Add a winch and maybe pull it. This is true. That's probably exactly how they do it. They probably put it on the ramp. They just have a winch and they just have the person drive it up or whatever while it's winching in. Or maybe not even driving. It might literally just winch it in. Because I know there's a lot of tow trucks, that's how they work. Alright, so Matt, objective done. Okay, so we got 2 things to connect electricity, and we've got a one-time route to plan. I have a feeling that sand there's no good. Wait. Oh, that's the wrong way. And I'm going all the way over there. We did add a big road going across. Kinda wish that was more of a straight line. Okay. That's that one. Yeah, so we got power to those 2 buildings. So side mission is power. Bring transformers to the main power station. So we grab that and move that up there. And once I've done that, then I can wire up those 2 buildings. Okay. Fair enough. What vehicles do I got up here? We've got all the stuff up here for working that. We've got you down there, and I've got my transport. So I don't have anything I can really haul anything with. Right, and you need the decking stuff. Alright, so let's get you out of the way. And grab you. Route stuck? They're going so far. Unless I'm looking at the wrong route. Might be looking at the wrong route then. So let's see. Ah, I see. So we'll have you get way back here. You've tons of room to turn. Oh, I see. It was like a small car, then a long truck, then a small car, then a long truck. So like they were the escorts or something. So bring the objects. So plan is to move this over here. I believe I should have checked we were actually moving here. I thought it was the concrete slabs, but then I just realized we built a concrete place, so I actually don't know what we're moving. We'll figure it out. It'll probably be okay. Or it won't. Lift the truck up here, load it up. I mean, that's actually maybe not the worst. Lift the truck up here. Load it all up here. How's RoadCraft? It's good. I've been very much enjoying it. It might genuinely be faster than using the crane like this. Okay. Because this is just gonna take time. You're not sure why vehicle trailers didn't let you chain down the vehicles? It's realistic saves the bother of them sliding everywhere. I think they're supposed to. They even have a button command that's like, here's the chain thing. I think it's literally just bugged. My curiosity, and something I keep trying to remember to test and just forgetting to, is if you turn off the engine of the vehicle, does it let you do it then? I'm wondering if it's something like that. But I always forget to do it. Because like I said, the big heavy trailer even has a thing to say like anchor cargo or whatever. It just doesn't work. Let's see, sounds like a good idea. Sounds silly to be able to strap cargo on a cargo wheels, not chain vehicles on flatbeds. Yeah, well that's the thing. Like I said, it seems to have a setting, like a button for it. It just doesn't seem to work. So I think it's just an oversight kind of thing. Yeah, and I think that's something that should be fixable, because yeah, no, it is absolutely a thing that you should be able to strap them in place. Alright, almost done hauling all this crap. So this map seems a little bit different from the other ones. It kind of reminds me more of the first two, where you really do just seem to finish all the things in an area, and then, you know, little by little you advance the map. Whereas the other maps before that, or not before that, like the third and fourth map, Sunken and Incognito, there was a decent amount of like back and forth that happened. You would work on an area, and then you have to like backtrack to add a bit more to it. Whereas this one definitely feels like one you would finish an area and just move on. Because like I put this off. Now granted, we do have a lot of concrete. There is so much concrete up here. So I could absolutely see you taking the time to just load up a vehicle with concrete to drop it off. Close enough. Be quick, be quick. Ah, not fast enough. Are you close enough to salvage this? Come on, it's right there. Can I swing you over there a little bit? Nope. Well, that's fine. That's not a hard fix. It's just a little annoying. I'm gonna go ahead and grab this one because I don't remember where the other one is. And I might want it to stay there. And I like never use this thing because the big heavy crane just pretty much universally replaces this thing. So I almost exclusively use this for, I don't want to drag my heavy crane all the way back here when it might just need to be back up where it is. Okay, I'll just deal with that. Wow, what is bloom? Are you competing with the sun right now? Is this a competition? And while I'm in the neighborhood, I'm gonna bring my toy truck with me. Because then we can drop the toy truck off for sale and see if it's worth anything. Because I could see it being a hidden thing being worth something.
Have I ever told you I really envy you sometimes? Ah, who am I kidding? That's all the time. You get to visit all these exotic locations. And they all look so great on your video feed. It's like you're on vacation, where everything is trashed. Still, I really need a vacation.
Hey, Simcopter1, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out real fast before I get caught up into the next thing. For those who don't know, Simcopter1, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Been playing some Hotel Architect. That was really good when I played the demo and all that stuff. All right, you gotta get that sleep. No problem. You go get that sleep. Thank you again so much for the raid. Again, go check out Simcopter1. Absolutely fantastic time over there. Plays a lot of simulation and strategy games and getting into a bunch of board games. Playing some Hotel Architect today, which is a hotel tycoon game. I haven't gone to check out the early access version yet, but I did check out the demo for Steam Next Fest, and it was excellent. SimCity wants you to turn him on platonically about RoadCraft. Well, one thing I can say is this game will allow you to play as seriously or unseriously as you'd like. So, you know, if you don't like the semi, you can just pick it up with a crane and just drag it where you'd like it. And you can build the most unhinged roads or bridges. And you can also take the same wrong turn that you've taken 10 times now. And I even have a little toy truck in front of my truck. If you want to pile up the stuff on your vehicle to the point that, you know, it looks like Beverly Hillbillies, you can do it. I've even had to pick up really heavy things on the front of my truck to act as a counterbalance because I put so much weight in the back, my truck would just flip up and do wheelies immediately. And it's fun. And chaos. And excellent. But, especially with you having the like city planning kind of stuff, we can kind of look. So there's the really prescriptive stuff, like up here, you know, you've got obvious places where it wants you to put a bridge. That's like, hey, you know what? This spot right here, bridge me. And you can do that. You could also go, you know what? I don't like that spot for the bridge. I personally feel like the spot to put a bridge is over here. I can do that too. It's a terrible place for it, but it is an option. Or there was a whole thing where I had to go looking up here for stuff. Maybe I just don't want to go over there. Maybe I just want to go ahead and plunk down a bridge right here and just drive up a bridge right up there. You can do that. You can also go like, oh, they recommend me putting a road over here. Like, one of the things we've debated doing is there's this giant pit where a natural gas mine exploded. If I want, I could sit here, in theory, and just fill the entire thing in with sand. I could just fill the entire thing in with sand and pave over the entire thing and pretend this this giant gaping chasm of destruction just doesn't exist. Well, thank you. It was one my wife got me. I like picked it out, but she bought it. It was a birthday gift. Like from a while back too. You say you spent 2 hours building a road just because you could. It wasn't a quest, you just want a road. Yeah, that's there is a quest there was a quest where I needed to get somewhere, trying to not spoil things. But they had this big, long, elaborate path to go up all these mountainous terrain and all this sort of stuff. They had to figure it all out, and I'm like, you know what I'm gonna do instead? And I just built a bridge straight up to the destination from the ground level. But yeah, so you get the idea. I could fill that in and pave it. I'm not going to because that's a ridiculously large hole. But yeah, so it's like this area over here was this big mud area. We put a little road to go here. So it's got kind of this thing. So it's not like SnowRunner where you get stuck in the mud very often and you just struggle to fight your way through it kind of stuff. There's a lot more of like the civil engineering going, okay, Why did you never drop the toy? The toy stays with us. We found it. It's mine now. Okay. But it's not like SnowRunner where you get, you know, you just bully your way through the snow and just try and make it work and, you know, abuse winches to get around. Because, like, for example, this vehicle doesn't have a winch. The only vehicles that have winches are the scout vehicles. And so you just got to figure it out. So it's not puzzle game. They do have some things where there's a lot of, like, scratching your head trying to figure out how to navigate it. Like, right now, we're just driving along with a moderately overloaded truck. But, like, for example, I kept coming down this road and I couldn't get through because there's this gate closed, and eventually we figured out how to open the gate, so now I can use it as a shortcut. But yeah, no, it's got a lot of stuff. And you know, they've got all sorts of interesting locations. Like, right now, we're in North Africa in an orange grove. Right, this is the one that they had a natural gas mine and it exploded. And so we're going in the aftermath to try and, you know, fix it up and improve stuff. We went to East Europe. There was a hurricane. We did a bunch of stuff. We had 2 other places that were in North Africa, very different situation though, that they were getting hit with a storm. I don't remember where the mine was. There was a mine that had an earthquake and collapsed. What did you do to have it explode? I have been advised from my lawyers to not answer that question. Alright, so we're going up there to drop off whatever these metal plates are. I'm actually not entirely sure what they are. I'm just going to pretend they're metal plates. We're just going to go with that. Not loving that angle. There we go. Cool. We are bringing decking plates for the river, whatever that is. Meanwhile, this building up here will let me sell things. And so I found this cool rare toy thing, and I'm gonna definitely drop it off there for seeing if it's worth anything if we sell it. But yeah, so it also does away with a lot of the, like, where you have to find all the different parts for your vehicles and all that, which, you know, in some ways it can be a little bit of a bummer, but on the other hand, it's nice to focus on, like, figuring out the logistics. And as I mentioned, there's not much of, like, that mission I was dragging cargo, but there's not that much of that in this game. There is some. A lot of the time what you do is you'll set up infrastructure and you'll say, hey, I'm going to make a convoy, follow this route, and they will follow the route to where they're going. So right now, I'm going to go ahead and take this toy. I'm just going to chuck it right down here on the ground. I'll be back for you. But yeah, so if we look at our infrastructure here, I actually don't have any routes to show you, so I don't get to show you. But basically what happens is be like, okay, get stuff from here over there, and you'd map out a path through the area. And basically you'd have to get your infrastructure set up so you can get there. So you can't just be like in SnowRunner where you get good with a winch and you can make anything happen. You've got to actually set up a route. So I've got these 2 to wire up electricity for. And then I've got a side objective to take a transformer from here to the main power station up there, which looks like, is that just a straight shot right up this way? Yeah, it's a straight shot up there, so that'll be easy. We'll just get right back in our vehicle. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to... Oh, good! The transformer! We did this before. It was terrible. It actually went perfectly fine, but I am not in a vehicle equipped to carry that. Am I going to carry it anyways? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. So we watch the whole vehicle depress and struggle. Hey, Crafton, I'm doing good. Just trying to finagle cargo too big for my vehicle into position. All right, and we can strap that on in. And now we're just leaning a little bit backwards, so if we back up and to try and drive, that's actually not that bad. Usually when I have it this one-sided on the load, every time we try and drive forward, we do a wheelie, and then I can't turn because, you know, my wheels aren't on the ground. And it gets pretty cursed. Yes, this seems doable. Oh yeah, the whole, you know, you slap it, that's not going anywhere. The straps are living out of hope and a prayer. Yeah, whoever strapped this in and like perfectly put it on like the hooks on the top, that's not helpful. You should have just put it around the body of this. Wait, we can save it. Okay, we're fine. We'll just abuse the anchors a little bit for balancing. For the record, I have much bigger cargo trucks that would absolutely do this better, but they weren't conveniently positioned. So I just, you know, I went with location. This was right in the right location, and so we went with it. I've done way worse than this, actually. Sadly, the last time I did this, I had a giant steel pipe I was carrying on the front as a counterbalance, which was fantastic. There's a clip of me doing this with the steel pipe off the front and going on like a narrow mountain trail that went back and forth, and we did not flip at any point. We got one pretty dodgy turn though that it was definitely the anchor was not enjoying very much. I also love how I'm sitting here being like, the main point of this game isn't to haul cargo, and it's just been like one cargo hauling after another. Okay, so we got you. Bring that up, bring it around. You just drop it in place.
I hope you didn't think that transformer would be enough to power up the concrete slabs facility, because I certainly did. And I was wrong. Laying a new power cable should do the job, though, I hope. Somebody has to be optimistic around here, right?
Okay, so now we need to run power. So if we look here, you can see our different infrastructure. So that's where I have sand, is in that circle in the little spot down there. But here, we can see our power grid. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So I got this area's got power, that area could use power, and that area could use power. Now, the lesson I learned previously is, for the love of everything, do not run your power cables through your roads. It is a bad time, because it makes the road all churned up and hard to drive on. So in this one, I'm probably going to have to go just that spot of road there, and I can probably cut down here, and then we'll just maneuver up here and plug that in. For this one way down here, though, something tells me I can't run the cable over the giant chasm. So from there, I'll probably continue this line here and run it along the side here to be alongside of the road. I might have a problem there where that's concrete, but we might be able to go from there. No, that should be fine. Yeah, that'll be fine. All right, so let's go get our cable runner, which is unfortunately going to have to spawn way down here, go there, get our cable runner, deploy. fill the chasm and then... That's the thing. 100% without question. Someone will absolutely fill that entire chasm with sand if the game lets them, and I think the game will. It'll be obnoxious, because like from that one edge I can keep filling it, but that whole chasm isn't fully surrounded on all sides by an area you can dump sand in, which means you'll get that one side pretty well off, and then the moment you get out of range of the sand, you're going to have to drive back and forth with the sand again and again, and I imagine that will get very tiresome very quickly. Alright, but this is more in line with the kind of stuff we're going to do, is I've got this runs electrical cable underground. So we just need to get into position where we've got power, we run the electrical cable all the way over. That kind of thing. I'm also imagining someone out there, this right turn over here where there's the bridge is missing. Someone will fill that entire thing in with sand just to make it work. Alright, so let's see, because we got... Yeah, so like right here, someone will fill that bridge area all the way to the other side with sand. Versus the shallower spot. We filled in the hole yet? Nah, that's not happening. Yeah, so like this is a road we put down. Like this all was washed off, so we put a road through here. We still, like, there's no question in my mind that that drawbridge we're fixing and then lowering the drawbridge to open a huge extra chunk of the map. I still think, like, and I mentioned this a couple times, so far of the maps I've done, Sunken's been my favorite map, like, just thematically and all that. It's, the mine that collapses after an earthquake. Because it's just, the terrain is just like this everywhere, and you're just trying to navigate where everything's all shifted around and buildings are destroyed. Granted, the Hurricane one, like, really, really did hit exactly what it looks like to go to a place that's been hit with a hurricane. Like, really, really did sell it. And also that one, there was a really nice pacing to the map that just seemed like everything kept moving forward the whole time. You know, there's more of a chance that you deleted the save file than fill that hole. Alright, so this is one of the buildings I need to get power to, is up here. So what I'm going to quickly do is pull up my map. So we'll say green, well no, the green star I already had for something. Green flag, green flag, green flag, green flag. Okay, so just trying to map out. Okay, so let's try to destroy as little of this as I can. I'm actually surprised. So I can't break this surface. Okay. So you are forcing me to leave out the south side. Okay. that's not going to work there. Alright, so we got to reevaluate. I really don't want to run this down the roads, because like I said, when you run it down the roads, that trench makes it really hard to traverse. I also doubt we can cross these either. Okay, so I think I have to take it up this way over here, and then we'll like bring it around the side here to then join up with this. The other thing we could do is, I mean, I don't think we can run it the whole way around there. That also dips off. Interesting. All right, well, let's go over here. Might have to remove some trees. I don't want to destroy the orange orchard. Like, I'm down for destroying trees, but I want to destroy the citrus grove. Getting stuck in rocks. Can we grind down the plants and the mulchers? I have no idea if we could destroy the orange trees. These trees I'm pretty sure we can destroy in some manner or another. Either I'll be able to shove them over or chop them down. Try bringing it alongside where we ran this road here. And I know you can pull those palms out, for the record. Yeah, get out of here, palm. I'm gonna break the surface. Break the surface of what? Am I just too close to my own road? It's like, hey, you can't break your own road. Won't be so bad, but I'm really struggling to drive around. Like getting caught in this little groove and just dragging me around. It's almost enough to line me up well. What am I getting stuck on? Ah. You're just driving over that palm to see if we can't get rid of it. I've got tools I can clean this up more. Can I get all the way up there, maybe? To avoid this mess? Yeah, both games are great. Very different games. Oh, like the moment I start going up the hill more, it was like, no, you can't do this. Come on. Let's reorient ourselves. So these trees you can just push over if I can get some grip. The problem is I don't have grip because of the palmetto bush here. But we will destroy the palmetto bush as we've seen it uproot a couple. Yeah, there we go. Palmetto bush is gone. And now we're free to go through that tree. Would you stop? Yeah, so what I should have done though is I should have gone through here with the mulcher and just mulched this stuff. It would save me a lot of time, but now I'm kind of committing to it and just going for it. Because my hope here, and I'm going to be really sad if it doesn't work out, is that we can just go over to this side and just pick up with this road. If this is asphalt and I cannot go across it, which is really looking like it is, I'll be pretty sad about that. Just an inch farther. You're almost connected. All right. Can I go across my own roads? That is connected. That appears to be connected. Which is good enough for me to be able to start going over this way and following along this road the whole way over. And again, I want to be near the road, but I don't want to be on the road. So I go on the road where this is digging up. You'll notice there's a big groove on it. Let's leave behind. That's a real pain in the butt to convoy over and deal with all that. I made that mistake before, and it made one of my convoys entirely more effort than it needed to be. But yeah, no, what I should have done there, I think the proper way I'm supposed to deal with that is it's supposed to go around over here, where this becomes dirt and all that, and just run along one of those. Or to go out this way, like up through the orange grove and come up this way or something like that. There's a couple different possibilities of what it could have been, but I didn't want to deal with that. I want to avoid having it along there, so I have to deal with all sorts of shenanigans and wanting to build roads over all of it. So for now, I just need to run through these flags I put on here. And then cut to the left there, so I can connect in from the back of the power substation we got working. And absolutely you couldn't do any of what I was doing in real life. Because in real life you can't just pull up the wire, put it back down, pull up the wire, you know, all sorts of things. Like going under a road is a whole process. Usually they'll just kind of carve a line through the road and then repave it. Not to mention that speed cornering. Break what surface? Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of things wrong with what we're doing. Come on, you can do it. I really didn't want you to slide down there because now I gotta deal with this wonky angle with this thing in the back. It's fine. What I'll do for right now is I'm going to cut it over here. This is not going to connect the power here. But I'm already on this angle, so we'll get this connection good. And then I can branch off there facing the correct way. Okay, so I got a power cable running between those. And now I need to do is circle back over here. And just run a power connection straight into that area, because that's where the power substation is. Earlier power cables, they give you a lot more leeway and you didn't have to fight. Like, they weren't quite as strict in the direction they pushed you. It's like it catches for just a second that there's stone. Yep, and once again to that blue circle, everything should be powered up. I think this one they were deliberately trying to make the power run more involved. Whereas most of the other ones like, go that way, there's trees in the way, get rid of the trees. Cool, man.
It's time to finish with the construction here and move on to new, more exciting things. Just plan a route for the repair crews from the concrete slabs facility to the river lock and get yourself across.
Okay. And so we did not power that one up. It is disconnected there. It didn't quite bridge. I thought it bridged, but there's like the tiniest little pixel apart. Okay. Well, first, we can plot the route. You'll need to do that anyways. The lock is down there. All right. So. I'm going to see if I can't just abuse that to connecting. I don't want to have to run the power the entire... Like, how far would I have to run the power? It'd be out here, all the way down here, along there. Actually, I probably need to go around the outside here. I'm sure I can figure something out. In the meantime, let's pull up all of these. And we'll just leave those two marks. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Worst case, I peel up that one spot of the road, put the cable down, and then put the road back down. I'd like to avoid that if I don't have to, but if we do, we do. The good news is I'm just going right there. Whereas I'm hoping I can kind of do some, like, run the power cable, like, along the side and just have it bridge over. There's a radius to it, and I think the radius is enough. If I finagle it, I might be able to get it across. Okay, and this is the spot right here where it gets right up to the edge on both sides, but does not technically cross. Done. Easy peasy. So get those all taken care of. And there's that done as well. Are you not going to build more of that? Oh, that's not the road.
You know,
Okay.
maybe I was a bit too optimistic when I promised more exciting things. Still, they are new, so they can't be all that bad, right? In fact, the harbor base is so new it needs fuel to function, so you'll have to drive a tanker there. Oh, and while you're at it, take the scenic route along the coast and check out the port and the Blue Water Yacht Club's pier. If they're still there, we'll use them later to deliver stuff.
Okay, not you. So what do we got for our objectives? Side objectives, nothing. So we need to take a drive and go looking for stuff. We got another thing there. Let's grab our scout. Oh, yeah. You're in the big gaping hole. All right, so let's go ahead real fast and drop back down to our base and summon back our scout. Because we had a mission where we had to go scout out the hole. If only construction that easy in real life. Yeah, you just gotta go up, it just kind of pops into place. Yeah, the thing that caught me is I thought that wasn't like the retaining wall thing. I thought that was the actual road, like that we're gonna drive along the bridge or whatever. And so when it popped up and it didn't have any surface on the top, it was kind of like, you're gonna finish that, right? Because not feeling too great about driving over exposed rebar, gonna be honest. Feeling that's a pretty fast way to end up with not just a flat tire, but a set of flat tires. Did I go the same wrong way that it... I need to build those bridges and be done with it. But the problem is we only just now got the concrete factory, which is why I was able to queue those up. And maybe at some point I'll actually put the effort in. But for right now, it's not that important. Most likely later on we'll have convoys with the semis that will really want to take that way. But that's not right now me's problem. That's later me's problem. Right now me wants to see the other side of this river. So it looks like it's going to have more orange groves and other stuff, but we just don't know what's going to be there. Yep, that is still a big gaping hole. And then go right across here, and then this is where the bridge is. I suspect we'll probably get a new base over here somewhere. Because this is going to start being at the point where we're a pretty long trek from the garage, so anytime we got to move a vehicle around, it'll just be kind of obnoxious if we don't get the ability to move them up. Okay, so we're supposed to go down here to these two spots down here. Yeah, and this is going to be where the main explosion happened. So that little crater on the other side was just kind of like an aftershock kind of thing, or, you know, part of the cavern collapse kind of thing. And this is like the main thing, is that they were pumping out all the natural gas and had a cave-in. But apparently it was explosive and threw stuff all over the place. Okay, so got whatever this is, looks like it's a port. It's the yacht club. So it's looking to me like there's going to be a big area in the middle here that I'm just going to have to navigate around. I'm not going to really be able to do much with it. Okay. I'm curious what they're going to have us do out here, because this whole area seems very open. I'm going to go with left for here. Yeah, so we've got all their pumps, which are apparently still going despite the fact that it's collapsed. One would assume after it collapsed they would have no pressure or anything like that. That the gas would have mostly escaped. Okay, so we need to open the doors. All right.
See? That was fun! Comparatively speaking. Now for the more mundane stuff. A whole laundry list of it. First item on the list is fixing a damaged radio tower. Nothing too complex there. Just deliver a crate of spare parts from the supply depot and you're done. Next is tidying up the driveways leading to the port. The final thing is a bit more involved. We'll need to get the steel pipes facility working at full capacity. They need some replacement electric motors for their equipment, which you can deliver easily enough. Oh, and then you'll need to guide our trucks with new equipment to the same facility. Sounds straightforward enough, don't it?
Okay. So, objectives. Side objectives. Establish a reliable route between the yacht club and the port. Let's see. The yacht club and the port. We can go ahead and map out a route. I think, honestly, this one should be straightforward. I didn't see any place we went to cut through, and it was, like, all muddy, and we couldn't really traverse it or anything like that. Or, I mean, I guess this map, it wasn't mud, it was like really loose sand earlier we ran into. I'll deal with that in a moment. Alright, I mean, that seems like it'll just work out of the box. Okay, so the next one we have... Establish your next base of operations at the port. So let's see. For that, I need a delivery vehicle. Where's the delivery vehicle? Oh, lovely. This is gonna be wonderful. Can't wait. Alright, so let's be very careful on the route. Okay, so we're taking this left. Because for those who haven't seen this vehicle, it's got no diff lock, it's got no all-wheel drive. It's got about the horsepower of a toddler on a tricycle with a flat tire. So, you know, it's not exactly the best. Oh, I also just realized. Shout out, because I saw Penny. Shout out for Penny Meowie, who is someone I definitely recommend checking out as well. Also been playing RoadCraft. Definitely someone to check out. Good times over there. Wonderful content. Also been doing a bunch of other games. Really, really good times. Let's see. How do you like the game? I am very much enjoying it. The one thing I've been telling you every time that, you know, someone asks about the game is the big thing to go into it is not brain fart. SnowRunner. That's the word I'm looking for. It's not SnowRunner. That's the big thing I've been warning people again and again. It's not SnowRunner. It's not trying to be SnowRunner. Just don't go into the expectations of SnowRunner. It is the same engine, but, you know, like a newer, updated version. I think it's very close to the Expeditions engine, but, you know, with the ability to fill in sand and all that kind of stuff added. But it is not trying to be SnowRunner. If you are looking for, like, that whole dragging stuff through the mud gameplay, it's just not what's here. This is way more about building up logistics, figuring out ways to moving your stuff around. Normally, you don't really do that many things where you deliver cargo yourself. I say as I'm delivering cargo myself. But, like, if you think of SnowRunner where it's like 90% hauling crap around the map, and then a 10% mix of, like, building roads and exploring. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. This is like 90% building roads and all that kind of stuff, and then like 5% exploring / hauling stuff. And unlike SnowRunner where it's like, you know, you build a bridge there. You don't get any choice of where. It's like, that is the build the bridge spot. You bring it 2 planks and a metal and you get a bridge there. This one you can put bridges, not literally everywhere, but they're pretty, you can put them pretty liberally in lots of places. Like, if I was like, you know what? I want to reach that spot right there. I think that spot's a lovely place that I should be able to reach. And I want to reach it from over here. Oh, my bridge can't quite go that far. Yeah, so I could bridge that gap. So yeah, so I could put a bridge there. And I could turn around and then put a bridge there. And literally have a way to just go across there without having to go the whole way around the map and everything. And you can do that. If there's a lake and you don't like it, fill it in with sand. It's a lot of work. Probably not the best use of your time, but you can do it. But yeah. It does do...
Nothing like an apocalyptic desert wasteland to get your imagination going, right? But don't get too carried away. You're there to get rid of the apocalyptic and wasteland parts, and maybe sign autographs for the grateful populace. But that's optional.
Okay. But yeah, so the map we're on right now, basically there was a natural gas, they were like natural gas mining area, and the natural gas mine exploded and collapsed. So it was, you know, it has led to a lot of problems. There's just a big gaping hole that's the entire middle of the map here. How deep does the customization go on vehicles? If you have been in a shallowly filled kiddie pool, it's about that deep. There's not much vehicle customization. About your only options are the paint job. I think you can actually customize stuff on the dash, but it's not like SnowRunner where you have like the mud tires and the street tires and these type of tires. Instead, you basically have, you know, what would be close to a fairly upgraded vehicle in SnowRunner. And for the record, I have not been finding I've been missing it much. Like, for SnowRunner, it makes sense. There's a whole lot of, like, dealing with fuel and repairs, and you're going to be muscling through some pretty harsh conditions and all that. And that's just not the game this is. So instead, you end up getting a wider range of vehicles on the opening. Like, if I stop here real fast and look at my garage real quick, and we go to our shop, like, if we look at just, like, the scout vehicles, for example, this is just the scout vehicles in the base game with, like, they do have technically one for DLC. So you've got your, like, 3 or 4 different ones here. Yeah, so we'll have a total of 6. And you got all that kind of stuff. And then you can get into, you know, your different types of utility vehicles and all that. But yeah, I got, like, a whole range. Hey, Ultra, how's it going? I hope you had... I actually don't know if you were streaming tonight. If you were streaming, I hope you had a good stream. But every time I go to do Ultra's name, it's like... it's Ultra and Undead Baron. When I do the first letter or two, it says undefined if I hit tab. But for those who don't know Ultrasaurus, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Probably the most knowledgeable player on SnowRunner I'm aware of. Like, genuinely, I don't know hardly anyone else who knows as much about SnowRunner as Ultrasaurus, but also been playing a bunch of RoadCraft. And definitely good times over there, very knowledgeable player, and great at discussion. But yeah, I hope your RoadCraft has been going really well. We just finished whatever. You know the one I'm trying to say. We finished that just a little bit ago, and we are now chilling in the desert, where it exploded. Okay, so we got our base open. We hooked up the yacht club, the most important thing. Oh, and so where people are like, you don't have much use for fuel. So if I don't unlock that, if I need to build roads, if I didn't have any of this, what is that? Oh, it's telling me I can unlock one here and unlock one up there. Let's explore before we do that. But yeah, so for example, on this map, I had that one sand pit. I had to unlock this sand pit for 5 of the fuel resource. This sand pit down here would be another 6 fuel resource. It looks like there's another one up here that's I would have to activate. So you get the idea. That fuel resource does have a lot of value. So let's go up north real fast and check that out before I go and spend a bunch of fuel resource to make sure I don't immediately regret it. So what are my next objectives? Clear the driveways, restore the steel production, explore near the sinkholes. That's perfect. Can I just smash through this? I feel like I can. Yeah. Man, I've been very much enjoying it. Got stuck on one rock. Okay, yeah, so it looks like we're gonna go north, check that out. And then somewhere up here, because the reason I want to check this real fast, that looks like loose sand. Let's follow it, because I do want to check out the areas, because we've only found one place with really bad loose sand so far. Yeah, I hope you end up feeling a lot better, Ultra. I know you ended stream, I think it was yesterday early, because of, not feeling great. Okay, so a lot of this road is washed away by the sand. It's probably fine. So, also, I just wanted to show this again. So, how much you want to bet, Ultra, that someone is going to see this giant sinkhole and realize you can pick up sand at the sinkhole and fill in the sinkhole? Because I am willing to bet there will be a YouTube video of someone doing that within the month. I absolutely bet that's coming. I don't know who's gonna do it first, but I can absolutely see someone doing that. Unless there's some limitation in the game where after a certain amount of sand, the game's finally like, no. Let's see, just clip that bit, and you're done. Well, I would expect it to be something like, Let's Game It Out or someone to do that and be like, you know, why would I build a road when I can go straight across? Hold, please, and be like 12 hours later. The whole thing's just full of sand. Convoy cutting across the middle of it. I have a feeling I'm gonna have to drive into that, which is fine. Oh no, there's a ledge there. I was about to say, it's like, there's a ramp. I also don't know what the ominous liquid in the bottom was, because we already had one that had, like, a very white liquid in the bottom that luckily didn't destroy us or anything. I was a little expecting to pull into it and, like, the car to just stall out because we had whatever that is. I mean, I guess this natural gas, it was a natural gas mine or whatever that they pumped too much out without filling in, and it collapsed. Yeah, that's a big freaking hole. Okay, so I probably need to get to the other side of it. Try going around this way. You plan to clear all the dares? Yeah, so we're down to the last one. I haven't seen a boat in a while. I do know there was a boat on the sunken map. I saw several of them over the dock. And they were like really small wood boats. I probably could very easily do that one. Jumping the scout over water, I know, like basically I have no places I could do all three on the sunken map. I'm not going out of my way to do them right this second, not unless I happen to have, like, there's a little river and I'm just in position to do it, then yeah, I'll knock it out. I've been just kind of hoping to find a boat just, like, laying around on the side here. There might actually be one way over there. I don't think I have a recycling center that'll accept a boat here yet, because I'm not sure if they qualify as wood or cash. So there's a boat right there. What do you put in yourself as salvage? What color do you shimmer? Oh, I can't anchor that. That is a non-functional boat. Well, sooner or later we'll have to find a boat to salvage. Okay, so we do have a road up here. I'm kind of just exploring to explore.
Thank you, Marcos PLS, for subscribing for 11 months. Rual love.
And thank you, Marcos, please, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you chose to use it here, and I really do appreciate that. You only get one of those a month, and it means a whole lot. So that's 11 months that you've been subbed. So thank you. Repeating myself because... Oh no, chat. Where is it? The water's too deep. We're not gonna make it. You just gonna let me keep going this way? Because I'm partly just curious because it's a big beach, so I can just drive up it without too much of an issue. So this looks like it's going to be some type of facility for us to use. Might be lumber. Don't roll, don't roll, don't roll, don't roll, don't roll, don't roll. Actually, it's steel beams from the looks of it. So we can check this out and we'll circle back towards going to where. Okay, judging by the missing transformer, we're going to drag a transformer over here. Yeah, that's steel beam production. Alright, let's circle back down. Because that looks like that just exit that way. That goes around. Another sinkhole. Love to see it. Okay, we can go check what's on this side, and then we can circle around to the other side of the sinkhole that actually wants me to go to. This is really dodgy here. All these steep slants. That's gonna be a ramp down into the sinkhole. Okay, we've got a dock here of some kind. So I still can't seem to interact with those boats. Because that was the style of boat I was thinking I was going to be able to recycle for the thing. I'm guessing not. It could be that I have to have a crane. I can't get away with smaller, but... Okay, so that's the river base. So I'm surprised they didn't say anything there, but there's a river base. Because the last map, I actually got through like 90% of the map, and there was a base in the middle of the map I could see the whole time that I just wasn't able to use. And it wasn't until like right near the end that I finally was like, why don't I have this base? And I actually just had to drive in a little bit farther, and it was like, oh, do you want this base? Just put some supplies, and instantly got the base. And it was just kind of like... I put all this time and effort into this place. That base would have been extremely helpful. Like, it was fine, just the way to navigate the map wasn't too bad, like it didn't send me back that much, but it would have been very convenient. I'm assuming this loops back to this main bridge. Yeah, so that loops back to the main bridge. Let's go back to the riverside gas holder that is now looming ominously over a chasm. Because I believe that's pretty close to where we get this last one. So basically we did a big exploration. The thing I noticed was other than the beach, I didn't really see any place that would benefit from a paved road. And I also didn't see any place that would benefit having a bridge built. My guess of what's going to end up happening here is that for a lot of that, we're going to end up needing to do crap down there. Like, there'll be, like, some important resource I need to get out of there, or they'll want to add some equipment for pulling up the natural gas or something. I don't know. Like, they'll want to recover a bunch of equipment or something like that. I could see them making me drive down in that a lot. This map has been especially full of stuff that makes you think of expeditions in the sense of taking the truck into all sorts of weird terrain and climbing stuff and being bold and crossing rivers and needing to rescue yourself with the winch real fast before your engine drowns. Oh good, a big pile of garbage bags. Okay, I can see them making me put a road down there. Patch that spot up, we'll see. Yeah, so we got a pumping station up there. Ooh. Yes, we're definitely going down in there because there is inside that chasm a power grid. I don't know how we get power down into that chasm, but you know, that's probably safe. Okay, so it looks like where the fuel tank is where I'm gonna have to drive down into the chasm. Okay.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Super side note. Dude, really glad we're friends. I appreciate it. Well, thank you. Oh, not to poke you again. Did you see my trick for turning all-wheel drive on the or using all-wheel drive and diff lock with the Wayfarer yet? It's pretty sick. Get those on the semi. Don't take it seriously because it's just shenanigans. I know between being sick and everything, you probably got stuff going on. I'm mostly fishing for your reaction. Yeah. I thought that was fantastic. Because there's all the rock slides, I'm like, I'm not dealing with this, and just picked it up and drove. That is one giant container? Yep. And it was all full of natural gas. Or is full, I actually don't know. I'm assuming it's not full, judging by the state of this place. I'm also not super sure how I get down there. Yeah, so I don't think I take that bridge down there of the burnt charcoal, whatever. Part of me is curious. I'm assuming they just make it flood your engine if you drive and it's nothing ridiculous. Does it mean it's full of gas? I'm guessing. I was under the impression that natural gas would be in a gaseous state. Well, I know where the transformer's coming from now. Can I winch to anything here? I guess you just have to go for it. Oh, I see how we do this. Yeah, I haven't done this trick in a while. So we park here. Winch, winch, winch. No winch point? Okay, I guess we just won't winch point. Yeah, so my intention was to winch to that point so that I could slowly lower myself in. But I've learned that you have to be far enough away for the winch points to activate. You can just stay there for right now. Oil? Well, it's supposed to be natural gas. Yeah, so you're gonna need to run power to all that. Right, so how much... So we can activate that sand quarry. We can activate this sand quarry. Well, actually, let's check. Okay. Activate this sand quarry. Because as far as I'm concerned, activating stuff on the building, like activating places, is just an always. Okay, so let's look at our objectives now. We've got the repair the radio tower, which is deliver a thing, clear the driveways at the port. I mean, that should... be pretty straightforward. Oh yeah, that bug's still there. To the moon! Don't worry. I'm aligning the pulley, don't worry. Oh, wait, never mind. For a moment I thought we had hit a limit. Yeah, it's a bug that doesn't do anything meaningfully bad, but it's certainly an interesting one. But again, Ultra's absolutely fantastic. And yeah, no, it's been absolutely wonderful, you know, having you as a friend and everything. So like it's been great. Not sure what else to say on stream without getting awkward. There we go. Would you watch both you but time zones? I see the challenge here. The challenge here is... Oh, good, I've wedged it. Okay. The challenge here is just the fact that there's not really enough room here. We have to go back and forth. I need more hands. Because I have to push like 5 keyboard keys at the same time to manage this. That said, chat, well, I am very tempted to keep going. I do know I have to wake up in the morning, so it is unfortunately getting to be around that time. So I'm going to quickly snooze that so you all don't get stuck with an ad. But if you have enjoyed tonight's content, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. As a reminder, I will probably not have a stream tomorrow. If I do, it will be very late, like several hours late. And that's just because I got a thing I'm doing with Tomb that's kind of an event. But we will be back on Sunday at 7 p.m. EST, where I'll be most likely picking up on more RoadCraft right here, because I need to get to sleep. I did 2 streams that were like 13 hours this past week, so I don't have the energy to keep putting in long streams. But again, don't forget to drop your follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. If you are watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly because I don't have a host ready, so don't forget to like and subscribe over on the YouTube side. But for everyone over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, because I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen, and we're going to go find someone to drop a raid on, which shouldn't be hard, because we'll have